Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3483. Achieve greatness? Me. Luin was shocked. Old Tao said, "That's what the outside world is saying." Luin laughed. "What achievements do I have? I'm almost at the extreme palace." Palace Mistress Yao looked at Luin and her eyes flashed. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is one of the 7 great mulberry skies, and it rules over the spiritualized universe. In theory, the Imperial Mulberry Sky and the 7 great mulberry skies can influence the future of the spiritualized universe. Only the Supreme Extremity can decide everything with a single word, but the Supreme Extremity has yet to appear. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is also very powerful, and it established the Imperial God Mountain. Actually, as long as Xianxia's position is vacant, anyone can compete for it. Luin raised an eyebrow. "I'm from the Xuanhuan universe?" Old Tao was very certain. As long as the other 6 Xianxian agree, it will be fine. Luin looked at Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao nodded. Her beautiful face had an indescribable expression. "That's right. If Yu Xianxian opposes it, the worst-case scenario is that there will always be a vacant Xianxian position. However, this vacant position won't last for long, because the Guardian Spirit Day is coming. At that time, Yu Xianxian will have to lead the 7 great Xianxian Guardian Spirits. As long as you can fight until no one dares to compete for the position of Xianxian, the position of Xianxian will definitely be yours." Was it Xianxian? To be honest, he had never thought about it before. How could a person from the Tianyuan cosmos like him become Xianxian? But now, on the day of the sacrifice spirit, as long as he could beat everyone to the point that they couldn't become Xianxian, it would be fine? "Are you sure you can force Yu Xianxian to acknowledge me on the day of the spirit sacrifice? What if he insists on appointing Xianxian?" Luin retorted. Empress Yao's lips curled up, and this was the first time Luin had seen her smile. "Then let's fight. Xianxian cannot be defeated. If he is defeated, then he is no longer Xianxian. A defeated Xianxian does not have the right to be a guardian spirit. This is the understanding of the spiritualized universe." Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Ping. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Xianxian. Xianxian. Was he really going to become Xianxian? Xianxian was qualified to enter the depths of the Extreme Palace and wait for an audience with the Supreme Extremity. Xianxian could see the wonders of the Day of Sacrifice. Xianxian could mobilize all resources including the 7 major forces. Xianxian was an indispensable link in the spiritualized universe's culture and represented the highest. Primordial Origin knew that Yu Xianxian had a big secret like the small spirit universe, but Yu Xianxian still could not kill Primordial Origin because Primordial Origin was Xianxian. Xianxian's identity seemed to be a good protection. Old Tao said respectfully, "Head, if you obtain Xianxian's identity, you can even influence the spiritualized universe's attitude towards the Tianyuan universe." This thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind like a flash of inspiration. The only problem is that Dayu Mountain Villa violated the rules. This is a taboo for everyone in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao was in a difficult position. Luin didn't mind. Breaking the rules? Who did he offend? Yu Xianxian? I really don't care about him. His imprisonment is worthless to me. My prohibitions are prohibitions. My rules are rules. Help me find out who is vying for the position of Xianxian. I will go and cause trouble for him. Old Tao carefully asked, "Then what about the Extreme Palace's carvings?" "Not for now," Luin replied. If they really wanted to fight for the position of Xianxian, then the provocation of the Extreme Palace's carvings could wait. What could destroy the spiritualized universe more than Xianxian? It could even disgust Yu Xianxian. Old Tao relaxed. It was good that Luin wasn't going. Palace Mistress Yao also relaxed. Even Kai Kiching and Star Toad relaxed. Just thinking about the Extreme Palace's carvings made their hearts tremble. Xianxian would definitely come out to stop them. Ever since leaving Dayu Mountain Villa, Luin had encountered many experts along the way, but none of them were easy to deal with. The Extreme Palace was definitely the most powerful. "Who's next?" Luin asked. Old Tao hesitated for a moment before answering, "Dancing Butterfly?" Palace Mistress Yao was shocked. "Dancing Butterfly?" Kai Kiching also looked at Old Tao in shock. Luin was curious. "Is that their name?" Old Tao respectfully replied, "Those are their names. They are Butterfly Dance and World's Edge. These two are husband and wife. For some reason they hate each other but they never leave each other. During Bao Qi's battle for Sangtian, they also took action and their threat far surpassed Zhen's. If not for their conflict, the position of Sangtian might not have ended up in Bao Qi's hands. Lu Yin was interested. They're that powerful. Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned serious. They are powerful and I can deal with one of them alone. But if they work together, I'm definitely not their match. Lu Yin no longer had much of an impression of Palace Mistress Yao, the #1 person under Sangtian. He had encountered too many experts in the spiritualized universe, such as Zhen and Carefree Old Man. Which one of them was easy to deal with? Although Palace Mistress Yao wasn't weak in comparison, she was still far from being the #1 person under Sangtian. Old Tao said, if the two of them work together they can be called the #1 person under Sangtian. Of course that's if they work together. Boss, their strength can't be underestimated. The best way to deal with them is to sow discord and prevent them from working together. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. I'm not that despicable. Let's go find them. They'll also compete for Sangtian's position. There will definitely be competition. Old Tao was certain. Then that's fine, Lu Yin said. He then thought of something. Tell the people behind you that I'm looking for Bao Qi. Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand what Lu Yin was saying. The people behind Old Tao? Old Tao thought about it. I'll give it a try. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm not just giving it a try. I must find Bao Qi. If Yu Sangtian doesn't strip the original Sangtian of his position, then I'll let him reap what he sowed and leave the position empty. Bao Qi is also very suitable. If the people behind you don't help me, then I'll go find them. You can tell them directly. Old Tao smiled bitterly. Yes, I understand. Asking Lu Yin to find Skyhand? Skyhand had a headache. No one wanted Lu Yin to go, as the third master's strength was shocking. Even if they could deal with him, the price would be too great. If this had been in the past, Old Tao wouldn't have been troubled, and Skyhand would have been willing to help Lu Yin find Bao Qi. However, now that news had spread that Lu Yin wanted to compete for Sangtian's position, Skyhand might not be willing. Skyhand wanted to use Lu Yin to deal with the hidden powerhouses because he wanted to eliminate the competitors for Sangtian's position. If they had to compete with Lu Yin in the end, Old Tao could guess what they would think. Not long after, the gliding pole landed in a heavenly city, and Old Tao contacted Skyhand. Bao Qi. Yes, the third master wants to find Bao Qi. He said that he won't make a move until he finds Bao Qi. He originally wanted to find trouble with the dancing butterfly horizon. Let me ask you, does this person want to compete for Sangtian's position? Skyhand's people were apprehensive. Old Tao didn't hesitate. No, the Dayu Villa has violated the rules, and the third master can't leave the villa. He naturally won't compete for Sangtian's position. I'm certain of that. Skyhand paused for a moment. You must remember that you are the fourth Skyhand, not the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa will eventually be destroyed. You can't imagine how powerful Lord Yu Sangtian is. The Dayu Villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and is doomed. If you still want to leave the Dayu Villa, you have to help Skyhand. Old Tao promised, I will definitely side with Skyhand. Don't worry, it wasn't easy for me to climb up. It's good that you know. What about Bao Qi? We will help him find Bao Qi. We will take him to deal with the dancing butterfly horizon first. The call ended. Old Tao was helpless. It seemed that both sides had tacitly acknowledged each other's existence. Otherwise, Skyhand wouldn't have said that last sentence. It was just that they didn't mention it. They were both using each other, and it was just a matter of who would end up using the other. The dancing butterfly horizon was different from Zhen and the carefree elder. Everyone knew that they were still alive and their lives were shocking. The spiritualized universe's 36 filaments were just a path formed by the spiritualized universe's spirit threads. Compared to the entire spiritualized universe, these filaments were still very small. The 36 filaments controlled the spiritualized universe, but they couldn't represent the entire universe. On a barren land, red rain fell from the sky. In the distance, tornadoes connected the sky and the earth. There were black, white, and blue tornadoes. This was a place where ordinary people couldn't survive, but two figures were fighting. Boom, boom. The ground cracked and the sky exploded. A man and a woman fought against each other, and this had been going on for many years. They fought like this without speaking. The ground continued to shatter, but it was constantly restored by the nourishment of the red rain. A long time ago, many people had watched from afar, but after a long time, those people had all left. No one was watching anymore, and their battle seemed to be never-ending. In a corner of the land, there was a paradise that was completely different from the harsh climate of the land. It was filled with pink peach blossoms, and there was a small bridge over flowing water. When they were tired of fighting, they would return to the paradise to rest and then fight again. This cycle repeated itself. When Lu Yin's group arrived, they were still fighting. Lu Yin's group's arrival attracted quite a few people. These people were all staring at Lu Yin, and now they were also looking at the land. That third master's target is the dancing butterfly horizon? He really dares to attack. The dancing butterfly horizon is fine if he's alone, as he can't even compare to Qi Zun and Wu Wei. But when the two of them work together, even Ku Jie's powerhouses fear them. It looks like the third master's target is the Sang Tian's position. Otherwise, why would he attack the dancing butterfly horizon? The dancing butterfly horizon has vowed to fight for the Sang Tian's position. Once the primordial land's position is taken away, they'll have to compete for it. It makes sense for them to attack now. I wonder how this battle will turn out. Lu Yin sat on a pole and watched the battle on the land. It seemed intense, but it was actually very ordinary. How should he put it? There was no technique involved at all. It was more like the two sides were just venting their boredom and playing around. It would be impossible for others to see the dancing butterfly horizon through this battle. However, for those who had not reached Lu Yin's level of vision, the battle at the dancing butterfly horizon was still quite intense. Could even be said to be tragic. Old Tao was dumbfounded. On the land, every move made his heart tremble. He knew that if he stayed on the ground, he wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves. B-Boss, they've been fighting for many years. Although there's no clear victor, they've been fighting each other. But the more they fight, the more they understand each other. Once they work together, their strength will increase exponentially. Are you really going to attack them? Lu Yin stood up and stretched. They're destined opponents. There's no other way. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and appeared on the ground in an instant. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3484. Red rain fell, and the black tornado seemed to have a mind of its own as it swept towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Dancing Butterfly Border, who was still fighting, and slowly said, "I'll give you all some time to rest." The black tornado suddenly dissipated. In the distance, Dancing Butterfly Border stopped and returned to the paradise without a word, each of them returning to their own rooms to recover. Their expressions were serious. That person was very strong. Just now, when that person had stepped into their circle, they had all felt a chill. That chill had clearly told them that they might not be his match if they fought alone. After so many years, were they finally going to work together again after their battle with Baoqi? Lu Yin stood on the piece of land and raised his hand, causing red rain to fall onto his palm. It smelled of metal, but it was also mixed with the smell of dirt. It was a very strange substance, and it was just enough to repair this piece of land that had been destroyed. It was no wonder that Dancing Butterfly Border had chosen this place to fight all year round. Otherwise, with the frequency of their battles, the 36 filaments would not have been able to withstand it. It was normal for one battle to destroy an entire region. Outside the land, many gazes gathered on Lu Yin. Was he really going to fight? This third master was really going to challenge all the experts in the world, and he was not just spouting nonsense. How many battles had he fought since he left the Dayu Villa? Each opponent was stronger than the last, and the battle of wills had shaken the spiritualized universe. Who knew how his battle with Dancing Butterfly Border would turn out? Several days later, Dancing Butterfly Border walked out of the paradise and arrived at the center of the land facing Lu Yin. She was beautiful, and although she could not compare to Palace Empress Yao in terms of talent, there was a stubbornness in her eyes that was as sharp as a blade. Horizon was a handsome man with an elegant demeanor. His gaze was gentle, but hidden beneath his gentle gaze was a high fighting spirit. The two were very compatible, and the more one looked at them, the more compatible they seemed. They were like one person standing together, fusing with each other. "Who are you?" Border asked. Butterfly Border frowned. "What are you talking about? If he's looking for trouble, let's deal with him first." Border said, "You should at least know your opponent's name. His strength is worthy of our respect." "What, is Yu Sang Tian worthy of your respect?" "Xiao Wu, these are two different things. Put away your disgusting personality. An enemy is an enemy. Who cares about his background and strength? If you can deal with him, then do it. If you can't, then run." Tianya said helplessly, "Being impulsive won't get you anywhere." Dia Wu coldly laughed, "Being a coward is even more useless." Lu Yin listened to their conversation and said, "It seems like the two of you want to quarrel. I can wait." Tianya looked at Lu Yin. "I've embarrassed myself in front of you." Dia Wu suddenly charged out and kicked out at Lu Yin. Her movements were swift and decisive, and the void continuously crumbled. This kick contained an enormous amount of power, and it also contained a sequence technique that spread out sequence particles. Luin kicked out as well. Tianya's expression changed. Be careful. Jianghu abruptly retracted her leg and dodged Lu Yin's kick. She flipped over, and her sequence particles converged like a second Jianghu as they pressed down on Lu Yin. At the same time, World Edge attacked from another direction. He held the wooden flute in his hand and spun it. A green shadow flickered as sequence particles gathered at the same time. The two strands of sequence particles condensed and fused together in the void, forming a power that even Lu Yin feared as it crashed down. Ping Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart in an attempt to disperse the energy. But he found that it was not that easy, although it was easier to dispel than the foundation of the sequences. Yes, but it wasn't much easier. This was the method of fusing sequences. Outside the continent, Old Tao sighed. The 38 sequence technique, Annihilation, has a very impressive name, but its power isn't that great. Those who have just reached the sequence law level and have comprehended the Annihilation sequence technique have an advantage, but the greatest disadvantage of this sequence technique is that there's a limit to its power. It's purely destructive power and only destructive power. In a battle at the sequence law level, the further one goes, the more one will be seen through. However, Dancing Butterfly Horizon cultivates the Annihilation sequence technique at the same time, and based on their many years of mutual understanding, they have fused the two sequence techniques together to form a power similar to the foundation of the sequences. This is different. Palace Mistress Yao looked at Old Tao. You seem to know everything. Kai Keqing had noticed as well. Even the Star Toad had noticed, and it gave Old Tao a strange look. This guy's power was mediocre, so how did he know everything? Old Tao coughed. Well, I have a wide circle of friends. On the continent, Lu Yin dodged the sequence technique and the void collapsed where he stood. The sequence technique continuously spread out in all directions, trying to envelop him. Lu Yin could tell that this was a different kind of foundation of the sequences. When Dancing Butterfly Horizon worked together, it was the same as controlling a foundation of the sequences. It was no wonder why they were so powerful. But if that was all, it wouldn't be enough to cause him any trouble. The two had cultivated for many years, and their sequence particles were boundless. Two majestic waves of sequence particles converged like a monster that wreaked havoc towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised a hand and struck out with a palm. Dancing Butterfly Horizon attacked at the same time, and the sequence particles fused together and fiercely pressed down, destroying both of them. Suddenly, the sequence particles became unstable, and they were pulled back by Lu Yin's palm. Impossible. Butterfly Dance was shocked. This person had actually borrowed their sequence particles. Horizon pulled Butterfly Dance back. This person isn't easy to deal with. Be careful. Lu Yin used a chain palm, and although it didn't cause any damage to Dancing Butterfly Horizon, it still broke through their dual annihilation. Outside the continent, many people were shocked. This palm seemed ordinary, but it was extremely stunning. Something like this had never happened before. Was this considered borrowing strength to fight strength? Someone else's sequence particles could be used? Where had this third master learned such a stunning palm technique? Or had he created it himself? Your Excellency's palm technique is astonishing. I'm impressed, Horizon exclaimed. Lu Yin retracted his palm and looked at the two. Your cooperation is equivalent to controlling a foundation of the sequences. I'm impressed as well. Progenitor Chen's chain palm was similar to Ancestor Ku's chain palm. It was like turning something rotten into something miraculous. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Many times, it had allowed Lu Yin to break through desperate situations. However, there was no upper limit to the chain palm. Now, he could borrow sequence particles, and in the future he might even be able to borrow an enemy's intent realm or even stronger strength. It could be said that Ancestor Ku and Progenitor Chen represented the pinnacle of an era. They had opened up two different paths, not just battle techniques. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with us? Horizon asked. This time Butterfly Dance didn't stop them. Lu Yin's strength made her apprehensive, and she had to be careful when dealing with such a person. Many things went with her personality, but there were also many things that suppressed her personality. Lu Yin smiled. Dayu Villa's third master. You can call me seventh bro. Horizon and Butterfly Dance were confused. Dayu Villa? They had never heard of it. They had always been fighting on this continent and didn't know anything about the outside world. Lu Yin said, I want to challenge all the experts in the world and you are one of them. There are no personal grudges, that's all. So that's how it is. You want to challenge all the experts in the world? I admire your courage, but with the two of us working together, even if we win, it's still a victory. If we fight alone, we won't be able to defeat you, Horizon said. Butterfly Dance was dissatisfied. Who says we won't be able to defeat him alone? You're admitting defeat without even fighting. Trash. Horizon was helpless. The two of us can only work together. Alone, we aren't considered the peak of the Spirit Prime realm. It's not like you don't know that. Butterfly Dance sneered. Is that why you don't have any ambition? Horizon was helpless. Luin said, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge is originally a single entity, so I will also see the two of you working together as one entity. Make your move. They've already provoked you to this extent, and you're still not acting? You're not a man. Alright, since you've said so, we won't hold back. Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge. With that, the red rain stopped and was replaced by pink peach blossoms that fell from the sky. It was as beautiful as a fairyland, and even the roaring tornadoes in the distance were dyed in a layer of light. Beneath his feet, a dark green color surged up like a wave rising from the bottom. The pink peach blossoms and the dark green waves covered the sky, and Luin was in the middle. Outside the continent, Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned serious. This was Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge's combination battle technique, and it was also their signature technique. Luin didn't feel anything, but he could tell that this was the power of spiritual force. It turned out that Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge specialized in spiritual force. On the other side, Dancing Butterfly's World's Edge had a serious expression. They had used spiritual force, and the moment the peach blossoms and waves appeared, their spiritual force had already attacked, but this person remained unmoved. This wasn't unexpected, as this person was very strong. Even though he looked like a spirit progenitor, he was definitely a spirit prime. He hadn't used any echelon techniques yet, so it wasn't strange for him to be able to resist this level of spiritual force. Then next, Butterfly Dance took out her zither. Horizon placed his wooden flute horizontally. Third Mistress, be careful. If you can't take it, just admit defeat. With that, the zither and flute resonated together. Butterflies and flowers danced in the sky, and waves surged on the ground. Everything distorted, and the sound traveled out of the continent and into space. When Old Tao heard this, his body trembled. Retreat. Palace Mistress Yao's gaze turned solemn. This spiritual force was very powerful, and she couldn't withstand it even if the two worked together. She could only decide the victor before the two joined forces. Spiritual force and consciousness were two different types of power. One attacked the body while the other attacked the mind. However, the results were similar. Around them, the people who were staring at them also retreated. They felt as if they were witnessing a battle between intents again. Qi Zun Wu Wei's consciousness and Dancing Butterfly's World's spiritual force made it so that they didn't dare to approach. This third mistress had such a terrifying consciousness, so her spiritual force was definitely not strong. No one was strong in both spiritual force and spiritual force. However, consciousness could completely resist spiritual force, so Dancing Butterfly's World didn't know how strong this third mistress consciousness was. Someone's voice traveled to Dancing Butterfly's World's ears. This third mistress has the power to cross the bitter adversity level. Dancing Butterfly shouted and looked up into space. Who is it? Despicable. Horizon frowned and looked at Luin. Sorry, someone warned us that you have the power to cross the bitter adversity level and told us to be careful. Luin laughed. It doesn't matter. Whether you care or not has nothing to do with us, but we won't do such a despicable thing. Horizon's expression was serious as he stared at Luin. We'll take one of your consciousness attacks. Dancing Butterfly snorted but didn't object. She urged, hurry up. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3485. Luin looked at them in surprise. Is there a need? World's Edge nodded. We've lived honorable lives and have never done anything despicable. If we didn't know about your consciousness beforehand, it would have been enough to attack us once. Even if we took the hit, it would have been an advantage. Even if we won, it wouldn't have been glorious. Luin clasped his hands behind his back. You're overthinking things. I never planned on using my consciousness. Are you looking down on us? Diawu's gaze turned cold. Luin shrugged. I admire your personalities, but your strength isn't enough for me to use my consciousness. Diawu laughed coldly. World's Edge, we've been underestimated. We've really been underestimated. World's Edge sighed. How many years has it been since we last met? To think that such a peerless figure has appeared among the younger generation. Third head, you're very arrogant. Luin shook his head. I'm not arrogant. You haven't seen true arrogance yet. Since that's the case, we won't be polite. World's Edge was also angered. Although he had a good temper, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. Lu Yin's arrogant words had infuriated him several times. The flute continued to grow louder and the zither music became clearer. Listening to the flute, Lu Yin felt as if he could see Mr. Mu. Master, are you alright? Although they hadn't been apart for long, he didn't know if he could return alive. Closing his eyes, Lu Yin listened quietly. These two were worthy of respect. Spiritual force rained down on Lu Yin like a storm. Outside the continent, everyone retreated again and again. This spiritual force had formed a huge monster, and the moment they heard the zither and flute, their entire body would be affected. They didn't dare to approach. Only Lu Yin stood there with his hands behind his back and his eyes closed, not moving at all. No matter how intense the zither and flute combination was, or how violent the spiritual force was, it couldn't shake Lu Yin. World's Edge was shocked. How could this be? This person had the consciousness of someone who had crossed the bitter adversity level. Could it be that he had also cultivated spiritual force to the same level? There shouldn't be such a person. Lu Yin had never slacked off on his spiritual force cultivation. Although he hadn't reached the spirit prime level or even crossed the bitter adversity level, with the support of the primogenitor's scripture, even ancestor she couldn't shake him. The ancestor of the ancient era was the light Civ sword heaven, and his light Civ sword chi had once forced the Lu clan to bow their heads. As a result, Patriarch Lu Yuan had no choice but to beg the ancestor for the ancestor's scripture to make up for the Lu clan's lack of essence, chi, and spirit. Not only did he possess the primogenitor's scripture, but he had also cultivated the true God's freedom technique. This technique was also related to spiritual force, and it had caused Lu Yin's spiritual force to transform. He didn't even know when it had happened. He might not be able to reach the power of the Qing Luo sword heaven like the ancestor of the past, but withstanding that kind of power was not a problem. The dancing butterfly World's Edge was also a spiritual prime, and their spiritual force was close to the ancestors. Their combined spiritual force battle technique surpassed the ancestors' light gauze sword technique, but it was still unable to shake Lu Yin. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella Euro? Peanut most, Lu Yin's face paled a little. The zither and flute ensemble stopped. The peach blossoms and waves dissipated. Tianya said helplessly, "It's useless." Diawu was shocked. How could there be such a person in this world? He had the power of a Ku adversity level consciousness, and at the same time his spiritual force was not inferior to theirs. How did this person cultivate? No one could figure it out. Old Tao also couldn't figure it out. Palace Mistress Yao was even more confused. This third master actually had such a powerful spiritual energy? Lu Yin opened his eyes. It's over? World's Edge praised, "Your strength is admirable." Lu Yin looked at the two. "If that's all, then you've disappointed me." This time, Diawu and World's Edge did not get angry. Lu Yin had the right to be arrogant. "Why didn't you take the initiative to attack?" Lu Yin said, "If I did, it would have ended." "If you weren't so arrogant, would you still be able to speak?" Diawu said unhappily. Lu Yin didn't believe that these two were so weak. Indeed, their combined dancing butterfly World's Edge was very strong. Although he hadn't been shaken, he had still used all his strength to block it. However, in terms of threat, they were still inferior to the carefree old man. However, this was only in Lu Yin's eyes. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yin was a true monster. He could defeat Zhen and the carefree old man, which was not surprising. However, his ability to ignore Dancing Butterfly World's Edge's spiritual force battle technique was shocking. It was just like how he could ignore Wu Wei's consciousness. Dancing Butterfly World's Edge was weak? Of course not. Once the spiritual force battle technique was used, how many people in this spiritualized universe could withstand it? Back then, Bao Qi had only been able to defeat Dancing Butterfly World's Edge after waiting for the cauldron bell. Now Lu Yin was just standing there, unmoving like a mountain. He didn't even care about the spiritual force battle technique. If this wasn't a monster, then what was? Old Tao sighed. Perhaps Master is the strongest person in the Dayu Villa. He's too strong. He can't even ignore Dancing Butterfly World's Edge. Palace Mistress Yao sighed. He perfectly countered Dancing Butterfly World's Edge. She had expected a bitter battle, but Dancing Butterfly World's Edge's strength was completely ineffective against Lu Yin. On the ground, Lu Yin looked at the two. "Arrogance is all because of you. I have the guts to challenge all the experts in the world. If I didn't have this arrogance, how would I be able to support myself?" World's Edge nodded. Yes, you have the right to be arrogant, but we won't be completely trampled by you. He then raised his hand and the wooden flute spun in his hand. This is called World and it's my spiritual weapon. Look closely. World's Edge stomped on the ground and the wooden flute spun. He instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. Thunder, World. Rumble, thunder exploded, but it did not come from outer space. It did not come from the ground but from Lu Yin's heart. The explosion caused Lu Yin's eyes to go slack. He stood in place and allowed World's wooden flute to pierce his heart. It brought his body into the distance, tearing through the void. No one had expected such a shocking turn of events. Old Tao and the others had just lamented that Lu Yin was a monster, but in the blink of an eye, Lu Yin had been struck, and it seemed like he could not retaliate. On the ground, Lu Yin's body had been pierced by the wooden flute, and he was being pushed underground. The jade-green wooden flute flowed with green light. It was full of vitality, but the pressure made it difficult for Lu Yin to breathe. The pressure spread from his heart to his entire body, and he lost all strength at that moment. Thunder continued to bombard his heart. No one else could hear it, but his ears, eyes, and nose were all bleeding. He stared blankly at World's Edge, which was just inches away. There was a thump, and the ground was pierced through. Lu Yin emerged from beneath the ground and fell into outer space. World's Edge also appeared in outer space, panting heavily as he looked down. He watched Lu Yin's body float. You're the first person to make us use this move. It was originally reserved for him. Dancing Butterfly World's Edge is not that weak. No one could understand what had just happened. Lu Yin stood in place and allowed World's Edge to pierce through the ground. What happened to him? Outside the ground, those who had been watching Lu Yin were stunned for a moment, and their eyes were filled with shock. Something huge had just happened. Could the third manager have died? Beside the wooden flute, the Startoad's mouth fell open. Lu Yin was dead? Dead. Its eyes gradually lit up. Could escape. Ah. Could escape. That guy was dead. Wait, is he dead? The Startoad was cautious as it did not want to be targeted by Lu Yin. Even if this was the spiritualized universe, it had no confidence in escaping if Lu Yin chased after it. This guy wouldn't die so easily. It had to be cautious. Old Tao was stunned as he looked down at the ground. How could the invincible third manager end up like this? Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kai Ching were stunned. Su Wang and Li Shou looked at each other, equally stunned. They did not speak, but that did not mean that they were stupid. On the contrary, they were very smart. Otherwise, they would not have been subdued by Lu Yin. Now that they had seen this scene, they were both stunned. They had never imagined that this would happen. The twist was too great. Lu Yin quietly floated in outer space. What had just happened? Thunderheart? It had dazed him for a moment. It was even more direct than the Wang family's meditative forgetfulness technique and Old Man Wang Yu's intent realm battle technique. World's Edge was not very fast, but it was only for a moment that Lu Yin fell into a daze. He had been struck by World's Edge and he had been sent flying out of the ground. At the same time, his mind had been in a daze. A spiritual essence battle technique. It was definitely a spiritual essence battle technique as well. This was Dancing Butterfly World's Edge's most powerful combination attack. That thunder had not come from World's Edge but from Jianghu. Powerful. Zhen, Old Man Wang Yu and Dancing Butterfly World's Edge all had their own trump cards. Many people approached from all directions searching for Lu Yin. On land, Jianghu was half squatting on the ground, her face pale. Lu Yin's guess had been correct. Thunderheart had come from her, and it was her spiritual innate gift. Thunderheart was very powerful, but she would normally only use it once. However, she had used it repeatedly to deal with Lu Yin, and even she could not withstand it. World's Edge helped her up. Powerful, right? Jianghu was proud despite her pale face. World's Edge forced a smile. Yes. Can you help? Jianghu asked expectantly. World's Edge stared at her blankly, not replying. Jianghu grew anxious. I'm asking you if you can help. World's Edge's eyes dimmed. Little Wu, some people are destined to be monsters. Red rain fell once more, and the air distorted as a figure slowly walked out from the ground. Jianghu looked over and her face paled as her body swayed. World's Edge hurriedly hugged her. Her soft body was in his embrace, and there was still the fragrance of peach blossoms. However, he did not have the time to appreciate this beauty. He's a monster, Jianghu muttered to herself as she stared blankly at Lu Yin walking over. World's Edge was bitter. If he's like this, then that person is even more of a monster. Outside the land, those searching for Lu Yin stopped and sighed deeply. He wasn't dead, he really wasn't dead. They were not surprised at all. This third master was unfathomable, and his strength was shocking. In particular, the battle of wills was unfathomable. World's Edge was very powerful, and he had used some unknown technique to beat the third master to the point where he could not even retaliate. However, that was all he could do. So what if he could not retaliate? He would not retaliate since he could not be injured. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the rest heaved sighs of relief. At first they had been captured by Lu Yin, but as time passed, they had been tied up in the Dayu Villa and could not leave. If the Dayu Villa collapsed, they would be in trouble as well, and the entire spiritualized universe would not be able to contain them. Seeing that Lu Yin was completely unharmed, they once again understood their situation. Star Toad could not help but cover his eyes. As expected, being cautious. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3486. On the ground, the red rain grew colder and colder. Lu Yin calmly approached Dancing Butterfly's horizon. That move from before had truly stunned him. None of these hidden powerhouses were simple, and he had always been on guard. However, some moves could not be dealt with just by being cautious. Carefree Elder's Carefree and Dancing Butterfly's Thunderous World were both examples. Lu Yin had arrogantly declared that he would challenge the world's experts, and this was not an easy step to take. The mad dog Bao Qi had spoken of was truly a mad dog, and it was very difficult to deal with him. It was not without reason that Skyhand wanted to use him to deal with these people. Once Sang Tian's position became vacant again, these people would all take action, and even Lu Yin might not be able to succeed. Lu Yin walked over to Dancing Butterfly's horizon and looked them in the eye. It looks like you're done. Diawu looked away, her eyes lifeless. Horizon sighed, we've lost. You can do whatever you want with us. He was very clear that Lu Yin had not come here just to challenge the world's experts. Outsiders were most familiar with their battle with Bao Qi over Sang Tian's position. This person was so strong, and his goal was likely to be Sang Tian's as well. How could Lu Yin be at ease if he did not deal with them? Normally, Lu Yin should have thrown them into Hell's general appointment platform to increase his karma. However, he found it difficult to feel any ill will towards these two. They were straightforward and upright, and he had never heard of them committing any evil deeds. They were completely different from Carefree Elder. Zhen was a true cultivator who killed decisively. Lu Yin had no qualms about throwing him into Hell's general appointment platform. This was the law of survival. Carefree Elder had committed too many evil deeds, and killing him was not enough to vent his anger. Only Dancing Butterfly's horizon did not seem like a pure cultivator. Her magnanimity and uprightness made it difficult for Lu Yin to deal with her. Lu Yin looked at them for a while. Give me a guarantee. Horizon looked at Lu Yin. Speak. You won't fight with me for Sang Tian's position. Horizon's eyes flashed. Was it really because of Sang Tian's position? He was about to agree. Diawu refused. We will definitely fight for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin frowned. I can kill you right now to prevent future troubles. Diawu was stubborn, and Lu Yin had seen her stubbornness the first time. It doesn't matter. If you don't kill us, we'll definitely fight for Sang Tian's position. Tianya advised, just don't fight with him. At most, you can fight for the next Sang Tian position. Diawu angrily rebuked, next time, forever next time. These people are all monsters, but can you guarantee that there won't be even stronger monsters next time? What if he lost this time? Would he still not compete with him next time? Or not to compete with him next time? How long can we live? We are not in the eternal life realm. We can't live that long. Tianya was helpless. He wanted to say something but he didn't. Third head, I'm sorry but we can't agree. We must obtain Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin was puzzled. You want Sang Tian's position so badly? Why did Bao Qi withdraw from the battle? I heard that there was a conflict between you two. Otherwise, Bao Qi might not have been able to succeed Sang Tian. Diawu mocked. You believe that? If you Sang Tian hadn't interfered, why would we have pretended to be conflicted and withdraw? Bao Qi is Yu Sang Tian's dog. Tianya looked at Lu Yin. The Imperial Mulberry Sky is becoming more and more intent on controlling the spiritualized universe. The 7 Mulberry Skies can actually keep the Imperial Mulberry Sky in check, but the Imperial Mulberry Sky is constantly scheming, and Bao Qi is one of them. Yu Sang Tian has already decided on him, and Palace Mistress Yao, the strongest person under Sang Tian, is also Yu Sang Tian. We were unwilling and wanted to fight for it. If we had dealt with Bao Qi from the start, Yu Sang Tian wouldn't have been able to interfere. Unfortunately, we realized it too late. The people in powers fighting for Xianxia's position only realized this at the end. We could only withdraw. The 7 powers allowed Yu Xianxian to do this? Lu Yin didn't understand. Before coming to the spiritualized universe, he had believed that Yu Xianxian controlled it and could decide everything with a single word. But after coming here, he realized that this wasn't the case. Yu Xianxian was very powerful and controlled the spiritualized universe, but there were still the 7 powers and the 7 Xianxians in the dark. The Wisdom Sky region wouldn't be controlled by Yu Xianxian, and the Gate of Arts secretly transmitted information to the Dayu Manor. The spiritualized universe wasn't what Lu Yin had imagined. If Yu Xianxian could easily decide Xianxian's position, then it would contradict what Lu Yin had seen. Tianya said, "So what if they aren't willing? The competition for Xianxian's position is fair. Us independent cultivators will be stopped by Yu Xianxian's interference, but the other powers won't." Bao Qi fought to the end, and with the help of the Cauldron Bell, he has the qualifications to become Xianxian's successor. Palace Mistress Yao's status as the strongest person under Xianxian isn't completely correct, but Yu Xianxian definitely has a way to make up for her lack of strength and allow her to truly reach Xianxian's level. Yu Xianxian didn't break any rules, and the person who becomes Xianxian does indeed have the corresponding strength. This wasn't bad. Louis knew how strong Bao Qi was. With the help of the Cauldron Bell, his strength was definitely comparable to Yi Xianxian's, and he could step into the bitter adversity realm at any time. The crazy headmaster's secular path allowed him to easily step into the bitter adversity realm. Looking at it this way, Yu Xianxian really didn't break any rules. In the past, Yu withdrew from the competition for Xianxian's position because of Yu Xianxian's interference. What about in the future? Who can guarantee that Yu Xianxian won't interfere again? You said it yourselves, Yu Xianxian is scheming, Luin said. Diawu looked up. Let's see his scheme and deal with him first. The next most likely contender for Xianxian's position is definitely Palace Mistress Yao. Let's deal with her first so that Yu Xianxian won't have time to interfere. Luin laughed. Palace Mistress Yao? Wrong, she isn't part of Yu Xianxian's scheme. Impossible, Diawu denied. Tianya and Luin looked at each other. Why do you say that? Luin waved at the sky. Diawu and Tianya looked over, and a figure quickly appeared in front of them. When they saw who it was, the two were stunned. Palace Mistress Yao? Who didn't know of Palace Mistress Yao's name? Her appearance had long since spread, causing countless people to fall in love with her. Diawu and Tianya naturally recognized Palace Mistress Yao. Palace Mistress Yao didn't understand why Lu Yin had called her over, so she quietly stood behind him. Tianya was confused. Who are you and Palace Mistress Yao? Lu Yin's lips curled up. She's a chess piece abandoned by Yu Xianxian. And I picked up this chess piece. Palace Mistress Yao's expression was calm. Lu Yin's words were insulting, but they were also the truth. Diawu and Tianya looked at each other and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. From what they knew, Palace Mistress Yao would be the first to be dealt with in the next competition for Xianxian's position, and they wouldn't leave her until the end. They hadn't expected her to be abandoned by Yu Xianxian. How could this be? They didn't know how to react. Lu Yin shook his head. Sometimes it's good to look at the outside world. Palace Mistress Yao isn't your target anymore, so do you know who else is Yu Xianxian's scheme? Diawu and Tianya's eyes were filled with confusion. They didn't know either. Not long after, in Xanadu, flowing water flowed beneath their feet. Diawu brewed tea with flower petals. Lu Yin reminisced about Zhao Ran. He might never be able to drink that girl's tea again. Tianya sat across from Lu Yin and said apologetically, "No matter what, we must obtain Xianxian's position. Whether it's you or anyone else, we won't give up even if we die. If you don't trust us, you can end us here and bury us in this peach garden." Diawu was calm as if death didn't matter to them. Lu Yin didn't want to kill them, and he hadn't from the start. "I can choose not to kill you, but I can suppress you somewhere so that you won't be able to move," Lu Yin said. Diawu looked at the peach blossoms in the distance and didn't mind. Tianya smiled. "That's not bad, but can you allow us to bring 2 peach blossoms with us?" Lu Yin stared at Tianya. "Is Xianxian's position that important to you? No matter how I look at it, you don't seem like people who seek power." Tianya smiled and took a sip of tea. "We don't care about Xianxian's position, but we care about the possibility of seeing it on the day of the sacrifice spirits. Legend has it that Yu Xianxian leads 7 Xianxian sacrifice spirits. Is there a chance of seeing something different?" Lu Yin asked. Tianya nodded. "Is that scene very important to you?" Lu Yin didn't understand. That seems to be just a legend, and no details about it have ever been leaked. That's right. Xianxia thought about it for a moment before continuing. We don't know what this scene represents, but we want to see if there's a possibility. Jianghu retracted her gaze and coldly glanced at Xianxia. Nonsense. Lu Yin looked at Jianghu. Jianghu met Lu Yin's gaze and coldly said, seeing the scene is just one reason. Since ancient times, so many xianxians have never seen one, and we don't have any hope. What we want the most is to get close to xianxian and kill him. Lu Yin was stunned. Kill xianxian? Jianghu proudly replied, that's right. Kill him, and if we fail, we'll mess up this spiritual universe. It's best if we mess up the unified cultivation model. The messier the better. Lu Yin blinked. Wasn't that the same as him? What? Xianxia laughed and shook his head. We've made a fool of ourselves. With our strength, isn't it laughable to say that we want to kill xianxian? Jianghu wanted to retort, but when she thought about the battle from before, she deflated. Xianxia looked at her. I already said that the time wasn't right and we weren't strong enough. You didn't believe me and fought with me for so many years. If I hadn't held you back, you would have already died at xianxian's hands. Jianghu glared at him. Shut up. Xianxia fell silent. If not for the fact that he knew that they weren't aware of the outside world, Lu Yin would have thought that they were pandering to him. This was too much of a coincidence. These two had the same goal as him. He curiously asked, why do you want to kill xianxian? Xianxia replied, since things have already gotten to this point, there's no harm in telling you. After all, our lives are in your hands. Jianghu and I are husband and wife, but we're also fellow apprentices. Our master is Elder Xianxia, who is also Jianghu's grandfather. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3487. Old Man Beneath the Stars? Lu Yin seemed to have heard of him before. Old Tao had mentioned him on the way to Sun City. It seems that you don't know much about Old Man Beneath the Stars. That's right, you're still young, so it's normal that you don't know much about him. But if you've been to Ring Sun City, you might have heard of the legend of Old Man Beneath the Stars. Old Man Beneath the Stars once left a water tower in Ring Sun City, which once surpassed xianxian. But with his death, the water tower was forcefully dispersed. He was of the same generation as xianxian, and they both became Sky Xianxian at the same time. At the same time, they both saw a miraculous scene on the day of sacrifice. But he was killed by xianxian. Jianghu clenched her fists, her eyes bloodshot. My grandfather is xianxian. Back then xianxian couldn't compare to my grandfather at all. Xianxian's position originally belonged to my grandfather, but xianxian ambushed my grandfather in the name of exchanging pointers, killing him and erasing his legend. No one in the spiritualized universe mentions Old Man Beneath the Stars because of xianxian. I want to get rid of xianxian and take revenge for my grandfather. Xianxia nodded. Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and xianxian killed him. We must take revenge, but after so many years, I know how strong xianxian is. He's far beyond our reach. Jianghu and I aren't strong enough to kill xianxian, far from it. Jianghu was impulsive and wanted to kill her way to beyond the stars, but she couldn't do it alone. We can only become stronger if we work together, but I don't want to die for nothing. This is why we've been fighting for so many years. We had an agreement to become xianxian and get close to him. That's the only way to kill him, and the opportunity lies in Thunderous World. Jianghu despaired, but this move can't even hurt you, let alone xianxian. Lu Yin agreed, you can't hurt him. He can kill you with a single slap. Xianxia was helpless. The truth was just too unpleasant to listen to. Jianghu clenched her fists. Heavenly lightning is our only chance at killing xianxian. If we can't even use it, I really don't know what to do. Xianxia said bitterly, if we cultivate, we won't be able to live longer than xianxian. Xianxian has a very high chance of attaining eternal life. Back then, xianxian sent experts to invade the Tianyuan cosmos, hoping to achieve eternal life by rebooting the Tianyuan cosmos. We wanted to destroy it back then, but we were powerless. We can't even ruin his plan and we still want to kill him? How laughable. Jianghu was unwilling. Even if that's the case, we have to get close to him first. We have to get Xianxian's position. Xianxia placed his hand on Jianghu's. Daiwu's body trembled, but she didn't push him away and allowed him to hold her. For so many years Xianxia had allowed her to be capricious and fought with her until now. She felt guilty and her heart ached for him. This man could be famous throughout the universe. Whether it was in the 36 domains or the heavens beyond, he could be a top-notch master. But he had accompanied her to bear this hatred. He had long since repaid the favor of her grandfather's teachings, and he had only stayed here for her. Luin took a sip of tea. Everyone had their own story, but Dancing Butterfly's story coincided with his goal. As he thought about it, a karmic spiral appeared at his fingertip and pierced through Dancing Butterfly's horizon. Dancing Butterfly's horizon sensed something. They couldn't see the karmic spiral, but they felt as if something was about to attack them. Just like Mr. Lee, they couldn't see it, but they could feel it. However, they couldn't avoid it. Mr. Lee was a powerhouse who had undergone bitter adversity, so he could avoid it. When the karmic spiral pierced through them, the feeling became even clearer. Dancing Butterfly's horizon closed his eyes and didn't resist, as he couldn't. They didn't know what Luin had done to them. Death or suppression. It didn't matter. This was the path they had chosen. There was no hatred or resentment, only unwillingness. The karmic spiral continued to pierce through Dancing Butterfly's horizon, and Luin could see the karmic threads in the past. He couldn't see everything clearly, as this was different from the Dai's possession. However, he could use the karmic threads to sort out the relationship. At the very least, he could be sure that Dancing Butterfly's horizon hadn't lied to him. They truly didn't know about the Dayu Villa, and they didn't know that he was the third master. They truly did want to kill Xianxia. Of these two, one was loyal while the other was stubborn. The stubborn one was still rational and didn't kill his way to outer sky alone. He had to hold the other one back. Otherwise, the two would have died long ago. These two were connected by a thread. No matter how one wanted to go in another direction, he had to drag the other along while the other desperately retreated. Interesting. Speaking of which, what you want to do is the same as me, Luin said as he took a sip of tea. Dancing Butterfly's horizon looked at Luin, not understanding what he meant. Luin smiled. Let's go out and take a look. Come back and talk to me. Dancing Butterfly's horizon and Mr. Lee looked at each other, even more confused. You want to let us go? Luin said, you'll come back. The two stood up. If they could avoid death, neither of them wanted to die. What do you mean? Dancing Butterfly couldn't help but ask. Luin didn't say anything and just sat there calmly, sipping his tea. Horizon pulled Dancing Butterfly away and left the continent. After they left, Luin looked at the peach garden. The scenery was pretty good, and it was a stark contrast to the desolate land in the distance. Old Tao and the others came over. Boss, are you injured? Startoad stared at Luin. Luin replied, I'm fine. Sit, the tea here is pretty good. Maid, pour some tea. Palace Mistress Yao was very obedient and poured tea for them. Only then did Luin look into the distance. He hadn't expected Dancing Butterfly's horizon to have such a paradise here. The outside world had always said that Dancing Butterfly's horizon was a place where they would fight to the death, but this was also their life. Luin stayed in the peach garden and thought about Thunderclap World. He couldn't block it in an instant, so would Xianxia be able to block it? This move definitely wouldn't be able to injure Xianxia, but if it could stun Xianxia, then the primogenitor might be able to heavily injure him. The most terrifying thing about Xianxia wasn't his strength, but his inability to see through it. No one knew his true strength. Outside the continent, the group of people watching Luin were confused when they saw Dancing Butterfly's horizon leave. Had the third boss personality changed? He hadn't captured Dancing Butterfly's horizon? They wanted to ask Dancing Butterfly what had happened, but they didn't have the courage to do so. Dancing Butterfly's horizon had lost to Luin, but he wasn't someone these people could provoke. Even the 7 major powers didn't dare to casually provoke Dancing Butterfly's horizon. They were all spirit primes, and if they worked together they could rival Xianxia. A few days later, Luin was still drinking tea in the peach garden as Palace Mistress Yao waited on him respectfully. Dancing Butterfly's horizon had returned. Palace Mistress Yao and the others had left. Luin put down his teacup and looked over. You're faster than I expected. Dancing Butterfly's horizon looked at Luin strangely. They had specifically asked around about this person over the past few days, and only now did they understand who they had fought. How could such a person appear in this spiritualized universe? Dayu Villa was known for breaking the rules and provoking beyond heaven. This third boss was even more ruthless, saying that he would carve words outside the palace. This wasn't just a matter of provoking beyond heaven and Xianxia. He was clearly rebelling against the spiritualized universe. This person was much more ruthless than them. You're really rebelling against the spiritualized universe? Diawu asked in a daze. Luin smiled. Yes, together? What? Horizon felt a sense of danger. This person's goal was the same as theirs, but they couldn't tell who this person was or what his status was. There were many rumors in the outside world, but there was one that they were almost certain was true. This person was from the Xuanhuan universe. Dayu Villa was from the Xuanhuan universe, and the first boss was Primal Origin. However, even Primal Origin might not be able to surpass this person in terms of strength. This person was definitely on the same level as Xianxia. They had asked around on the first day they had left, and because of their misgivings, they had continued to ask around and discuss. In the end, Jianghu had confirmed that they had returned. This was a chance to deal with Xianxia. They couldn't deal with Xianxia by themselves. Lu Yin was certain that they would return because of Jianghu. Jianghu had a stubborn personality, and she had wanted to drag Horizon to beyond heaven for so many years. She wouldn't give up on such an opportunity. If it was just Horizon, Lu Yin wouldn't be so sure. This person was actually very rational. The more he was like Lu Yin, the more he didn't want to interact with him because he didn't understand him. Lu Yin poured some tea for them. I'm from the Xuanhuan universe. The two weren't surprised. The Xuanhuan universe is about to be reactivated. I knew about it so I came, Lu Yin said directly. Horizon asked, you want to overturn the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin laughed, you can say that but it's not that exaggerated. As long as we deal with Xianxia, the spiritualized universe won't be a threat to the Xuanhuan universe. Your spiritualized universe has looked down on the Xuanhuan universe for so many years, believing that Primal Origin had already set things up and that any random person would be able to invade and reactivate the Xuanhuan universe. In reality, the Xuanhuan universe is stronger than you think. Horizon sighed, from your strength we can see that. Jianghu's eyes lit up, we don't have any thoughts of reactivating the Xuanhuan universe. Eternal life is too illusory. I just want to kill Xianxia. Can you do that? Lu Yin looked up at her, it'll be difficult. Jianghu didn't refute him as it was indeed difficult. Xianxia's strength is unknown, and that's the most difficult part. If we can see through him then it'll be possible. Lu Yin put down his teacup. You can forget about Xianxia's position. You won't be able to do it with your strength. After all, you'll need to work together. I'll fight for Xianxia's position and get close to him to test his strength. This time, Jianghu didn't retort. Everyone had the same goal, and Lu Yin was more suitable than them to test Xianxia's strength, especially since they didn't even know how strong Lu Yin was. To them, Lu Yin and Xianxia were both monsters. If one monster went looking for trouble with another, why not? The two stood up and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Even if dealing with Xianxia was part of your plan, we from Dancing Butterfly World will remember this favor. Please accept our bow. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3488. Lu Yin did not stop them as Diawu Tian and Tianyo were not bowing to him, but rather to Xianxia. It did not matter if the person standing here was Lu Yin or someone else. Even if it was the Dayu Villa's archenemy, they would still bow. Third Master, does the Dayu Villa still welcome us? Diawu asked. Tianya glanced at Diawu, as he had not expected her to want to join the Dayu Villa. Joining the Dayu Villa and dealing with Xianxia seemed the same, but they were actually different. Xianxia could not represent the entire spiritualized universe. Even if they dealt with him, someone else could still replace him and they would only be his enemies. However, joining the Dayu Villa was different. The Dayu Villa represented the Xuanhuan universe, and once they joined they would become enemies with the entire spiritualized universe. Even if they dealt with Xianxia in the end, the spiritualized universe would not tolerate them. These were two different concepts. However, Tianya did not stop her. Diawu's personality was just like that. She might seem rash but she had her own thoughts. Otherwise she would not have forced him to kill his way to heaven beyond heaven with her. She might seem rash, but beneath her impulsiveness hid her intelligence. Lu Yin looked at Diawu. You want to join the Dayu Villa? Diawu nodded. Lu Yin continued, the Dayu Villa welcomes you but are you sure? Diawu's expression was serious. I won't regret it. Tianya added, I won't regret it. Lu Yin nodded and smiled. All right. Actually, the Xuanhuan universe has no intention of destroying the three universes. Anyone can join the Dayu Villa, and we only care about good and evil. We don't care about your past. We welcome you. It's not just us. Diawu continued, after so many years, even if we did not actively learn about the outside world, we still came into contact with some people and made some friends. Those people have similar experiences to us, and most of them are not tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Can they join the Dayu Villa? Luin smiled. The Dayu Villa's rule is that we only care about good and evil, and we don't care about your past. As long as you can guarantee this, you can join. Not long after, Diawu and Xianxia left. They looked back at the mainland. After this farewell, their lives had changed once again. The last time they had changed their lives was when Elder Beneath the Stars had died, and they had spent the rest of their lives in hatred. This time they were waiting for revenge. Why should we join the Dayu Villa? Diawu calmly asked, do you think this person is telling the truth? This is what we confirmed in the outside world. If it was fake, we wouldn't have returned, World's Edge said. Diawu looked at him. Do you still not understand grandfather's death? The universe is very cruel. One moment you can be close friends, but the next moment, life and death can be determined. He represented the Xuanhuan universe, established the Great Yu Mountain Manor, and provoked the realm beyond heaven. He seems to be at odds with Yusang Heaven, but what if Yusang Heaven gives up on restarting the Xuanhuan universe? Xianxia withdrew his gaze and sighed. What if this person also wants to step into the eternal realm through rebooting the universe? The eternal life realm is every cultivator's dream. Once they step into it, they will be free from life and death. How could they care about the rise and fall of the universe's creatures? He can definitely create another Xuanhuan universe. Xianxia, you're too naive about the world of cultivation. The more they can deal with Yusang Tian, the more likely they are to cooperate with Yusang Tian. Such people are monsters in the universe, the world of cultivation, and even humans. Because this is the chessboard of these monsters. They can do whatever they want. Xianxia couldn't help but ask, what does this have to do with you joining the Dayu Manor? Will you be able to stop them if you join them? Diawu's gaze was resolute. At least I'll be close enough to see it clearly. On the mainland, within the Peach Garden, Lu Yin had not expected Diawu to join the Dayu Manor. He could see that Diawu was wary of him. It seemed like she had taken the initiative to join the Dayu Manor, but it was precisely because of this that she did not trust him. Xianxia was not blinded by hatred, and he had his own way of looking at the world. Diawu was blinded by hatred, but she was not stupid. These two people joining the Dayu Manor had increased its strength, and it did not matter how they viewed the Dayu Manor or Lu Yin. Their joining the Dayu Manor also meant that the spiritualized universe had lost 2 experts. Congratulations, Master. The Dayu Manor has gained 2 more experts, Old Tao congratulated. Lu Yin's expression was calm. You're also the second in command of the Dayu Manor. Congratulate yourself. The title of second in command disgusted Old Tao. He did not enjoy the benefits of being the second in command, but he had to bear the infamy of being the second in command. It would be fine if the Dayu Manor could persevere, but if it could not, he would definitely be one of the unluckiest people. Next, Lu Yin said. Old Tao's body trembled. Master, you're still looking for experts? Lu Yin naturally replied, there are so many experts here. If they all listen to Yusang Tian and cause trouble for me, the Dayu Manor might not be able to hold on. Now that we have a chance to deal with them one by one, it's much more convenient. Old Tao hesitated. Lu Yin looked at him. What's wrong? Old Tao replied, there have indeed been a few remaining experts since ancient times. Some are waiting for death in the Gate of Techniques, choosing to make their final contributions to the Sequence Foundation. Others have gone into hiding and are unwilling to contribute their strength, but they are also waiting for death. There are also some who want to fight for Sang Tian's position. No matter how long it has been since ancient times, there is a limit to the number of remaining experts. We've already dealt with Zhen, Daylily, and Dancing Butterfly. I believe that there shouldn't be any more experts left to fight for Sang Tian's position. Even if there are, they're hidden within the various great powers, especially the 7 great powers. For example, Heaven's Hand has such existences, so it doesn't matter if we look for them in the outside world. Lu Yin stared at him. You've said a lot. What? Is the next one hard to deal with? Old Tao looked at Lu Yin and muttered, the Plain Master's path. Plain Master Dao? Palace Master Yao and Kai Keqing were surprised. Lu Yin raised an eyebrow, looks like he's a big shot. Why are you looking for Master Su Dao? Palace Master Yao was puzzled. Old Tao smiled bitterly. This is the name list given by the Heavenly Hand. The Heavenly Hand hopes to borrow the 3rd leader's hand to eliminate some experts who are competing for the position of Sang Tian. The first few people are all like this. This Su Sherdao is the last person on the list. Plain Master Dao doesn't fight for the position of Sang Tian. Palace Master Yao said. Lu Yin frowned. Not competing for Sang Tian's position. Old Tao nodded his head. That's why I advised the head not to look for him. The Plain Master sect will not fight for Xianxia's position. The reason why Heaven Hand placed the Plain Master sect last on the list is definitely because he wants to use the Plain Master sect to deal with the head. Because the Plain Master sect will not fight for Xianxia's position, the head might fight for it instead. When Heaven's Hand kills people, other than assassination, there are also schemes. This is a scheme. Lu Yin did not care about what Skyhand thought. There were enemies everywhere in the spiritualized universe, and it was normal for others to scheme against him. However, he was more interested in this Master Su Dao. Tian Shou actually has the confidence to borrow Su Shi. Were they not afraid that Lu Yin would seek trouble with Heaven's Hand if the Plain Master sect was defeated? Clearly they were very confident in the Master Su Dao. Who is this Master Su Dao? Old Tao's expression was stern. An old monster from the bitter adversity. Lu Yin was not surprised. Whether it was the primordial realm or the bitter adversity, they were all the same. The difference in battle prowess was not based on these two factors. Of course, when some people reached the bitter adversity level, their strength would increase greatly, but that would be because they had comprehended something at that level and not because they had broken through. The people he had dealt with before were all primordial realm experts, who could only be said to be qualified to fight for Xianxia's position. The ones who could truly secure Xianxia's position were the bitter adversity experts. How was it possible for an expert who had not reached the bitter adversity level to fight for Xianxia's position? These experts might be hidden in the 7 great organizations. There were already quite a few experts in the outside world, and they were all independent cultivators. 2 years ago, Meng Xiangtian won the competition for Xianxia's position. That time, the Plain Master sect also took action and fought with Meng Xiangtian. If not for their bad luck, Meng Xiangtian would have lost. Many people say that the Plain Master sect does not lack strength, but rather luck. They are truly comparable to Xiangtian, and they might even surpass Meng Xiangtian and Bao Qi. However, after that battle, the Plain Master sect announced that they would no longer compete for Xiangtian's position. As a result, they did not take action during Bao Qi's battle for Xiangtian's position. Otherwise they would have replaced Bao Qi and become Xiangtian. This is a true expert on the same level as Xiangtian. Lu Yin listened calmly. Xiangtian? It was not like he had not fought against him before. Meng Xiangtian had been defeated by him, and Bao Qi and Yi Xiangtian had not been his opponents. The spiritualized universe had not seen through his true strength. In the previous battles he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, whether it was Zhen, the carefree old man, or Dancing Butterfly in the world, none of them would have had a chance to fight. He could have killed them with just his consciousness. Lu Yin had attacked time and time again, raising the level of the spiritualized universe's strength until he could finally defeat Yu Xiangtian. This was Lu Yin's path. Dancing Butterfly in the world had seen it clearly. Thunderous World's attack was not weak, and it had been created to kill Yu Xiangtian. However, because this attack had not been able to injure Lu Yin at all, they could see that Lu Yin might be a monster on the same level as Yu Xiangtian. However, even Old Tao could not see through this level. The Plain Master sect is known as the Numinous Treasure Grand Heavenly Master, and he is the #1 Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe. His eternal sword can cut through everything, and his sword Dao River can shake the spiritualized universe. He is very strong, and even Yu Xiangtian praises him. Out of the 7 great Xiangtians, not many can defeat the Plain Master sect, Palace Mistress Yao continued. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master? Source boxes existed throughout the universe, not just in the Tianyuan universe. Source boxes were known as spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master corresponded to the Origin Array Heavenly Master in the Tianyuan universe. The Plain Master sect was actually the strongest Origin Array Heavenly Master in the spiritualized universe? This was something that Lu Yin had not expected. It had been a long time since he had last unlocked a source box. Old Tao's expression turned solemn. That's right. The Plain Master sect is the Numinous Treasure Heavenly Master, and he controls one of the 36 domains, the Numinous Treasure region. He is in charge of the Numinous Treasure Association and has great influence in the spiritualized universe. If not for that, Sky's Hand would not have had the confidence to use this person to deal with Master. Master, we should not provoke the Plain Master sect if we can. He will not compete for the position of Xiangtian, so he is not a threat to us. Lu Yin did not mind and asked, where is Bao Qi? Any news? Old Tao hesitated again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3489. Seeing Old Tao hesitate, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, Speak. There's news, but Sky's Hand replied that Bao Chi's location has been stored in the Numinous Treasure Association at the bottom of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder, Old Tao said. Lu Yin did not understand. 9-step Celestial Master Ladder? Old Tao said, the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder is the most important event in the Numinous Treasure Association. Anyone who wants to become a heavenly master of Numinous Treasure has to climb the Celestial Master Ladder. If the association has one heavenly master of Numinous Treasure, the Celestial Master Ladder will only have one step. If there are 2 heavenly masters, there will be 2 steps, and so on. Now, there are 9 heavenly masters of Numinous Treasure in the association. The Celestial Master Ladder has 9 steps. Only by climbing the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder can one become a heavenly master of Numinous Treasure Association and have the right to create a ladder. Sky's Hand hid Bao Chi's location at the bottom of the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder. The Celestial Master Ladder is located in the innermost area of the association. Once one approaches it, one will have to challenge the ladder. This is to force the owner to stand against the association. Because to the Numinous Treasure Society, if one approaches the Celestial Master Staircase but does not challenge them, and is not even a Numinous Treasure Master, that is a provocation. Kai Kichin could not help but say, that's too vicious. Old Tao was helpless. This is the Sky's Hand's method. The Sky's Hand is notorious in the spiritualized universe. Although they created the White Spirit list, people still remember their assassinations. The Sky's Hand has committed many murders in the spiritualized universe, but because they are powerful and one of the 7 major powers, no one dares to provoke them. They also have the backing of Beyond Sky. The Sky's Hand doesn't necessarily kill people personally. It's normal to use external forces. Lu Yin laughed. For example, Zhen Wangyu Lao and Dancing Butterfly, right? Old Tao did not answer. Lu Yin was indeed used by the Sky's Hand, but he was willing to do so. Today the Sky's Hand had used him and forced him to stand against the Numinous Treasure Association, forcing them to take action. It was indeed vicious. Unless he did not want Bao Chi's position, he would definitely stand against the Numinous Treasure Association and cause the Master Su sect to take action. This was an open conspiracy. Lu Yin stood up. Let's go. Where? Old Tao was stunned. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Treasure region. Old Tao and the rest were astonished. Boss, are you really going against the Numinous Treasure Society? The Spiritual Treasure Association is definitely not weak. Although it is not at the level of the 7 superpowers, it is not far off. Especially the Plain Master sect, it is definitely not weaker than Revered Chi. His spiritual treasure array is extremely terrifying. Think twice. Palace Master Yao also advised, it's best not to provoke the Numinous Treasure Association. They have an endless array of Numinous Treasure arrays. The threat they pose is completely different from that of cultivators. Lu Yin stretched lazily. What can I do? I must know Bao Chi's whereabouts, but Old Tao, are you sure the location given by Heavenly Hand is not fake? Old Tao said with certainty, the Heavenly Hand envoy is a murderer, but there is no deception in this conspiracy. Otherwise, the black and white spiritual lists would be invalid. Since they said that they hid Bao Chi's position under the 9-step Celestial Master Ladder, it can't be fake. This is Heaven's Hand's insistence. Lu Yin found it funny. An assassin organization still has persistence? Interesting. Let's go, Spirit Treasure Realm. I also want to see the sourcebox array of this spiritualized universe. The Star Toad stuck out his tongue. He did not know what these people were worried about. This kid was the #1 origin array heavenly master in the Tianyuan universe. Right, they did not know. How could the spiritualized universe's people know how many abilities Lu Yin had grasped? Old Tao could only lead the way to the Spirit Treasure Realm with apprehension. He kept praying that Lu Yin would not go against the Numinous Treasure Association. The Numinous Treasure Association seemed to be a loose organization, but it was actually very united. Going against them would be very troublesome. Very troublesome. At the same time, in the Supreme Heaven Palace in the Beyond Heaven, Yu Sang Tian had his hands behind his back as he looked in a certain direction. Plain Master Path. From where Yu Sang Tian was looking, there was a domain called the Spirit Treasure Realm. The Spirit Treasure Realm was different from other domains. Anyone was allowed to enter, but no one dared to casually enter because it was filled with danger. The spiritualized universe's cultivation method was unified, and some resources were also unified. All the numinous treasures were stored in the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was not a proper place to store them. The Jikong domain had simply thrown all the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe into the Spirit Treasure Realm. It was once said that if there was a day when the spirit treasure realm no longer had the danger of numinous treasures, then the spiritualized universe would no longer be limited by numinous treasures. One could unlock, set up, and completely grasp this path. How many numinous treasures were there in the spiritualized universe? No one knew. All of the numinous treasures were left in the spirit treasure realm, which led to numinous treasures being filled with danger. It was possible that there would be danger in the next step even if there was none at this step. This also led to the spirit treasure realm being the holy land of all the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. They could only go to the spirit treasure realm, as they could not find any numinous treasures anywhere else. The Zhikong domain's methods continuously raised the level of the spiritualized universe's lockbreakers. The Spirit Treasure Association had 9 heavenly masters, but that was not all of the spiritualized universe's members. There were at least 50 heavenly masters in the entire spiritualized universe. More than 50? Luin was shocked. Old Tao was certain. At least 50, not including the Plain Master's path. Luin sighed. The Zhikong domain is indeed smart. Any numinous treasures that appear in the spiritualized universe must be thrown into the spirit treasure realm. This method not only solves the problem of lockbreakers not needing to search for numinous treasures, but it also gathers all the lockbreakers into the spirit treasure realm. They can cultivate, compete, and learn from each other, which greatly increases the level of lockbreakers. More than 50 heavenly masters was a number far greater than the Tianyuan universes. In the entire Tianyuan universe, there were only 10 to 20 origin heavenly masters, which was less than half of the spiritualized universe's total. And this was an optimistic estimate. If there were only a few origin heavenly masters in the reincarnation spacetime, then there would not even be 10 in total. The spiritualized universe was one step ahead of the rest. Old Tao tried to persuade Luin again. Boss, although most of the heavenly masters have not joined the Spirit Treasure Association, their relationship with them is quite good. If you offend them, then, the heavenly masters represented their lock-breaking ability, not their actual strength. In a one-on-one battle, a heavenly master might not necessarily be a match for a sequence law powerhouse, and they might not even necessarily win against a progenitor. However, the heavenly masters were most formidable in their sourcebox arrays. If they were given enough time, they could easily kill anyone. Dozens of heavenly masters meant that there were more than 100 sourcebox arrays, or even more than 200. This was a terrifying number, and if all of them were thrown into the Dayu Villa, just thinking about it gave Luin a headache. Luin exhaled, and this feeling was similar to when he had gone to the Intent Realm and learned of Sovereign Chi's existence. The spiritualized universe had a deep foundation, and the Tianyuan universe could not compare to it. After all, they all had the same cultivation method and the same distribution of resources. The Tianyuan universe was like a lunatic with 4 limbs and a brain, but the spiritualized universe was like a complete person with intelligence and the ability to act. However, there was a fine line between a lunatic and a genius. In the depths of the spirit treasure realm, black and white intermingled. The mountains, waters, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects were all black and white. This was a world of black and white. An old man sat alone on a fishing platform, leisurely and contented. Plain Master Sect, a low voice said. The old man opened his eyes. You sang Tian? What's the matter? Are you satisfied with that battle back then? The old man calmly looked at the lake. The lake water was black, but the fish swimming at the bottom were white. It was very conspicuous, but even so, he still could not catch any. So what if I'm satisfied? So what if I'm not? If you're not satisfied, you can continue to fight for Sang Tian's position. I'm old and I don't have the heart for that. You should know that there was a hidden story behind that battle. The old man's eyes flashed. What hidden story? There was a hidden story. Are you satisfied? The old man put down his fishing rod. You're not satisfied? Tell me, what are your conditions? The third master of the Dayu Manor is coming. Suppress him or kill him. The old man picked up his fishing rod again. That third master is not to be trifled with. He's coming for you. If he comes for me, I'll accompany him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake in a daze. The white fish occasionally approached him, but they quickly left. Before they left, they even swung their tails, splashing water on the old man. It was intentional. The old man smiled and did not mind. He continued to fish. The spirit treasure realm was in the lower half of the word spirit, in the 36 realms. It was one of the few realms with absolute strength that was not in the upper half. The distance from the continent of the dancing butterfly world to the spirit treasure realm was not close, but it was not far either. After Lu Yin's group left the continent, the people who were watching them were guessing their destination. There were some realms in that direction as well as some starry sky cities or strange places. When Lu Yin's group headed in that direction, many cultivators in that direction ran away. The higher their cultivation, the faster they ran. They did not dare to stay behind, afraid that Lu Yin would cause trouble for them. Skyhand was relieved as that direction was the spirit treasure realm. The closer they got to the spirit treasure realm, the more worried Old Tao became. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association was different from offending one of the 7 great powers. Offending one of the 7 great powers was one thing, but the Spirit Treasure Association did not have any conflicts of interest with the other powers. The other powers still wanted to curry favor with the Spirit Treasure Association. Offending the Spirit Treasure Association would not be any better than provoking the realm beyond heaven. Of course, Old Tao did not dare to say such things. Looking at the Dayu Manor's actions, they were challenging the spiritualized universe's bottom line. Why had Lu Yin brought Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kiching out? Yushan was still tied up in Boundless, which was a provocation. If Old Tao had said such things, the third master would have been even happier. He could not speak of his troubles. As they got closer to the Spirit Treasure realm, the atmosphere began to change. Lu Yin saw a few lockbreakers. Lockbreakers and cultivators had different auras, and it was usually easy to distinguish them. These lockbreakers were not afraid of Lu Yin, and some of them even looked at him with shining eyes, as if they were from 2 different worlds. Lu Yin felt nostalgic. When he had offended the Day-Night clan, he had relied on the Lockbreaker Society to survive. The Lockbreakers helped each other and were united, which had given him a chance to survive. In essence, he had a good impression of Lockbreakers. A few days later, a few youths blocked their path. "Who are you people? Why are you blocking the way?" Old Tao asked. The man in the middle stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. "May I ask if you are the Dayu Manor's 3rd master?" Lu Yin looked at him. He was a lockbreaker. "That's me." "Where are you going, 3rd master?" the man asked again. Lu Yin laughed. "Do I need to tell you?" Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3490. The man took a deep breath. "Our strength is no different from that of ants to you, 3rd master. But we are not afraid of death. The realm of spirit treasure is just ahead of us. If you want to find trouble with the realm of spirit treasure, you can step over our dead bodies." "Yes, you can step over our dead bodies. We are not afraid." The few of them stepped forward and stared at Lu Yin. Old Tao frowned. "Disperse. It is not up to you to control what our master wants to do." The man said, "We can't control you. You can kill us if you want, but please don't find trouble with the Spirit Treasure Domain. The Spirit Treasure Domain has always been peaceful and has never fought with the outside world." Old Tao looked at Lu Yin in a dilemma. Lu Yin looked at them. "Who asked you to come?" The few of them stared at Lu Yin. "No one asked us to come. We don't want you to destroy the Spirit Treasure Domain. We came on our own accord. The Spirit Treasure Domain has the obligation to protect the Spirit Treasure Domain. We are all members of the Spirit Treasure Domain." Lu Yin looked at them. Karma spirals appeared on his fingertips and pierced through them. At the same time, Lu Yin looked at their karma lines. Master, I have completed it." "Oh? Let me see." You have completed it well. Next, we will go through the 100,000 mountains." 100,000 mountains? That's a lot. Ha, this is the Spirit Treasure Domain. Every place and every corner may have a spirit treasure. My wish is to find all the spirit treasures in the Spirit Treasure Domain and see what is sealed inside. Master, I will definitely help you. Master, don't die. It is all because of the killing intent of the spirit treasure. Master, cough cough. Disciple, don't blame the spirit treasure for its killing intent. You must be grateful. This is the charm of searching for spirit treasures and unlocking their secrets. I will leave first. I did not manage to cross the 100,000 mountains. Master, don't worry. I will be grateful. I will walk through the 100,000 mountains and fulfill your last wish. Ha. That's good. Brother Ning, can we escape to the Spirit Treasure Domain? Will they really not chase after us? Don't worry. This is the Spirit Treasure Domain. I am from the Spirit Treasure Domain. They will not dare to come. Brother Ning, they are here. Hide behind me. Hey, Brother Ning, they left again. It was the people from the Spirit Treasure Association. They helped us. I told you that we would be safe as long as we reached the Spirit Treasure region. The Spirit Treasure Association is the most united force in the universe. We survived. The karmic threads continued to appear, and scene after scene was imprinted into Lu Yin's eyes. When combined with the karmic spiral, Luin was certain that these people had truly come to stop him on their own. In order to fulfill his master's last wish of crossing the 100,000 mountains, the man in the middle was grateful to the spirit treasure realm. The man and woman next to him swore to protect the realm of spirit treasure as they were saved by it. The remaining few people all had their own stories. They were all using their own methods to protect the realm of spirit treasure. In the beginning they protected the realm of spirit treasure because they wanted to survive. But now, for the gratitude of surviving, they wanted to protect the realm of spirit treasure. The few of them stared at Luin nervously. They had stepped forward with great courage, even though their hearts were not as calm as they seemed on the surface. The man in the middle clenched his teeth so hard that his gums were bleeding. The scene of his master's death kept replaying in his mind. He was grateful. Many people were watching this scene. Many hoped that Luin would take action and offend the realm of spirit treasure. But thinking about it, the third head did not seem to care. After all, he had already offended the entire spiritualized universe. No matter how special the realm of spirit treasure was, it could not be separated from the realm beyond heaven. If the Dayuvilla became the enemy of the realm beyond heaven, it was the same as becoming the enemy of the realm of spirit treasure. There was no difference. "You are insulting me," Luin spoke. His tone was calm and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry. The people in front were puzzled. How could they dare to insult the third head? Luin stared at them. "I said I want to challenge all the experts in the world. Can you represent all the experts in the world?" Among the people in front, the man in the middle said, "The realm of spirit treasure does not have the person you are looking for." Luin laughed. "You are insulting the realm of spirit treasure again. The realm of spirit treasure has the 9 great heavenly masters and the plain master sect that is known as the number 1 heavenly master in the spiritualized universe. Now you are telling me that the experts in the world are not qualified to fight with me? Who gave you the guts?" The man in the middle turned pale. "I did not mean to insult the realm of spirit treasure." Beside him, a lady stood out and stared at Luin with anger and fear. "You don't bully people." The man in the middle quickly pulled the lady behind him and stared at Luin cautiously. Luin looked at the lady with interest. "Little girl, you are very cute." "Third head, this has nothing to do with her." The man in the middle was frightened. The people around him blocked the lady behind them. Luin laughed. "But she came with you. If I want to kill you, she will be included." The man in the middle wanted to say something but he could not. The people around him were ashen-faced. The word kill was enough to make them tremble. That woman had a pretty face, and her temperament as a pretty daughter from a humble family was very lovable. Luin looked at the lady. The lady looked at him and was shocked. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare to look at him again. "Little girl, what is your name?" The lady gritted her teeth. "I will not tell you. If you want to kill me, then kill me. At most, I will be a tomboy in 20 years. Luin was speechless. "You don't look like a tomboy. I will stand out." The lady gathered her courage and glared at Luin. Luin was amused. "You said that I am a bully. Then how can I not be considered a bully?" The people around him were surprised. He did not attack. The lady rolled her eyes and a cunning look flashed across her eyes. "The domain of spirit treasures is in front of us. In the domain of spirit treasures, we fight by unlocking spirit treasures. If you can beat us in this aspect, then you are not a bully." Luin nodded. "Yes, that is the reason." The lady looked at Luin expectantly. "So, you want to compete with us in unlocking spirit treasures?" Luin's face was serious. "I refuse." The lady was stunned. "You?" Luin waved his hand and a gust of wind swept them away. Looking at them falling into the distance, Luin laughed. "I am in a good mood. I will not bully you. You are not worthy of being bullied by me." "Ah." The few of them looked at the gliding pole and stood up awkwardly. They were powerless to stop him. Around them, the people who had been watching Luin's group both openly and covertly ignored them and continued their pursuit. They looked at each other. "Chase." The lady was angry. "Chase, he is a bully." The domain of spirit treasures was very unique. As there could be spirit treasures hidden everywhere, the domain of spirit treasures was known as the most dangerous domain but also the safest. There was no need to worry about killing between cultivators. The only thing to be careful of was the danger of spirit treasures. The gliding pole landed and arrived at the domain of spirit treasures. Countless people in the domain of spirit treasures looked at them. Finally they were here. Luin and the rest came all the way from the land of dancing butterflies. Looking at the direction, many people knew that his destination was the domain of spirit treasures. As for the person, it should be the sect of Su. Many people soared into the sky and tried to stop the gliding pole from heading towards the domain of spirit treasures. Third head, the person you are looking for is not in the domain of spirit treasures. Please leave. Third head, please leave. Old Tao waved his hand and wanted to chase these people away. However, some of them were as strong as Old Tao. Especially a middle-aged man who had the strength of a sequence law. He took all of Old Tao's attacks. Luin looked up. It is boring to bully the younger generation. If you block my way again, don't blame me for attacking. In front of him, a group of people from the domain of spirit treasures were afraid. Luin snorted and looked past them. He looked at the huge building in the center of the domain of spirit treasures. The domain of spirit treasures does not even dare to let me in? His voice formed a shockwave that tore through the sky and caused the world to rumble. It pressed towards the domain of spirit treasures. Within the domain of spirit treasures, a lady opened her eyes. Make way. In front of Luin, the middle-aged man looked back and hesitated for a moment before making way. The gliding pole continued towards the domain of spirit treasures. In the depths of the domain of black and white, an old man looked at the lake calmly. What was meant to come had come. The entire domain of spirit treasures was boiling. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or out, many of them had returned. It was as if they were united against a common enemy. The people of the domain of spirit treasures were united. This atmosphere was completely different from what Luin had encountered in other domains. After those who were watching Luin entered the domain of spirit treasures, many of them were unintentionally affected by the killing intent of the domain of spirit treasures and got into trouble. It was just like how Zhan Qianxian's group had been surrounded by debaters in the domain of spirit treasures. Some domains were not easy to enter. The gliding pole landed in the plaza of the domain of spirit treasures. It was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Countless gazes fell on Luin. Luin was leisurely and contented. Old Tao's heart trembled. He had been to the domain of spirit treasures before, and each time he had not seen many people. Furthermore, no one had paid attention to him. It was unlike this time where everyone was watching them. The domain of spirit treasures might not have many powerhouses, but there were countless killing intents here. This was especially true within the domain of spirit treasures, where there was bound to be a spirit treasure array. Palace Mistress Yao took a deep breath. The domain of spirit treasures also made her feel pressured. Luin looked underground. On the surface, there was nothing special about the domain of spirit treasures. It was just a huge building, but in reality, there were huge spirit treasures underground. 1, 2, 3, 7, 9. There were a total of 9 huge spirit treasures. It was similar to the Lockbreaker Realms Neoverse Universe's 6 ancient spirit array, except that there were 3 more. This was the array that protected the domain of spirit treasures. Once they encountered an enemy, the array would activate, and Luin would not be able to immediately see how powerful this array was. The entire domain of spirit treasures contained countless spirit treasures, which was similar to the ancient spirit sea in the Lockbreaker realm. The ancient spirit sea also contained many source boxes, and every source box that was taken had to be placed inside. It seemed that the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe were similar in terms of lock breaking. In front of them, a woman walked out from the plaza. She had a graceful temperament, and her gaze seemed to be able to see through people's hearts as she stared at Luin. Everyone around her bowed. Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran. Greetings, Heavenly Master Yuran. Greetings, Yuran. Luin's eyes twitched. Heavenly Master Yuran? She was the leader of the 9 Heavenly Masters of the domain of spirit treasures, and she was also the leader of the domain of spirit treasures. Although the Plain Master was the #1 Heavenly Master of spirit treasures in the spiritualized universe, she had never asked about the domain of spirit treasures. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3491. Although Heavenly Master Yuran looked ordinary, he had a noble temperament. His eyes, in particular, left a deep impression. As for his strength, he was definitely not at the spiritual prime realm. This was similar to the Tianyuan universe. Lockbreakers put a lot of effort into lockbreaking, especially Origin Array Heavenly Masters. They were constantly researching sourcebox arrays and neglected their cultivation. Origin Array Heavenly Masters were usually one level lower than cultivators. However, they had sourcebox arrays to make up for it. In a one-on-one battle, Origin Array Heavenly Masters might be at a disadvantage, but as long as they had time to prepare, it was hard to say who would win. There were some things that only Origin Array Heavenly Masters could do. Heavenly Master Yuran faced Lu Yin. Third Master, why have you come to the Numinous Treasure Association? Lu Yin sat down lazily. How do you know that I don't do things for others? Heavenly Master Yuran's expression was indifferent. The Numinous Treasure Association does not have the grievances that you are looking for. Even if it does, it is our internal matter and has nothing to do with outsiders. Sage Demu said the same. The Kai family said the same. Ask Palace Mistress Yao next to me. The Jade Water Palace is the same. As an outsider I should not interfere, but I still do. Heavenly Master Yuran looked up. Then you can ask everyone here who is willing to let an outsider interfere. The Numinous Treasure Association will deal with our own matters. We do not need to trouble outsiders, someone shouted. Third Master, please go back. Even if someone is being treated unfairly, we will not allow outsiders to interfere. No one invited Third Master. We do not welcome you here. Please leave. Countless voices rang out, drowning Lu Yin and the others like a wave. Old Tao was helpless. This was the Numinous Treasure Association, and they were extremely united. Even if someone wanted to use Lu Yin to seek justice, they would be despised by the entire association. This was different from the Kai family, the Daming region, and the Jade Water Palace. It was different from all the outside powers. Unity was something that cultivation could not achieve. It was a kind of momentum, a kind of spirit, and a kind of belief that could overcome everything. These two words rarely appeared in the cultivation world, and cultivators were not used to it. Lu Yin praised, as expected of the Numinous Treasure Association. Heavenly Master Yuran is so confident. You are right. I do not do things for others' eyes. Who is it? Plain Master Dao. Yuran was not surprised. Out of all the spiritual treasure realm and the entire spiritualized universe, the only one that Lu Yin was willing to fight was the Su Master's way. Third Master, please return. Senior Su has long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Regardless of whether it's the battle for Mulberry Sky or the battle of the world's experts, it has nothing to do with Senior Su. Lu Yin looked at her. I believe that. Then there's one more person. Yuran was puzzled. Other than the Plain Master, who else in the spirit treasure realm could catch the attention of the Third Master? Who is it? Lu Yin solemnly raised a hand and pointed at himself. Me. Everyone was confused. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were all confused, as they had no idea what Lu Yin was talking about. Yuran was puzzled. What do you mean, Third Master? Lu Yin said with a serious face, I have crossed the vast starry sky to come to the spirit treasure domain. I can't do anything and I can't see anyone. How do you expect me to put my face? If word gets out, how am I supposed to survive in this spiritualized universe? Do you want me to be stepped on by you? Around them, everyone from the Spirit Treasure Guild scolded, and the noise spread through the starry sky. In the corner, those who stopped Lu Yin were also angry. He was looking for trouble. He was the one who asked for it and no one invited him. What did his face have to do with the Spirit Treasure realm? Yuran raised his hand and suppressed his voice. He stared at Lu Yin. Then what do you want? Lu Yin stood up and looked in a direction. I heard that the Spirit Treasure Guild has the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder. Let me see. No. Before Yuran could speak, someone from another direction rejected him. It was another Heavenly Master. The 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder is the sacred ground of the Spirit Treasure Guild. Anyone who steps on it must have the determination to join the Spirit Treasure Guild. Ascending the 9 steps to become a Heavenly Master is a difficult process, but also the most sincere one. Over the years, there have been countless people who wanted to join the Spirit Treasure Guild to become a Heavenly Master, but only a few succeeded. Only those who have become a Heavenly Master can go there. The rest are not qualified. Yuran said solemnly, Third Master, there is nothing to see on the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder. It is meaningless to those who do not understand the Spirit Treasure Guild. What if I have to see it? Luin said proudly. Yuran's face darkened. Either you are qualified to challenge the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder, or the Spirit Treasure Guild will be united. Even if we are all killed, we will protect our dignity. Is it that serious? Luin was surprised. Old Tao whispered, yes it is. Since ancient times, many powerful heavenly masters have died on the Celestial Master Ladder. It is the place everyone in the Spirit Treasure Guild yearns for. There are dozens of heavenly masters in the spiritualized universe, but there are only 9 in the Spirit Treasure Guild. It is not that they do not want to join, but that they cannot pass the Celestial Master Ladder. No one can humiliate the Celestial Master Ladder, Yuran said loudly. Luin frowned. This heaven's hand was really capable. No one could get close to the Celestial Master Ladder, but they could hide something. Either they were powerful enough to avoid the entire Spirit Treasure Guild, or they were one of the 9 heavenly masters and could get close. Luin believed that it was the latter. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Guild stared at Luin, as if they would attack him if he dared to humiliate the Celestial Master Ladder. Luin stretched lazily. I'm someone who does as I please. I don't care about you Sang Sky or Outer Sky. I don't care about the Extreme Palace or the Ultimate Pinnacle. How could I be threatened by you? I'm going to watch the Celestial Master Staircase. With that, he vanished. Yuran was shocked. Stop it. If possible, no one would want to fight to the death with someone as ruthless as Luin. Luin had defeated many experts along the way, but they were all experts who were thought to be dead. If the Spirit Treasure Guild really wanted to fight to the death with Luin, the outcome would be worse than the artistic conception. Yuran hoped to pressure Luin with the entire Spirit Treasure Guild, but if the pressure was not enough to make Luin retreat, the only thing that awaited them was a fight to the death. The 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder was located in a corner of the Spirit Treasure Guild. It was the same height as the main hall of the Spirit Treasure Guild and was one of the highest places in the guild. No one could stop Luin. Luin arrived at the bottom of the 9 steps Celestial Master Ladder in a flash. Behind him, the 2 guards of the Celestial Master Ladder looked at him blankly. Yuran saw Luin appear at the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder and his heart sank. It was too late. The people of the Spirit Treasure Guild followed. At this moment, the air was silent. Luin looked at the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder and found it. You. Luin turned around and smiled at the 2. You've worked hard. You humiliated the Celestial Master Ladder, kill him. Someone was furious, his eyes red and was about to attack. Yuran shouted, Third Master, you want to fight to the death with the Spirit Treasure Guild? Luin looked at the murderous intent of countless people from the Spirit Treasure Guild. These people really wanted to attack. In the square, Old Tao and the others were also surrounded. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point, and a fight could happen at any time. Old Tao broke out in cold sweat. Master, following you is too exciting. He would never have thought that he would be besieged by the entire Spirit Treasure Guild. How many Spirit Treasure Guilds would descend? Palace Master Yao was alert. It was difficult to kill out of the Spirit Treasure Guild. This was going to be a tough battle. Kai Keqing was also moved. The third master's ability to cause trouble was too strong. The Star Toad's body changed from gold to a colorful color. Although this guy could lock break, it would be troublesome if the opponent did not give them time to fight. Su Wang and Li Shou put down their poles and bared their teeth at the surroundings. Those who had been following Luin retreated. Sure enough, the third master had angered the entire Spirit Treasure Guild and sent them to test the Dayu Villa's strength. The Spirit Treasure Realm was silent at this moment. Everyone was waiting for the first person to make a move. At the bottom of the Celestial Master Ladder, Luin looked around. Why are you so nervous? This Celestial Master Ladder is difficult to climb? Yuran stared at Luin and scanned the ground. It seemed that he had to use this array. Suddenly, she looked up at Luin and was stunned. What was going on? Luin had stepped onto the Celestial Master Ladder without anyone noticing. This was nothing. What really stunned Yuran was the reaction of the ladder. It was very calm. How could this be? Could it be that the third master also knew how to unlock spirit treasures? It wasn't just Yu Ran, everyone was stunned. In the plaza, Old Tao and the others also saw this scene from afar. Did the third master know how to unlock spirit treasures? Palace Mistress Yao Kai Kaching and the others were all stunned. Only the star toad rolled its eyes. The atmosphere had been so tense that it had thought that a fight would break out. Its body turned golden again. There was a good show to watch. No one in the spiritualized universe knew that this kid was the most powerful origin array heavenly master in the Tianyuan universe. This was equivalent to the Tianyuan universe messing with the spiritualized universe. Interesting. It stared at the celestial master ladder. Lu Yin took another step onto the celestial master ladder and stood firmly on the first step. He stood on the first step of the 9 steps celestial master ladder. Yu Ran felt like she had seen a ghost. This person was so young, but his power level was already comparable to Sang Tian's. The spiritualized universe could not believe this. And now he was walking the path of a spirit treasure? How did he cultivate? How could there be such a person in this world? Third master, you know how to unlock spirit treasures? The one who had stopped Lu Yin from climbing the ladder asked. His name was Xuanhuan. Lu Yin did not even turn his head. A little. Everyone's eyes fell on Lu Yin's feet. Lu Yin's ability in the path of spirit treasures could be seen as long as he lifted his feet. The 9 steps celestial master ladder did not start with the numinous treasure association. Instead, it increased as the number of heavenly masters increased. An additional heavenly master meant an additional step on the celestial master ladder. One less heavenly master meant one less step. In the current era, there were 9 heavenly masters in the numinous treasure association. The plain master path was not included. The first step of the celestial master ladder was usually a measurement. It measured whether the person who climbed the celestial master ladder was walking the path of spirit treasures. It also measured the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures by the depth of the footprints. The deeper the footprints, the weaker the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures. The shallower the footprints, the stronger the person's ability in the path of spirit treasures. Xuanhuan remembered that when she had challenged the celestial master ladder, he had challenged it 3 times. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3492. The first time he challenged the first step, he thought his footprints were shallow, but the other masters who saw him challenge, especially Yu Ran, said that he would fail. He failed that time. The second time, his footprints were even shallower, but Yu Ran still said he would fail. In the end, he still failed. For the third challenge, he believed that his footprints were very shallow. If Yu Ran said that he might succeed, then it could only be a possibility. That time he was lucky and succeeded by a hair's breadth. If he was unlucky he would have failed as well. After becoming a master of the Numinous Treasure Association, he asked Yu Ran how to be sure he would succeed. Heavenly Master Yulan had personally walked the first step, allowing him to see the huge gap. Only then did he realize how deep his first step, which he thought was shallow, was. In comparison, it was unfathomable. The first step of the Celestial Master Staircase could easily determine whether the challenger could become a master. Everyone knew that the first step of the Celestial Master Staircase judged the challenger's ability by the depth of their footprints, but most people did not know what the standard was. Now Xuanhuan knew. Yu Ran knew even more clearly. Lu Yin lifted his foot and stepped onto the second step. At the same time he revealed the footprints on the first step. Nothing. Everyone was stunned, and many people subconsciously rubbed their eyes. Still nothing? How could there be no footprints? Xuanhuan rubbed her eyes hard. She must be seeing things. Lu Yin lifted his foot again and stepped onto the second step. No one was paying attention to him now. Everyone was staring at the first step. Even Old Tao and the others were the same. They also knew the legend of the first step. But how could there be no footprints? Impossible. Xuanhuan did not believe it. It was impossible that there were no footprints. She had never heard of such a thing. Yu Ran was shocked and stared at Lu Yin. No footprints, how could it be? How could there be such a thing? Many years ago, she had also asked Senior Su for advice like Xuanhuan. At that moment, Senior Su had stepped on the first step without footprints. That was a legend that was not recorded in the Numinous Treasure Association. How did this person do it? His ability in the Numinous Treasure Association was comparable to Senior Mei Su's? Impossible, absolutely impossible. This was strength. He did it with his own strength. They could not see it. That was Sang Tian's strength. There was no doubt about it. He was using his absolute strength to humiliate the Numinous Treasure Association. Yuran clenched his fists and glared at Lu Yin. No one could insult Lingbao Association like this. Lingbao Association would fight to regain their dignity even if they had to sacrifice their last man. I'll fight you to the death. A cultivator from the Spirit Treasure Association rushed out, his eyes bloodshot as he tried to kill Lu Yin, but he was stopped by the people beside him. He used his strength to suppress the first step, which is the 9-step Celestial Master Staircase. The first step tests the Tao of Numinous Treasures. This person is insulting the Numinous Treasures Association and the Tao of Numinous Treasures. We won't let him off. Hold it in. He's still on the Celestial Master Staircase. You don't want the Celestial Master Staircase to be destroyed, do you? Let's wait for him to come down. Yuran stared at Lu Yin, intending to activate the Spiritual Treasure Gatherings array as soon as Lu Yin came down. He would not let him go even if he had to fight to the last man. Old Tao's heart trembled even more, and his entire being was miserable. Third boss, you're too provocative. They already don't like us and now they hate us even more. What's the point? And why bother? Even if you're not afraid of death, you can't become an all-rounder. In the face of the Spiritual Treasure Society's anger, Lu Yin was at a loss. What was going on? Hadn't he just stepped on the source box? Furthermore, he had just reached the first step, and the void had an almost invisible substance that sealed the source box. That substance could only be detected the moment one stepped on it, and it tested one's ability to unlock a source box. He had unlocked it in an instant. Shouldn't these people be shocked or even in disbelief? Why were they all so angry? It was as if he had stepped on their tails. Different perspectives led to different considerations. These people from the Spiritual Treasure Association, as well as the entire spiritualized universe, could not believe that Lu Yin could unlock source boxes. Moreover, he was so powerful that he could rival the Master of Su. When they could not find an answer, they would naturally fill in the blanks. And Lu Yin's strength was the best answer. The Spiritual Treasure Association was on the verge of breaking out, and everyone was nervous. Under such circumstances, Lu Yin stood on the second step and looked at the stone in front of him. It did not have any special characteristics and it was just a stone. It was just a stone, but its surface was filled with the danger of a source box. In the spiritualized universe, this was known as the danger of a spirit treasure. This was a test of his lock-breaking ability. This was the level of a 1-star boundless advanced source box and it was not low. He looked up. The 9-step Celestial Master Staircase was not easy, and a boundless advanced source box had appeared on the second step. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Yin approached the stone step by step, as if he could not see the danger on its surface. He was getting closer and closer. The members of the Spiritual Treasure Association held their breaths. They were now worried that the third master would be enveloped by the danger of the source box and think that the association would act and destroy the 9-step Celestial Master Staircase. Although the Spiritual Treasure Association would definitely fight to the death with this person, they did not wish for the Celestial Master Staircase to be destroyed. At this moment, even Heavenly Master Yulan's heart was in his throat. Finally, Lu Yin stopped right in front of the source box's danger, almost touching it. Then, under everyone's incredulous gazes, he raised his hand and reached into the danger. The angle was tricky and it looked very strange to those who did not know how to lock break. However, this action made Heavenly Master Yulan, Heavenly Master Xuanhuan, and the rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association feel like they had seen a ghost. This was an action that allowed one to see through the source box's danger and accurately locate the lock-breaking position. Looking at the source box's danger, the simplest and fastest way to unlock it was to find a strand of danger. It was like finding the end of a loose thread among thousands of knots. Once it was pulled open, the source box's danger would immediately dissipate. Lu Yin praised, "Not a bad idea. It seems complicated, but it tests one's eyesight. Not bad." He did not even look back as he stepped over the stone and stepped onto the third step. At this moment, the atmosphere of the numinous treasure gathering changed abruptly. Everyone was dumbfounded. The atmosphere, which had been so tense that it was difficult to breathe, suddenly relaxed. The person who had been pressed down and was about to attack the Celestial Master Staircase stared blankly. What was going on? Had he cultivated the path of spiritual treasures? No one could understand how Lu Yin had managed to unlock the second step of the Celestial Master Staircase, which was even more difficult to unlock than the other treasures on the same level. This was because this was a man-made danger and it was as complicated as it could be. Those who had reached a certain level could instantly unlock it, but those who were not would not be able to unlock it even if they were given a year. Even if they had absolute strength, they would only be able to destroy it, not unlock it. Xuanhuan remembered that she had tried for several days before finally seeing through it and unlocking it. But this third master had done it in an instant? How was this possible? Yuran was stunned. How was this possible? The first step? Leaving a footprint, the second step was unlocked instantly. This person had not used his strength to humiliate the Spiritual Treasure Association. He had truly walked the path of spiritual treasures. This was 222. She did not know how to describe it. Throughout her life, she had never scolded anyone. Now she really wanted to. Was the universe still fair? This person was so young, but his strength was strong enough to challenge xianxia. In the path of spiritual treasures, no one could catch up to him. This was a true genius. In the plaza, old Tao let out a long breath. So that was how it was. He smiled bitterly. Third master, you should have said so earlier. You made me worry for so long. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Kaching were stunned. This person could unlock spiritual treasures? Although the path of spiritual treasures and the path of cultivation did not clash, they were both time-consuming. Usually, those who were successful in the path of spiritual treasures would not have much success in the path of cultivation. The most glorious one was Master Su, who had reached the level of Dooku and was also the #1 spiritual treasure master in the spiritual universe. However, Master Su had not become a spiritual treasure master first. He had first walked the path of cultivation before walking the path of spiritual treasures. His seniority was quite high, and he was of the same generation as Yuanqi and Wu Huang. How had this third master done it? No one could explain it to them. In a short period of time, the people of the Spiritual Treasure Association had been defeated multiple times. This was something that had never happened before, and they actually began to look forward to what other shocking things this third master could do. At this moment, Lu Yin was standing on the third step. In front of him was another source box, but it was not a stone. It was truly a source box, and according to the Tianyuan universe's classification, it was a 5-star boundless advanced source box, which was the highest level of source boxes. Source boxes were very unique, and while they were all 5-star boundless advanced source boxes, some could be unlocked by a 5-star boundless advanced lockbreaker, while others could not be unlocked by an origin array heavenly master. Although this source box was complicated in Lu Yin's eyes, it was also simple. He immediately began to unlock it. A spiritualized source box contained a different substance from the Tianyuan universe, but the method of unlocking it was the same. Once one saw it clearly, they could unlock it. According to what Heavenly Master Yuran and the others knew, this source box would usually take 3 days to unlock. When Heavenly Master Xuanhuan had reached the third step, she had taken 10 days to unlock a similar source box. Now 1 day had passed and the source box had been unlocked. Heavenly Master Yuran completely exhaled. This third master was definitely a spiritual treasure master who could rival Senior Su. Otherwise he would not have been able to unlock it so quickly. At this moment she also relaxed. There was no need to risk her life. This person was truly qualified to step onto the 9 steps celestial master staircase, and he had not insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. Even if this person had not joined the Spiritual Treasure Association, it did not matter since it was just part of the process. Against such a person, it would be best to avoid making enemies. She was not going to throw her life away. There was no point in risking the entire Spiritual Treasure Association. The people of the Spiritual Treasure Association also relaxed, and their gazes changed as they looked at Lu Yin. Enemy? No, it should be them. Lu Yin's accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were admirable. In the corner, the few people who had tried to stop Lu Yin were stunned, and the cute girl's eyes were filled with worship. She admired such a powerful spiritual treasure cultivator. The third master was amazing. On the third step of the 9 steps celestial master staircase, Lu Yin opened the source box. Inside was an insect that looked very familiar. A dead insect? Lu Yin had never expected that this source box would be sealed with a dead insect. A dead insect was once ranked second on the Astral Beast Domain's Celestial Beast list in the Tianyuan universe's origin space. It was extremely rare, and it was rumored that it could only be born from the body of a progenitor. It was from the bloodline of the insect ancestor and could ignore physical defenses. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3493. During the Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had also encountered a death bug. Although it was small, it was extremely hard and fast. He had not expected to encounter one in the spiritualized universe. It was clearly the same. Different universes could give birth to similar species? This death bug looked very young and did not have a powerful aura. Perhaps it had been sealed not long after it had been born. Luin put it away, looked up and walked up to the fourth step. The hostility behind him had completely disappeared. Luin could not understand what these people were thinking. Those who had been keeping an eye on him were constantly spreading the news, and the spiritualized universe was about to be shaken again. This third master was an all-rounder. How could he know everything? His physical strength had crushed Yushan, his consciousness had crushed Yushan's domain, and his spiritual force was like a butterfly dancing in the sky. Now, even his accomplishments in the path of spiritual treasures were astonishing. Was there anything that he could not do? How did such a person cultivate? Perhaps this was the greatest mystery of this era. The cultivation path of such a person had to be found. There were no source boxes on the fourth step, only a very dense danger. This step was actually a test of cultivation. Although a spiritual treasure cultivator did not necessarily need to have a powerful cultivation, if they did not reach a certain level, they would not be able to deal with some source boxes. In the Xuanhuan universe, discerning elementary lockbreakers had to be at least a melder to become one. Perceptive intermediate lockbreakers had to be at least an explorer, or else they would not be recognized by the Lockbreaker Society even if they had the ability. Boundless advanced lockbreakers had to be at least a hunter. This was for the sake of the lockbreakers themselves. Otherwise, if they were not careful, they would die from the sourcebox's danger. This sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a progenitor. With the spiritualized universe's cultivation environment, this level was reasonable. Luin walked by himself and did not avoid it, nor did he undo it. He simply walked past it, displaying his powerful strength. This sourcebox's danger that had vexed Inghan had not even ruffled his clothes, which left many of the Spiritual Treasure Society's members dumbfounded. Heavenly Master Yulan was helpless. Even if a level 4 sourcebox's danger had reached the level of a spiritual prime, it should not have been able to obstruct this third master. This person was too strong. There was a sourcebox array on the fifth step, and Lu Yin's eyes lit up. This was the true beginning. If one wanted to become a heavenly master of spiritual treasures, then they had to create their own array while also being able to undo other people's array. The first 4 steps were the foundation. Only at this step would one truly come into contact with the level of Heavenly Master Numinous Treasure. The people of Numinous Treasure Association became nervous again. From the 5th step, one could see the third leader's attainments in Numinous Treasure Array formations. There were some people who were very good at lock breaking and could do it quickly, but they were unable to master sourcebox arrays. There were such people in the Tianyuan universe. Naturally, there were spiritualized universes as well. Lu Yin's performance in the first 4 stages had been astounding, and they subconsciously hoped that he would continue on. Perhaps he could become a legend. Lu Yin looked at the sourcebox array in front of him and paused for a moment before walking forward. Along the way he turned left, turned right, turned left and turned right. He made 4 turns before finally stepping onto the 6th step. Everyone who saw it was dumbfounded. Inghan's mouth was wide open without a care for her image. She was stunned. Yuran stared blankly. So fast? Heavenly Master, is there nothing at the 5th level? Someone asked. This was also the question that most people had. Even old Tao wanted to ask. Wasn't this too much of a joke? 5th. There is a numinous treasure array for each rank. A voice came from outside the numinous treasure assembly. Many people looked over. It's Celestial Master Ling. He's here too. It's not just Celestial Master Ling. I saw Celestial Master Bao as well. There must be quite a few Celestial Masters around. That's right. Many Celestial Masters live in the Numinous Treasure realm. They heard that the Numinous Treasure Assembly was being targeted by the third manager, so they naturally came to help. Even though these Celestial Masters have not become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly, they still care about the assembly just like us. Celestial Master Ling said that there is a numinous treasure array for the 5th step, so it must be true. Wasn't Celestial Master Ling the last person to challenge the 9 celestial steps? He lost on the 6th step. But how is the third manager so fast? Monster! Celestial Master Ling's gaze turned heavy as he looked at the figure on the 9 celestial steps. It really was a monster. Celestial Master Ling had lost on the 6th step, and he had personally experienced the numinous treasure array for the 5th step. Although it was only an introductory numinous treasure array and was used to determine whether the challenger had grasped a numinous treasure array or the ability to crack it, it should not have been so fast. Celestial Master Ling had taken him more than 10 days to reach the top. How long had this third manager been? Celestial Master Ling, and he had only taken 2 turns at most. Celestial Master Ling could not understand how this person had done it. Some people solved some answers, but when the answers were given to others, they would not be able to understand it even if they tried to deduce it. Celestial Master Ling could not understand how Lu Yin had done it. However, Celestial Master Yu Ran could understand it, so her eyes shone brightly. This third manager's current ability was definitely enough to succeed in the challenge and become the 10th Celestial Master of the Numinous Treasure Assembly. The 10th Celestial Master, the third manager of the Dayu Villa. Celestial Master Ling felt a headache coming on. This person did not seem to be honest. He had challenged all the experts in the world along the way, and now he was going to the Extreme Palace to carve words and provoke Yu Sang Tian. What would the Numinous Treasure Assembly do? Celestial Master Ling's head hurt. How could there be such a person? Celestial Master Ling hoped that the next 4 steps would be enough to stop him. Celestial Master Ling stared at Lu Yin. The 6th step. Celestial Master Ling had lost on the 6th step. The 6th step was also a numinous treasure array called Feng Linwan. It came from one of the 9 celestial masters of the numinous treasure assembly, Feng Linwan. In a corner of the assembly, someone walked out and looked at the celestial master stairs. Had he arrived? Not far away were the people who had stopped Lu Yin. Look, Feng Linwan. It's true. Feng Linwan rarely appears. I didn't expect him to come out. Feng Linwan looked over and smiled. Jihua, you're still so naughty. Among them, the cute little girl stuck out her tongue. Uncle Feng, I'm not naughty. Do you think your grandfather doesn't know what you've done? Fortunately, the third manager did not make a move. Otherwise, no one would be able to save you. Feng Linwan's expression turned serious. Jihua quickly lowered her head. The people around her were confused. They did not know where this girl came from. They only knew that her name was Jihua and that she had been following them. Now, it seemed that Jihua's background was not simple. She even knew Feng Linwan. In the square, Old Tao heard the discussions around him and was surprised. The 6th step is Feng Linwan's numinous treasure array? The manager might be in trouble. Feng Linwan? Kai Keqing was confused. She had never heard of this before. Old Tao said, Feng Linwan is one of the 9 celestial masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. His numinous treasure array is known as the most beautiful killing machine. I'm not sure what it is exactly, as I've never encountered it before. I've only heard of it when I first came to the association. His numinous treasure array has buried many experts, and it has even accompanied him to battle in the consciousness universe. He's a numinous treasure master. Kai Keqing's gaze shifted. Such a numinous treasure master was rarely seen. Lu Yin entered the numinous treasure array the moment he stepped onto the 6th step of the celestial master staircase. At this moment he was very calm, so calm that it was strange. He saw the maple forest and the fallen leaves, and he experienced a tranquility that he had never experienced before. Even his chaotic heart calmed down. This feeling was similar to that of the Great Ming Domain's Milky Way river mist. A sourcebox array could achieve absolute tranquility. The person who had created this sourcebox array was very powerful, but it did not necessarily mean that the array itself was tranquil. All of the tranquility that a person experienced in their life originated from chaos. For this person to be able to create such a tranquil sourcebox array, he must have experienced incomparable chaos. A battlefield was the most suitable. So, what would happen to this sourcebox array? He was curious. In the maple forest, a withered yellow color replaced the sky, but it was also gradually replaced by darkness. Lu Yin looked up. So that was how it was. Using tranquility to devour oneself would result in a silent death. This was a beautiful way to die. Heavenly Master Yulan looked at the 6th step. The maple forest's name was Night. The word, night, was the ultimate killing intent of this sourcebox array. Everyone longed for tranquility, but they would also be buried forever by this tranquility. Using a sourcebox's killing intent to do something like this was similar to a battle technique. Returning Maple was definitely a genius. He had once challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and succeeded in just one attempt. Of the 9 heavenly masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, this person could be ranked in the top 3. How was the third head going to break this numinous treasure array? Had Lu Yin broken through? No, he had not. Since the tranquility could devour him, then so be it. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. It had been a long time since he had slept so peacefully. In the outside world, everyone from the Numinous Treasure Association stared at the 6th step. They watched as Lu Yin closed his eyes. Was he going to be devoured by the tranquility? Heavenly Master Yulan frowned. How could it be so easy? In a corner, returning Maple was also astonished. He was very confident in his own array, but it should not have been able to devour such a powerhouse so quickly. This person had dared to challenge xianxia and had defeated many experts along the way. He had also come to cause trouble for Senior Su. How could such a person be so easily devoured by his own array? But that was the truth. Half an hour passed and then half a day passed. No one from the Numinous Treasure Association spoke. Everyone stared at the sixth step as if they were frozen. He lost. He should have lost. As expected of Feng Linhuan and returning Maple Celestial Master. The 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association are not a joke. Out of the dozens of Heavenly Masters in the spiritual universe, only 9 have succeeded. Sigh, what a pity. This third master is also someone from the Numinous Treasure Association. He's not actually our enemy. Yeah, he's not an enemy, although he's a little arrogant. Speaking of which, he didn't say anything arrogant, nor did he have any intention of insulting the Numinous Treasure Association. It's just that his attitude is annoying, but it's still quite a pity. Let's continue next time. Let's give him another chance. If he meets Feng Linhuan again, he should be able to pass. Returning Maple was not happy when he heard the discussions around him. He still felt that something was wrong. How could it be so easy? He had fought in the consciousness universe before. If Feng Linhuan could devour this third master, then he could have devoured the 13 celestial phenomena long ago. That should not be the case. What was this third master doing? There was no reaction at all. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3494. Uncle Feng, what happened to the third master? Jihua asked. She found herself admiring the third master. His unparalleled arrogance made her heart beat faster. She did not want him to die in Maplewood Night. Xuanhuan did not know how to answer. Let's wait and see. Old Tao and the rest looked at each other. They were not so nervous anymore. The Spirit Treasure Association did not treat them with hostility after discovering that the master walked the path of spirit treasures. But what was wrong with the master? How could he be swallowed so easily? They did not believe it. They had seen Lu Yin's strength along the way. There was no way he would be defeated here. Challenging the 9 steps Celestial Master ladder was not done overnight. Some people took months to achieve a result. They could only wait. As long as Yuran did not announce Lu Yin's failure, they would wait. Soon a day passed. Lu Yin maintained his position and did not move. Then another day passed. He moved. Everyone stared at him. Lu Yin slowly opened his eyes and stretched. What a comfortable sleep. Everyone was speechless. Sleep? Sleep? Was he sleeping? What a joke. Sleeping in Maplewood Night? Was everyone waiting for him to sleep? Although he didn't dare to believe it, it was the truth. Lu Yin slept very comfortably and moved his body, sweeping away the feeling of laziness. He got up and walked through the Maple Forest's evening spirit treasure array. He stepped onto the 7th step smoothly. Everyone was stunned again. Since Lu Yin came to the Spirit Treasure Association, they had been shocked and stunned again. They thought they were mentally prepared, but they were still stunned. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were not surprised. How could the master be swallowed so easily? It was just a spirit treasure array. In the corner, Xuanhuan was calm. Jihua was happy and cheered. Then she reacted and looked at Xuanhuan carefully. Xuanhuan was not angry. Sleep? So that was it. It was not that easy. It seemed that Maplewood Night was still too weak. Yuran shook her head. She thought that Maplewood Night had stopped him, but it turned out that it was just a sleep. She did not know what to say. This feeling was like igniting a huge fire, only to find that it was extinguished with a stomp. This was the difference in level. This person was indeed a monster. Haha, this kid Lin Feng will become a laughingstock. An old voice not far away. Yuran looked over. You're back too? It was an old man with white hair, but he was in good spirits. I came back to take a look. I heard that the third master came to the spirit treasure realm. I will help if I can. After all, it is my specialty. How long do you think you can last? Yuran looked at the 7th step. The old man thought for a moment. It's hard to say. You're too embarrassed to say it. It's hard to say. Speaking of which, Yuran, this third master isn't as ferocious as the rumors say. Yuran was surprised. What happened? The old man smiled bitterly. That granddaughter of mine is lawless. She followed a few people to block his path. When I found out, I was almost scared to death. Fortunately, the third master didn't make a move. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see me. Yuran looked at the celestial master ladder. Fortunately, I didn't make a move. Otherwise, this spiritual treasure gathering would be gone. The old man felt warmth in his heart. This was the Numinous Treasure Society. If he died in the hands of the third keeper, the Numinous Treasure Society would never let him go. In Spirit Huayu Eternity, the Spirit Treasure Society was a very peculiar existence, so no one was willing to offend the people of the Spirit Treasure Society. Fortunately. His name was Xuanhuan, one of the 9 great celestial masters. The Spirit Treasure formation on the 7th step was called the Tomb of Landscape. It came from him. The Tomb of Landscape was a mountain and water was water. It came from Xuanhuan, one of the 9 great celestial masters of the Spirit Treasure Society. It was placed on the 7th step of the Celestial Master Ladder, surpassing Feng Linwan. It showed how much the Spirit Treasure Society valued the Tomb of Landscape. However, the Tomb of Landscape was regarded as one of the most useless Spirit Treasure formations. In the square Old Tao side, the Tomb of Landscape is one of the most powerful Spirit Treasure formations. Once completed, even a Spirit Prime Realm expert would be trapped and difficult to break through. The Spirit Treasure Society has always wanted to see if an expert at Sang Tian's level could break through the Tomb of Landscape. It's that powerful? Kai Keqing was surprised. Palace Master Yao said solemnly, I've also heard of the Tomb of Landscape, but it is regarded as one of the most useless Spirit Treasure formations because it takes too long to set up. Old Tao nodded. Not only does it take too long to set it up, but its characteristics are also too obvious. It can be seen at a glance and its range is obvious. If you want to use the Tomb of Landscape to fight, it will be very difficult to succeed. The enemy will not give you so much time to set it up. Even if it is set up, the enemy will be able to avoid such obvious characteristics. However, there is no such disadvantage on the Celestial Master Ladder. The leader must enter the Tomb of Landscape and fight his way out. There were all kinds of discussions in the Spirit Treasure Society. They were all talking about the Tomb of Landscape. Inghan smiled bitterly. It is because of the Tomb of Landscape that 2 celestial masters were stopped from succeeding. Otherwise, the Spirit Treasure Society would not only have the 9 great celestial masters. You are wrong. Celestial Master Yuran said. Inghan did not understand. Wrong? Celestial Master Yuran said, the Tomb of Landscape is divided into 2 levels. One is the mountain and the other is the water. It is placed on the Celestial Master Ladder and has only been activated for a long time. Even the 2 celestial masters who challenged before only activated 1 level. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult for me to get out of the Tomb of Landscape, let alone them. I see. Then this time. Inghan asked. To the side, Celestial Master Zhishan smiled. I want to see just how powerful this third master is. On the 7th step of the Celestial Master Ladder, Lu Yin stepped into the Tomb of Landscape. He had to enter or else it would be equivalent to leaving the Celestial Master Ladder. This was the 7th step, and it would only get more difficult as he progressed. At this moment, a very obvious sourcebox array appeared in front of Lu Yin. It was too obvious and even the boundaries were very distinct. He rarely saw such an obvious sourcebox array, and he was somewhat surprised. If this sort of sourcebox array was used on the battlefield, it would be completely ineffective against his enemies. As he stepped into the Tomb of Landscape, he was surrounded by the danger of the sourceboxes. Before his eyes, there were layers upon layers of mountains and rivers that seemed to stretch on endlessly. There was only a thin line in the sky, and the endless mountains and rivers seemed to be increasing in number. Lu Yin quietly observed his surroundings and sighed. This is a pretty good array, but it's a pity that it's not very useful. Everyone outside heard him and no one refuted him. The Tomb of Landscape was indeed of little value. Lu Yin slowly walked forward. The mountains and rivers in front of him were both illusory and real, and they blocked his path. If he wanted to pass, he would either have to break through the mountains and rivers or unlock the danger of the source boxes. These were the only 2 paths. The source boxes in the Tomb of Landscape were extremely complex, but Lu Yin could unlock them. However, it would take him a long time. Generally speaking, if one wanted to pass the Celestial Master Staircase, they would have to rely on lock-breaking techniques. However, Lu Yin did not plan on joining the Spiritual Treasure Association. Challenging the Celestial Master Staircase was just a way for both parties to step down. He rather admired the Spiritual Treasure Association, as it gave him a sense of intimacy. Since both parties had a way out, there was no need to delay any further. Time. He raised a hand and tapped out. His realm of palm battle force spread out, and his strength seemed endless. He used the Tao of Tianyi to tap the mountains and rivers in front of him. The spiritual treasure realm trembled imperceptibly. Most people would not be able to sense it, but Yuran and the others could. They all looked at each other in shock. This third master's strength was so great that it was unheard of. Zhishan stared intently at the seventh step. This third master was definitely an expert at the mulberry sky level, and Zhishan had always hoped that someone at that level would attempt to break through the Tomb of Landscape. If even someone at that level could be trapped, then no matter how useless the Tomb of Landscape was, it would still become one of the Spiritual Treasure Association's most important arrays. Could it trap him? In a corner of the Spiritual Treasure Association, Mu Feng, Zhihua, and the others watched nervously. At this moment, the Tomb of Landscape's future status would be decided, as well as Zhishan's. If the Tomb of Landscape could trap an expert at the mulberry sky level, then Zhishan would become one of the most powerful celestial masters in the Spiritual Treasure Association, surpassing Mu Feng. Otherwise, his position would still be below Mu Feng's. The Celestial Master Staircase. With a single tap of Lu Yin's finger, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, but they appeared again without end. The mountains and rivers had a sliver of sky, and the sourcebox's killing intent was endless, forming a state similar to that of the Sky Palace. Lu Yin admired the Celestial Master who had created the Tomb of Landscape more and more. Regardless of whether the Celestial Master had accidentally comprehended something or not, the Tomb of Landscape was truly strange. Unfortunately, he had run into Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not know how to break through it if it was someone else, but it was simple for him. The starry sky in his heart circled around his fingertips, and under the Sky Palace, his power constellation flowed without end. The mountains and rivers appeared without end, and his own power was even more limitless. It all depended on how long the Tomb of Landscape could last. The Spiritual Treasure Realm's tremors grew more intense and more people felt it. Everyone looked at the Celestial Master Staircase and watched as Lu Yin's finger continued to extend. He then raised his foot and took a step forward, causing a crack to spread along the staircase. Celestial Master Zhishan's face paled and he closed his eyes. It had been broken. Celestial Master Yuran looked on in shock. It had been broken. The Tomb of Landscape could not stop an expert at Sang Tian's level. Lu Yin took a step forward and passed through the Tomb of Landscape with a relaxed expression. The first 7 steps, even the Tomb of Landscape, had not given him any trouble. At most he had used a bit more strength, but that was all. The Tomb of Landscape's destruction was a blow to both Celestial Master Zhishan and the Spiritual Treasure Association. However, before they could recover, someone exclaimed, "There's someone on the 8th step." Everyone looked at the 8th step. Celestial Master Yuran's expression changed. "Celestial Ware, what are you doing?" Lu Yin looked up at the 8th step. A man was standing on the 8th step and he did not look much older than Lu Yin. He had a smile on his face, but it was too fake, as if he was wearing a mask. "Third Master, please wait a moment. I was the one who set up the array for the 8th step, and it's still incomplete." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Incomplete? Then what have you been doing before?" His tone was not polite at all. This person was obviously a hypocrite and he was clearly targeting him. The man smiled. "Third Master, don't worry. It'll be done soon. You can't afford to waste my time." Lu Yin stepped onto the 8th step and walked forward. He had never planned to become a Celestial Master, and now that he had achieved his goal, he did not want to waste time waiting for this person to finish setting up the array. This person was not qualified to make him wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3495. The man did not expect Lu Yin to wait for him. He hurriedly said, "There is no spiritual treasure array on the 8th step. Even if you walk past it, it doesn't count." Lu Yin stepped on the 8th step and walked towards the 9th step without looking at the man. The man gritted his teeth and watched Lu Yin walk past him. He shouted anxiously, "Are you afraid?" Lu Yin stopped and turned to look at the man. The man and Lu Yin looked at each other. He was nervous and no longer had the smile on his face. "Are you looking for death?" Lu Yin said slowly. The man gritted his teeth. "It's just a spiritual treasure array. If you're not afraid, why are you running away?" "Where are you from?" Lu Yin asked. The man said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Master of the Numinous Treasure Association, Wang. I'm asking you, where are you from?" "I'm from the Numinous Treasure region." Lu Yin frowned. The karma spiral on his fingertip pierced through the man. In an instant, the man felt like he was penetrated. He subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. His face was pale as he did not know what happened. Lu Yin squinted his eyes. Royal God Mountain. The man's eyes narrowed. How did this person know he was from the Royal God Mountain? From afar, Heavenly Master Yuran shouted, "Heavenly Master Wang, leave the Celestial Master Staircase immediately. You're violating the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association." Wang ignored Heavenly Master Yuran and stared at Luin. "What did you do to me?" Luin smiled. "Seems like you're looking for death." He looked forward. "Just as well, the spiritual treasure array is completed." Wang heaved a sigh of relief. "Since it's completed, please challenge me." He was about to leave the Celestial Master Staircase. Suddenly, a hand fell on his shoulder. It was Luin. "You come and go as you please. Who do you think you are?" Luin threw Wang into the spiritual treasure array. Wang was shocked and hurriedly defended himself. The modified spiritual treasure array was called Heavenly Punishment. It was created by some heavenly master of the Royal God Mountain. It was given to him to join the Numinous Treasure Association. The Royal God Mountain was a small spiritual universe. They did not know that they were not part of the spiritualized universe. However, under Yu Sangtian's management, they were subconsciously separated from the major forces of the spiritualized universe. Although they were separated, they would still send people to join them to understand the major forces. Wang was the heavenly master sent by the Royal God Mountain to join the Numinous Treasure Association. This time he took the risk of altering the Numinous Treasure Array in order to use the heavenly retribution to get rid of the third master. Once he got rid of this person, his position in the Royal God Mountain would be different. In fact, he didn't know much about the third master's character. He only knew that this person came from the Dayu Mountain Villa and was an enemy of the Imperial God Mountain. He was the one who protected the Imperial God Mountain's criminals. As for Luin challenging the world's experts along the way, he had been in seclusion at the time and had not had the time to deal with it. It wasn't until Luin had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and caused such a huge commotion that he had come out. When he saw that it was Luin, he didn't think much of it and attacked. As for breaking the rules of the Numinous Treasure Association, he did not mind. At most, he could challenge the Celestial Master Stairs again. However, he did not expect that the third master would be even more unruly than him. Not only did he not wait for him to modify the spiritual treasure array, he had also delayed the completion of the spiritual treasure array with great difficulty, but this person actually threw him in first. This was a scoundrel. His name was Wang and he liked to weigh others. This time he was also weighing the third master. He didn't expect that in the end he would be weighed by the third master. "Third boss, please show mercy." Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Luin looked over. "Your Numinous Treasure Association members don't follow the rules, so don't blame me. This guy is from the Royal God Mountain. He wants to use the Celestial Master Stairs to kill me. I still need an explanation from the Numinous Treasure Association." Yuran did not expect such a thing to happen. She knew that Wang came from the Royal God Mountain, and so did the Numinous Treasure Association. However, she did not care. The Numinous Treasure Association had people from various factions. They were not a single faction, but a gathering place for people who cultivated the Tao of Numinous Treasures. However, the Numinous Treasure Association had its own rules. Factions were not allowed to fight internally. Once violated, they would be expelled from the association. Wang's action could be big or small. If the third master did not mind, they could just strip him of his position as the Heavenly Master Wang and never allow him to challenge the Celestial Master Stairs to become a Celestial Master. However, if the third master minded, Wang's action could be regarded as an assassination by the Numinous Treasure Association. It would have a huge impact on the association. The reputation of the Numinous Treasure Association in the spiritualized universe would instantly collapse. Third Master, the 8 steps array has been changed. I can make the decision. You do not need to walk on it. You can directly ascend to the 9th step. This is our compensation to you. As for Wang, we will strip him of his position as a Celestial Master and never allow him to become a Celestial Master again. Yuran hurriedly said. This punishment was fair. After all, Luin did not step into the array after the change, so he did not lose anything. Luin was cold and arrogant. I do not accept. Yuran frowned. Third Master, what do you want? Luin looked around. The Celestial Master Stairs is said to be unpardonable by outsiders. Even the Numinous Treasure Association wants to regain its dignity. What about yourselves? Everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association had ugly expressions. Your own people changed the array in front of everyone just to deal with someone who challenged the Celestial Master Stairs. Isn't this an insult to the Celestial Master Stairs? What will the senior who created the Celestial Master Stairs think? How will the Numinous Treasure Association survive in the spiritualized universe? I would like to ask, is this matter that simple? No one refuted Lu Yin's words. This matter was too ugly, and everyone in the Numinous Treasure Association was humiliated. Yuran clenched his fist. Third Master is right. From today onwards, Wang Master will be expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association and will never be allowed to step into the Numinous Treasure domain. No one objected. Even those who were close to Wang Master did not plead for mercy. This matter was too embarrassing. Heavenly Master Zhishan shook his head. This Wang Master was too stupid. Even if he wanted to deal with the Third Master, he should not have done so. Did he really think that the Numinous Treasure Association would stand up for him? Or did he not know how powerful the Third Master was? Qin Huifeng's gaze was cold. Wang Master, even if he was not expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association, he would still kick Wang Master out. Those who did not become Celestial Masters were furious. This Wang Master was not worthy of being a Celestial Master. On the Celestial Master stairs, Lu Yin nodded. That's more like it. This will make me believe that this matter has nothing to do with the Numinous Treasure Association. Next, it will be between me and this person. Heavenly Master Yuran was surprised. Third Master, Wang Master has already been punished. That's the Numinous Treasure Association's punishment. What does it have to do with me? This person wanted to deal with me in front of everyone. If I don't kill him, how can I live up to the title of Third Master of the Dayu Manor? Lu Yin shouted. Third Master, please deal with him after you leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Yuran hurriedly said. Wang Master was a disgrace to the Numinous Treasure Association. But before this person had contributed greatly to the association. It was not a problem for him to study the Numinous Treasure array with them. If they allowed the Third Master to kill Wang Master here, the Numinous Treasure Association would not be able to accept it. Expelling Wang Master from the Numinous Treasure domain was also to give him time to escape. This was the Numinous Treasure Association's last bit of mercy. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Are you telling me what to do? Heavenly Master Yuran was helpless. This person's words were arrogant, but his strength made her feel helpless. Third Master also walks the path of Numinous Treasure. You can be considered half a member of the Numinous Treasure Association. Please give us some face. Heavenly Master Yuran's attitude softened. On the side, Heavenly Master Zhishan bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. Let's talk after we leave the Numinous Treasure domain. Heavenly Master Inghan bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. In the corner, Chen Huifeng bowed. Third Master, please give us some face. Third Master, please. Voices sounded from all directions. They all came from the Heavenly Masters. Some were the 9 Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association. Some were not yet Heavenly Masters of the Numinous Treasure Association, but they were still Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure. Listening carefully, there were almost 20 people around. That was almost 20 Heavenly Masters of Numinous Treasure begging for mercy. At this moment, Xihua said clearly in the corner, there was no longer any hostility from face. Lu Yin also noticed after we leave the Numinous Treasure domain. If it were the Heavenly Masters who begged for mercy, people hurriedly he might not have given them Third face. Master, please. But there were so many people in the Numinous Treasure Association who were begging for mercy. Bowed and begged for mercy. They all called him a junior, Heavenly Master Yuran did not expect this. These people were no longer Association's attitude towards the Third Master of the Xianhuan universe's lockbreaker. In the beginning, they were ready to fight to the death to protect their dignity. The Numinous Treasure Association begging for mercy not because they were afraid, but because they treated the Third Master as half of their own. As a powerhouse in the Numinous Treasure Association, they would rather die than surrender. He's just a piece of trash. But when it came to their own if you want him, I'll give him to you. Lu Yin did not care. Heavenly Master Yuran heaved a sigh of relief. The people of the Numinous Treasure Association raised their heads. Thank you, Third Master. Thank you, Third Master. At this time, Wei came out of the Numinous Treasure array in a sorry state. This array was set up by him so he could naturally escape, but it was not easy. He was panting heavily and sweating profusely. He was still in a state of shock. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's mocking gaze. Wei, you are expelled from the Numinous Treasure Association. Leave the Numinous Treasure domain immediately, Heavenly Master Yuran shouted. Wei could not hear anything outside the Numinous Treasure array. Heavenly Master Yuran's words shocked him. You expelled me from the Numinous Treasure Association? Heavenly Master Yuran's gaze was cold. If not for this person, she would not have begged the Third Master and asked the entire Numinous Treasure Association to plead for mercy. Leave the Numinous Treasure domain immediately and never set foot in it again. Wei could not accept it. I was the one who set up the Tier 8 array. I just changed it. I wanted to change it anyway, but the third master happened to challenge me. It was just a coincidence. What did I do wrong? Zhishan's Tomb of Landscape used to be a Tier 1 array. The third master changed it to a Tier 2 array. He is the same. Zhishan was stunned. He was being dragged into this. Luyin glanced at Zhishan with a cold gaze. Zhishan quickly bowed and smiled awkwardly. Luyin retracted his gaze. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3496. The Taoist Master Yuan shouted, "The Tomb of Landscape originally had 2 levels. You can have 1 or 2 levels. But you changed the numinous treasure formation at the last minute. Everyone can see that. The Numinous Treasure Guild has unanimously decided to expel you and leave immediately." "I don't accept this." Wang was furious. He left the Royal God Mountain and joined the Spirit Treasure Association. He had a bright future. How could he fail? "I'll just change the array back." The third head keeper did not enter the array. It has no effect on him. Qian Huifeng shouted, "Wang, leave the Spirit Treasure region." "Stop talking." Zhishan said, "Leave." Yuan shouted, "Leave immediately." Some people were too focused on something and lacked experience. Wang was like that. Due to his special background in the Royal God Mountain, he had been in contact with the Spirit Treasure Dao since young. He rarely communicated with the outside world. His future was already planned. As long as he walked step by step, he could reach the position he wanted. The process was supposed to be long, but everyone was the same. He already had the upper hand. But Lu Yin's arrival showed him a shortcut. As long as he killed the third head keeper, he could shorten the time. This was the reason why he took action. As for the consequences, he did not care. Since the Spirit Treasure Association was supporting him, he could quit being a celestial master. It was worth it to kill the third head keeper. But he did not expect to be expelled before he killed the third head keeper. Especially when he experienced life and death in the array. How could he accept this? The entire Numinous Treasure Association was hostile towards him. He was clearly a member of Numinous Treasure Association, so this should be his territory. Wang was furious. He stared at Yuan and said, "You are afraid." The expressions of Heavenly Master Yuan and the others changed. Wang roared, "You are afraid of the third head keeper? He expelled you just because he said so? What kind of Spirit Treasure Association are you? What kind of unity is this? You expelled me, one of the 9 celestial masters, for him. You are all a bunch of trash." "I just changed the array." He did not lose anything. But he expelled me just because I came from the Royal God Mountain. Who do you think you are? Wang's voice echoed from the Spirit Treasure Association. Everyone in the association was stunned. Luyin smiled. Interesting. The whole Spirit Treasure Association was pleading for mercy for the third head keeper. In the end, the third head keeper blamed the association. Did he not know him? Or did he not understand the Spiritual Treasure Society? In the square, Old Tao looked at him and said, "This person is a talent." Palace Master Yao looked at the scale with disdain and contempt. Only then could Qing not even look at him. In the corner, Qian Huifeng was trembling with anger. "Wang, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wang roared, "Isn't it? You hypocrites, you keep talking about unity and the Lingbao Society being one. But what happened in the end? You don't even dare to attack this person who violated the rules. So what if I change the array formation? So what if he wanted to deal with him? If you don't dare, I'll do it. You're all trash, a bunch of trash." Qian Huifeng wished he could slap him to death. This person had already disgraced the Numinous Treasure Guild by changing the array formation of the Numinous Treasure Guild. There were not only people from the Numinous Treasure Association here, but also many outsiders. He could imagine that this matter would spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and he would become the laughingstock of the spiritualized universe. The Numinous Treasure Association would also become a laughing stock. If such a person were to become a heavenly master, what prestige would Numinous Treasure have? Luyin was curious. How did such a person become a celestial master? Rain burning the Sky Master, can you help me clear up my doubts? Yuan closed his eyes. What happened today was the most humiliating thing in the history of the Numinous Treasure Association. One of their own insulted the Celestial Master ladder, and the entire Numinous Treasure Association was insulted by one of their own. Wang was so angry that he lost his mind. He stared at Luyin and said, "You're amazing. You can make the entire Numinous Treasure Association not dare to attack and banish me for you. If you have the ability, you can break through this array formation. I've specially set up this array formation for you. You dare to offend the royal god mountain? I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lu Yin's eyes widened. How dare you? An earth-shattering pressure suddenly descended, as if it was guiding the light from the sky, and fell into the numinous treasure region. At this moment, the numinous treasure region trembled, and the starry sky was distorted. Everyone felt an unimaginable pressure from heaven and earth. The air seemed to have become 10,000 times heavier. The numinous treasure association went silent. The pressure did not fall on them, but it made it hard for them to breathe. Everyone subconsciously bent their knees to prevent their bodies from being crushed. They lowered their heads and their bodies were drenched in sweat. Wang fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of pressure is this? I've never experienced anything like this before, so how can it be so strong? This person is clearly so young. Wang's vision blurred and his brain buzzed. His thoughts were in chaos and blood flowed out of his orifices. His body trembled uncontrollably and his blood stopped flowing. His entire body went numb. The world turned gray. Lu Yin looked down at Wang from above as if the heavens had descended. Lu Yin had encountered people like Wang ever since he had embarked on the path of cultivation. They had all come from monstrous backgrounds and believed that they could control everything, but in the end they had lost everything. Night Queen Yanqing was one such person, but the numerous clashes had allowed her to see the truth. Night King Xianhu had a monstrous background, but he had been careful with his actions. Even if he had been certain of victory, he had still used poison. Such people were the most terrifying. There had to be someone behind Wang. However, the person behind Wang could not threaten Lu Yin at all. The current leader of the spiritualized universe was Yu Sangtian, and even he could not suppress Lu Yin, let alone others. As he looked at Wang, who was sprawled on the ground, Lu Yin knew that he had become the person he had once looked up to, the person who viewed everything as ants. However, this was a path that had to be taken in order to cultivate. Viewing everything as ants was a kind of height, but Lu Yin's mentality was to protect the Tianyuan universe and those who supported him. He hoped that he could guide others to do good, but of course whether or not he could do so was another matter. However, Wang was indeed something that he viewed as an ant. Lu Yin raised his foot and stepped over Wang. With a stomp he left. He had stepped over Wang, which was a great humiliation to Wang. This humiliation was enough to make the two of them fight to the death, but it did not matter. Wang would not live to see the next day. Lu Yin walked towards the 9th step. Behind him, Wang's eyes were as red as blood as he resisted the pressure. He gritted his teeth as fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. If you have the ability, then go through the array. Lu Yin stopped and did not even turn around. Your pride is strong enough to withstand my pressure. Then who gave it to you? Wang coughed up blood and stared at Lu Yin's back. Lu Yin turned to look at Heavenly Master Yu Ran. I think it's better to cut the weeds and dig up the roots. Heavenly Master Yu Ran's eyes trembled, but he did not reply. Wang's eyes widened and he laughed bitterly. Cut the weeds and dig up the roots? Fine, fine. If you have the ability, then go to Royal God Mountain and find him. He gave me dignity and status. He gave me my future path, but you cut it off. He won't let you go. Lu Yin's lips curled up. I'll find him. Wang coughed up blood again. You don't dare. You don't even dare to enter this array. You don't dare to find him. You don't dare. Lu Yin raised a hand and reached into the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox array. Under everyone's gaze, he waved his hand and forcefully pulled out a strand of the Sourcebox's murderous intent, which pierced through Wang's body. Wang was stunned, and he fell to the ground with disbelief and unwillingness. How was this possible? Heavenly Master Yu Ran and the others did not stop Lu Yin from killing Wang, but they had not expected Lu Yin to use such a method. Using the Heavenly Retribution Sourcebox's murderous intent to kill Wang meant that he could not only break the array but also control it. This third master had not used his own strength to kill Wang, but had used the Sourcebox array to kill Wang using Heavenly Retribution. This was something that Wang could not believe even in death. Lu Yin had not even entered the array, so how could he control it? Heavenly Master Yu Ran could not understand. How high was this person's strength in the Tao of spiritual treasures? The rest of the Spiritual Treasure Association were silent. Wang had died, and they did not blame Lu Yin for not leaving the realm of spiritual treasures alive. This was especially so since Lu Yin had used his strength in the Tao of spiritual treasures to kill Wang, which could be considered giving face to the association. It was Wang's own arrogance. He had wanted to harm the third master, and he had also been so arrogant that he had even insulted the Spiritual Treasure Association. They could not blame Lu Yin for this. Luin retracted his hand. The heavenly retribution sourcebox array's murderous intent was constantly changing due to the loss of one sourcebox. It might become even more terrifying, but it was likely to gradually calm down. At the very least, it would not be the same array as before. Luin did not even look at the corpse being weighed. This person was not even qualified to enter the general platform hell. He was not strong and had walked the path of spiritual treasures from start to finish. He would not have much karma, so it was meaningless. Was it Lord? He was from the Royal God Mountain and he was the one behind weighing. To be able to give him so much dignity, he was obviously not to be trifled with. However, Luin did not care. The Royal God Mountain was destined to be his enemy. He raised his foot and took another step, arriving at the 9th step. Everyone shifted their gazes away from the corpse and looked at Luin. Once he crossed the 9th step, this 3rd master would be the 10th heavenly master of the Spiritual Treasure Association. No, the 9th heavenly master. In the plaza, Old Tao did not look too good. Lord. He seemed to have heard of this person before, but he did not know the details. He looked at Palace Mistress Yao, who also had a heavy expression, but now was not the time to talk about this. On the 9th step of the Celestial Master staircase, Luin looked ahead but saw nothing. Heavenly Master Yuran walked out. Heavenly Master Zhishan reminded him, it might not be the same as before. You have to grasp it yourself. Heavenly Master Yuran paused, nodded, and walked towards the Celestial Master staircase. Luin looked over and saw Heavenly Master Yuran reach the 9th step. He raised his eyebrows. Why? Do you want to learn how to weigh and give me a hard one? Heavenly Master Yuran glanced at the corpse being weighed. He asked for it. It has nothing to do with others. However, 3rd Master has a strong killing intent. Be careful of Lord. Luin placed his hands behind his back and did not care. No one in the spiritualized universe can threaten me. Yusang Tian is no exception. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at Luin deeply. 3rd Master, do you really want to become a Heavenly Master of the Spiritual Treasure Association? Luin looked at her and smiled. If I say yes, would you dare to accept it? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3497. Hearing Lu Yin's words, Yuran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association gathers cultivators who walk the path of numinous treasure. Unless this person is evil, there is no reason for the association to reject him. Luin laughed. This is similar to the rules of the Dayu Villa. Do you think I'm evil? Yuran frowned. Evil? Yes, but the Dayu Villa has broken the rules. It is evil in the spiritualized universe. Luin did not refute. Different standpoints led to different ways of looking at problems. In the eyes of the people from the spiritualized universe, he was an evil person. Breaking a taboo was an evil act. This was decided by their countless years of cultivation and culture. The Celestial Master Staircase is the most sacred thing in the Numinous Treasure Association. If one succeeds in the challenge, one can become a Celestial Master. But perhaps you will be an exception. Luin did not mind. I have seen the unity of the Numinous Treasure Association. I can understand why they did not accept me. After all, they cannot offend the entire spiritualized universe for someone as evil as me. I admire you for being honest. Yuran smiled bitterly. Although you have broken the rules, you are open and upright. I personally hope that you can join the Numinous Treasure Association, but for the sake of the association, I am willing to bear the consequences. If the Dayu Villa is in trouble in the future, the Numinous Treasure Association will not kick you when you are down. Luin smiled and did not speak. In that case, what we are going to do next is indeed the same as weighing. Yuran looked at Luin seriously. I want to change it to the 9th step. Oh. Originally, the 9th step wouldn't be able to stop the 3rd leader. But now, I want to try myself. If I can stop the 3rd leader from passing the Celestial Master Staircase, that would be the best. If I can't, I will bear all the blame. Luin looked around and saw the members of the Numinous Treasure Association. They had all heard Yuran's words, which was why Luin admired her. She was open and upright. The Numinous Treasure Association had no obligation to offend the spiritualized universe for Luin, even if he became a Celestial Master. They could not throw the entire association into the mix. Although they were united, they were not stupid. Luin could understand. You are thinking too much. I have never thought of joining the Numinous Treasure Association or becoming a Celestial Master. I am just curious about the Celestial Master Staircase, Luin said. Heavenly Master Yulan took a deep breath and said, the 9th step, spiritual chess. Third Master, you can choose your own spiritual treasure. Lingqi. Luin was confused. Master Yulan was surprised. Third Master, you don't know about Lingqi? Explain. The so-called spiritual chess is a chess piece that uses the spiritual treasure's killing intent as the chess pieces. It is divided into black and white. Luin understood. This was a stable perimeter. This spiritualized universe also played this game, but the name was different. Third Master, do you understand? Understood. I've played it before, but I don't know the name. Alright, let's begin. Third Master, please choose your spiritual treasure. Luin was amused. Since you've changed the Lingqi, you can also choose the Lingqi treasure. Heavenly Master Yuran's eyes were solemn. Third Master, are you serious? Doesn't matter. Heaven Master Yulan thought for a moment, then waved his hand, causing numerous spirit treasures to appear. Soon the entire spirit treasure assembly was in an uproar. Heavenly Master Zhishan, Chen Huifeng, Inghan, and the others were all shocked. How many spirit treasures were there? Luin was shocked as well. 10. A total of 10 boundless advanced source boxes. This Heaven Master Yuran was really ruthless. The most difficult stable Luin had ever experienced was when he had fought against Mu Shang. He had used 8 boundless advanced source boxes. If not for Celestial Master Qiuling's memories, Luin would not have been able to beat Mu Shang. In the end, he had relied on Guyu's letter to see through the hidden corners to win. He had not expected Heaven Master Yuran to directly use 10 boundless advanced source boxes. 10 boundless advanced source boxes shocked the entire spirit treasure assembly. It was obvious that even in this spiritualized universe, where lock-breaking surpassed the Tianyuan universe's spirit treasure assembly, it was rare to see a game with so many boundless advanced source boxes. Even Heaven Master Yuran was cautious. Third Master, are you alright? Luin looked deeply at Heaven Master Yuran. Are you alright? Thank you for your concern, Third Master. Then let us begin, Heaven Master Yuran said. She was staking everything on this one throw. In order to stop Luin from reaching the 9th step and to avoid being scolded by the Spirit Treasure Assembly, she was willing to take this risk. Her cultivation was at the level of the sequence laws, and 8 boundless advanced source boxes would not be a problem. Even Mu Shang would be able to withstand it. However, with each additional source box, the difficulty would increase exponentially. This was because the danger from the source boxes would become extremely complex, and it would not be as simple as doubling or tripling the difficulty. Now, there were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, and even sequence laws powerhouses would have to be careful. They would have to guard against the danger from the source boxes while also completing the game. This was disadvantageous for Heaven Master Yuran, as she was far weaker than Luin. On the other hand, this was beneficial to Luin, as he could completely ignore the danger from the source boxes. Heaven Master Yuran was helpless. No matter how many source boxes she placed, they would not be able to threaten the Third Master. In that case, she would have to place as many source boxes as possible and make this game as complex as possible. The more complex it was, the more she would have to rely on the strength of a source box. Only then would she have a higher chance of winning. However, if she made a single wrong move, she would have to pay with her life. At this moment, above the 9th stair, the danger from the 10 boundless advanced source boxes collided in an irregular manner and continued to spread. It had already spread to the 8th, 7th, and even the 5th stair, and it was still spreading. These dangers collided, combined, and cancelled each other out. It took more than an hour for everything to calm down. Finally, the Celestial Master Staircase was completely covered by the danger from the source boxes. The Landscape Tomb, Maplewood Night, Heavenly Retribution, and other source box arrays were also included. They collided with the danger from the 10 source boxes, creating a strange scene. Water dripped from the void over at the Landscape Tomb. Light appeared over Maplewood Night. The Heavenly Retribution source box array had been destroyed by Luin and was currently collapsing. However, at this moment, it was filled with the sound of thunder, and lightning bolts occasionally streaked across the sky. This was something that Heaven Master Yuran had not expected. She had never used 10 boundless advanced source boxes before. She had only used 9 at most. 10 source boxes had become uncontrollable. Now, the combination of so many source box arrays was even more frightening. Zhishan shouted, Heaven Master Yuran rearranged the source boxes. This round of source boxes is over. Chen Huifeng also shouted, this is no longer source box. It's somewhere between a source box array and a source box. It's completely changed and we can't control it. Inghan's face paled, as this was indeed not source box. Once he entered, he would not be able to hold on for long. That lightning, that water dripping from the void, and that light were all unfathomable. What the hell was that? Heaven Master Yuran frowned and subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin continued to look at her. You can redo it. I'm fine with that. Heaven Master Yuran gritted her teeth. No need. This is the 9th steps trial. Lu Yin laughed. The more complex the source box is, the more you think you can win. That represents your confidence, but if you can't even withstand the source box's danger, how can you play? I can tell you this clearly. He pointed at the original location of the heavenly retribution array, which was now filled with lightning. That location is enough to kill you. Heaven Master Yuran gasped. She took a deep breath. This is the path of source boxes. Every cultivator of this path is fighting against the heavens, and they can die without regrets. Lu Yin sighed. Your spirit is commendable, but it's not worth it. Let Su Sherdao come. He can play with me. Heaven Master Yuran was solemn. If you win, I will personally take you to see Senior Su, but this round is mine. Lu Yin shrugged. Up to you. Don't blame me if you die. Choose black or white. Black. Then I'll choose white. Heaven Master Yuran retracted her gaze and looked at Sourcebox. Now she had to find the way in. Lu Yin also looked at Sourcebox. Although he did not care about the Sourcebox's danger, if he rashly went in and messed up the Sourcebox's danger, causing all the black stones to disappear, he would lose even if it was a matter of luck. He had never tried such a stable perimeter before, and this was a challenge. It would be of great help to improve his lock-breaking ability and cognition. More people came to the Spirit Treasure Association. Some were cultivators and some were members of the association. The third master of the Dayu Villa had challenged the Celestial Master Staircase and climbed all the way to the 9th step. This had caused a great shock to the outside world, and it was comparable to when he had been invincible in terms of intent realm. The path of spiritual treasures was different from the path of cultivation. No one had expected the third master to be so powerful in both the path of cultivation and the path of spiritual treasures. He was so powerful that he was only one step away from becoming a celestial master. How did this person cultivate? In the Beyond Heaven Palace, Yu Sang Tian looked into the distance. He was not surprised. After all, this person was the master of the Tianyuan universe and was born from the fate of the universe. He could even comprehend the path of karma, let alone the path of spiritual treasures. Su Sherdao hoped that he would not disappoint him. Also, where was the one true God? Yu Sang Tian's face darkened as he stared at Lu Yin. He thought that he had seen through the master of the Tianyuan universe, but he had lost track of the eternal ruler. That existence also made him apprehensive. Although they had never fought, he knew that the one true God might be someone who was strong enough to fight him. Meng Sang's disappearance must be related to the one true God. In the Spirit Treasure domain, on the 9th step of the Celestial Master Staircase, 2 people stood outside the spirit chest for several days without moving. They were looking for a way to enter. In the outside world, Celestial Master Zhishan, Chen Huifeng, and the other Celestial Masters were all looking at the spirit chest. They were also thinking about how to enter, wanting to see the spirit chest clearly. It seemed like a game between Celestial Master Yuran and Lu Yin, but in reality, everyone was in the game. Another 2 days passed. On this day, Lu Yin looked up and saw Celestial Master Yuran's bloodshot eyes. When the spirit chest reached such a complicated level, one's own strength was also very important. All kinds of cultivation were ultimately won. Even if he had never learned lock-breaking, he could see at this moment. Needless to say, he was very accomplished in the path of lock-breaking. With Celestial Master Yuran's strength, she could see it clearly in 2 days at most. However, these 2 days were a gap that she could not cross at the moment. Lu Yin moved and stepped diagonally into the spirit chest. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Society stared at him. Celestial Master Yuran's body trembled as she watched Lu Yin step into the spirit chest. Had he seen through it? As Lu Yin entered, the killing intent of the source boxes, which had calmed down, flared up and began to stack and collide with each other. The black and white pieces were constantly being erased. Lu Yin raised his hand from time to time to move, constantly preventing the black pieces from being erased. However, the white pieces were being erased faster and faster. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't take long for all the white pieces to disappear from the spirit chest. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3498. Spirit chest rules dictated that only one black piece remained. Even if the black piece disappeared until only one remained, the black piece would still win. Rainburn grew anxious as this third master had clearly seen through the spirit chess board. If she waited any longer, she would not even have the time to enter the board. She no longer hesitated and stepped out of the board. Lu Yin's gaze froze. Rainburn had not completely seen through the spirit chess board, and her decision to enter had been based on luck. However, her luck was not bad. The danger from the source boxes constantly changed and combined like a boiling ocean that swept through everything. Regardless of whether it was the black or white pieces, they were all wiped out. Lu Yin had originally allowed the black pieces to have the advantage in numbers, but now, all of them had been wiped out, which meant that all of his previous efforts had been destroyed. This would not do. Lu Yin tapped his finger lightly and guided the danger from the source boxes towards Rainburn. There were 10 boundless advanced source boxes, each with a different danger. One of the source boxes' danger was like a pile of stones that constantly piled up to form an ancient structure that brazenly pressed down on Rainburn. Rainburn gritted her teeth and changed her position to avoid the danger. The change in position caused the danger from the source boxes to change as well. Even Lu Yin could not easily predict what this change would be, as it was too complicated. If Lu Yin wanted to determine the victor, he could simply use the danger to deal with Rainburn, and she would not be able to block it. However, that would be too low class. After all, this was the path of lock breaking, and one's strength was inferior. The reason why he could see through the spirit chess board was largely due to his strength, which was unfair to begin with. Jishan was shocked. Within the spirit chess board, he would try to give her as much fairness as Heavenly Master Yulan. Rainburn counterattacked and took out something similar to a lock-breaking tool to guide the danger from the source boxes towards Lu Yin. She came back to her senses and retreated once again. Only then did she leave the range of the lightning, so the danger from the source boxes did not affect him at all. She looked at the seventh step, made Rainburn sullen, but there was nothing she could do. Because he had taken action just now. She could only attack the black pieces. He had changed the mountain river tomb and used the water droplets from the void to save Heavenly Master. The black and white pieces were constantly consumed. Otherwise, this woman would have died. As time passed, the source boxes were being wiped out comparable to a sequence law. Even the outsiders could see this. After all, it was a combination of 10 boundless advanced source boxes and a source box array. He had never appeared even in the path of spiritual treasures. Thank you, he still Heavenly Master Yuran said gratefully. But we can't deny that the people of Numinous Treasure Society Celestial Master when it comes to spiritual treasures. Heavenly Master Yuran's status in Numinous Treasure Society was extremely high. No one refuted him as younger generation and was not arrogant. Was obvious to all. Most of the society's unity was due to her. It could be said that Numinous Treasure Society could lose the number one Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure. But they could more and more white chess pieces were wiped out. She was the true pillar became more and more Treasure Society. Unknowingly, in particular, close to the E had saved her by using the heavenly retribution, earthly annihilation, he had used the path of Numinous Treasure to save someone. She didn't react until the thunder roared. The terrifying hostile at the beginning, but now they were starting to erupted and swept towards her. Jiahua even cheered. Heavenly Master Yulan, after being saved by Lu Thunder and saw Heavenly Master Yuran was too ashamed to continue playing. The power of the explosion dejectedly left the spirit board. She retreated. The moment she left her surroundings were filled with the danger of source boxes. The people of Numinous Treasure Society were not unwilling. With unpredictable danger. This was the difference in strength, and there was no other way. The people of Numinous Treasure Society were shocked. You can leave as well. Heavenly Master Yuran said politely. Lu Yin looked around. Even if I leave this spirit board, it will be hard for you to solve it. Heavenly Master Yuran said, don't worry, Numinous Treasure Society can solve it. Lu Yin wanted to help them get rid of the spirit board, but since Heavenly Master Yuran said so, he let her be. Her life was saved by Lu Yin and she could be grateful. However, Numinous Treasure Society could not be looked down upon. If they could not even solve this spirit board, it would be too embarrassing. Lu Yin walked out of the spirit board and stood on the 9th step. The Heavenly Master Staircase Challenge was successful. Numinous Treasure Society was silent as everyone looked on with mixed feelings. What should Numinous Treasure Society do next? Should they accept the third head as a Heavenly Master of Numinous Treasure Society? Thinking of the Dayu Villa's violation of the rules and what the third head had done, their scalps went numb. Once the third head joined Numinous Treasure Society, it would mean that Numinous Treasure Society would become enemies with all the major forces in the spiritualized universe for him. Otherwise, it would go against the unity of Numinous Treasure Society. They did not want to do so, but they could not reject it, especially since they respected the third head. What was wrong with this person? Could he not cause so much trouble? If this person was normal, everyone in Numinous Treasure Society would welcome him with open arms. Heavenly Master Yuran was even more bitter. If this person was not an enemy of the Outland, she would even give up her position as president to him. Why did it have to be this kind of person? Even if they had agreed to stop this person from joining Numinous Treasure Society, Did they really have to do that? Was this person really evil? Her life was saved and she could not live with her conscience. Numinous Treasure Society was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Heavenly Master Yuran was in an unprecedented awkward situation. Under such circumstances, the more conscientious a person was, the more they would feel guilty. However, in the entire cultivation world there were not many people like this. They were all worn down by the mutual deception of the cultivation world. The reason why Numinous Treasure Society could maintain such a mentality was related to their uniqueness. Numinous Treasure Society did not need to compete with the outside world for resources. All the numinous treasures in the spiritualized universe were still in Numinous Treasure domain, so they did not need to interact with the outside world. Perhaps Ji Kong domain had already thought of this situation. Numinous Treasure Society was like a pure land in the cultivation world. Although there were occasional impurities, it was not a big deal. Lu Yin stood on the celestial master staircase and looked in a direction. He felt an indescribable sense of danger in that direction. There was a power there. At his fingertip, a karmic spiral twined. With a wave of his hand, the karmic spiral moved in that direction. No matter what kind of powerhouse existed in that direction, they could not pry into the karmic spiral. This was a power that even Yu Sang Tian was afraid of, and he had even killed his way to the Tianyuan universe. The black and white landscape was a painting, but the people in the painting were alive. The karmic spiral entered, causing ripples to appear in the painting. The old man by the lake was penetrated, and Lu Yin saw Yu Sang Tian and himself. This old man had karma with him. The old man turned and looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with surprise and confusion, but there was also a hint of a smile. I am Master Su. I have long heard of your great name, Third Master. Please come and have a chat with me. Latest update on this site. Yuran lead the way for Third Master. Yuran heard this and politely said to Lu Yin, Third Master, please follow me to meet Senior Su. The karmic spiral dissipated and Lu Yin retracted his gaze. This old man was from Master Su? He was indeed powerful. Although he could not pry into karma, he could actually avoid it, just like Mr. Li. He had sensed something in advance, but he did not avoid it, allowing the karmic spiral to penetrate him. What was he thinking? Lu Yin could see Master Su, but he could not. His goal was to find Bao Qi's whereabouts. Heaven's hand had placed Bao Qi's location at the foot of the celestial master staircase, so he had no choice but to come. Since Master Su was not fighting for Sang Tian's position, and Lu Yin had a good impression of Spiritual Treasure Association, there was no need to cause trouble. But now he was curious. Why did Master Su not avoid the karmic spiral? Normal people would avoid invisible attacks. This was an instinct. Even if they did not know what the attack represented, they would still avoid it. Why was Master Su an exception? Everyone in Spiritual Treasure Association quietly watched Lu Yin follow Yuran to Master Su's location. Their gazes were complicated, and they did not know how to treat this third master. In the square, Old Tao and the rest were worried again. They thought that Lu Yin could leave after successfully challenging the Celestial Master staircase. They knew that Lu Yin's goal was Bao Qi's position at the foot of the Celestial Master staircase. But now Lu Yin was following Yuran to meet Master Su. What would the result be? They did not know. Would Master Su attack them like he did to Zhen, Forget Sorrow Elder, and Dancing Butterfly World Horizon? They could not imagine the result of the battle between Master Su and Master Su. Would Spiritual Treasure Association's attitude towards them change? Master Su was the supreme sect in Spiritual Treasure Association. Even Sang Tian had to be courteous when he saw him. Lu Yin knew the location of Master Su, but he still followed Yuran to it. His speed was neither fast nor slow. On the way, Yuran asked, Third Master came to Spiritual Treasure Association for Master Su? Lu Yin said calmly, not for anything, just for people. He was actually doing this for Bao Qi, but in Yuran's ears he was doing this for the Su Master Dao. Third Master, why did you challenge all the experts in the world? Are you curious? Something like that. Nothing much. I just want to see if there are any experts in the spiritualized universe that can stop me. Yuran stopped and looked at Lu Yin. Is there no expert in the Tianyuan universe that can stop Third Master? After the battle of intent, Lu Yin and the rest's origin was clear. They came from the Tianyuan universe, but no one exposed it. They were all waiting for Sky Beyond's reaction. If Dayu Manor was weak, it would have been besieged. But Dayu Manor, especially Lu Yin's terrifying strength, no one stood out. They could only wait. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3499. Lu Yin and Yu Ran looked at each other and smiled. No. Yu Ran shook her head. If not, the Tianyuan universe will be in danger. It's better for you to plan ahead. What do you mean? Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe to provoke Yusang Tian? Does Yuan Qi really want to replace Yusang Tian? Let's not talk about the strength of Beyond Heaven. It has 7 forces and 36 domains. You have made the wrong move. Provoking Yusang Tian to increase Yuman'er's position in the spiritualized universe is a huge mistake. The outside world only knew that Wu Jiang came from the Tianyuan universe, but they did not know that Yuan Qi was not Wu Jiang's master. There were many guesses in the outside world. Only the top figures in the spiritualized universe knew that Yuan Qi was being controlled. Why is it wrong? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran was solemn. The spiritualized universe is much stronger than the Tianyuan universe. Time has been merciless. The gap is like a bottomless ravine. If you are invincible in the Tianyuan universe, then the spiritualized universe can find at least 10 experts to sweep through the Tianyuan universe or even more. This site is the first to be updated. Is the Plain Master sect one of them? Lu Yin asked. Yu Ran nodded. The Numinous Treasure Association hopes that the third master will consider the Grand Uvilis position and re-establish contact with the spiritualized universe. If possible, the Numinous Treasure Association is willing to help the third master establish a foothold in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked at her back. What? Because I saved you? Yu Ran did not answer. She did not know why. Was it because of his respect for the spiritualized universe? Although he was arrogant and unruly, he always showed respect for the spiritualized universe. Chang Liang's death was caused by him using the spiritualized universe. She was also saved by him using the spiritualized universe. He succeeded in challenging the Celestial Master Ladder and surpassed her in the spiritualized universe. However, he did not use that to threaten the spiritualized universe. Was he really as lawless as he appeared to be? Yu Ran could see it clearly. Many eyes in the spiritualized universe could see it clearly. This person was just a facade. The ground was separated by black and white. The Plain Master sect was ahead. Heavenly Master Yu Ran looked ahead and muttered to himself, black and white domain where Senior Su resides. Black and white are not the colors of heaven and earth. They come from the River of Swords. Lu Yin stepped forward. The Swordpath River is Senior Su's famous spirit treasure array formation. It specializes in killing, and each sword edge is enough to kill the spirit ancestor instantly. No one knows how many sword edges there are in the Swordpath River. Once, Senior Su used the Swordpath River to fight Meng Sang Tian. Lu Yin slowly walked towards the black and white lights. Was this a Sword Dao River Spirit Treasure Array? He rarely saw such a numinous treasure array. The origin array Heavenly Master who specialized in killing in the Tianyuan universe was Heavenly Master Li. Perhaps Heavenly Master Li had someone similar. He took a step forward and stepped on the black and white soil. Yu Ran's eyes flashed. They were here. A gust of wind blew past, carrying the fallen leaves into the distance. The fallen leaves came out of the black and white region. They were black and white, but after leaving the black and white region they turned yellow. Lu Yin accepted it, and the dried leaves crumbled at his fingertips before scattering to the ground. Why is there no movement? Heavenly Master Yu Ran was puzzled. An old voice rang out. A friend from afar. Ah. Lu Yin smiled and stepped into the black and white region. Lost. Heavenly Master Yu Ran stood outside the black and white region and looked inside. He did not leave and just stood there, hoping that the third master would listen to him. There were too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe. Some came because their lifespans were approaching, some because of resources and some because of Yusang Tian. The world had lost all other colors and only black and white remained. Lu Yin had never seen such a scene before. He had seen the gray color of time standing still, and he had also seen the colorful colors. He was no stranger to this place. He walked all the way to the lakeside and saw an old man fishing with his back facing him. The old man looked at the bottom of the lake seriously. The lake water was clear and he could see the bottom at a glance. The fish approached the fishing line but quickly swam away. From time to time, they would flap their tails and splash water onto the old man. The old man did not get angry and just stared at the bottom of the lake. Lu Yin walked to the lakeside and watched the fish tease the old man. He smiled. Why do you have to fish when you can catch them at any time? The old man smiled. That's what makes it fun. The fish is smart enough to know that you, the fisherman, will only tease you. You won't be able to catch it in this lifetime. The old man laughed. Isn't that more fun? Some people think they're fishermen, but they're actually the ones being fished. In the fish's eyes, I'm just someone who is being teased, but I can't do anything about it. It can get close to the fishing line or stay away from it. When it's bored, it will tease me, but it doesn't know that many times I can catch it just by reaching out. Luin sat down. The fish doesn't have the foresight to see what you can do. Yes, people are the same. Some people think they're fishing, but they're actually the ones being fished. But if a true fisherman never pulls in the net, then he'll really become the one being fished. That depends on the strength and patience of both parties. In any case, I've been fishing for this fish for 100 years. The longer you wait, the more it will think that you can't do anything to it, Luin said. The old man suddenly reached out and grabbed the fish at the bottom of the lake. The fish's eyes were filled with fear and confusion, and its tail kept flapping as it struggled to escape. Haha, let's see if you can still run. He casually tossed the fish back into the lake. The fish hurriedly swam to a corner of the lake and kept drilling down, hoping to escape from the old man's line of sight. The old man laughed. How sad. Now that it sees clearly, it'll live in fear for the rest of its life. It might as well be stewed by me. Luin agreed. Yes, it might as well be stewed. The old man looked at Luin. You agree? Luin nodded and said seriously, I agree. In any case, it can't escape. You understand? Yes. Then why are you causing so much trouble? What does it have to do with me? We're talking about a fish. You're a fish. Even if you're a senior, you can't scold me. The old man was speechless. I said that you're a fish that keeps causing trouble. What's the difference between you and a fisherman? Luin retorted, I'm not a fish. Believe me, you are. I'm really not. The old man sighed and put down his fishing rod. Xianxia came looking for me and gave me a condition to kill you. Luin wasn't surprised. You can't do it. Whether or not I can do it is another matter. In this universe, whether it's the spiritualized universe or the xuanhuan universe, Xianxia will always be a fisherman, and you can only be a fish. You came from the xuanhuan universe. You came from the xuanhuan universe to the spiritualized universe, but you just swam from one side of the lake to the other and around the fishing rod. He can catch you whenever he wants. At this point, he stood up. What's wrong with you, Junior? At our level, there's no need to explain things so clearly. You just don't understand. Luin stood up as well. I understand, but I'm definitely not a fish. Then you're bait. Old man, you're bent on scolding me, aren't you? The old man laughed. In any case, I'm sure that Xianxia is a fisherman. Luin couldn't help but laugh. How ruthless, you're even scolding yourself. I'm a fish and so are you. All three universes are fish, and only Xianxia is fishing. Junior, don't cause any more trouble. This isn't the way to protect the xuanhuan universe. Yuran just reminded you that there are too many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe, and some of them have lived longer than me. But no matter who they are, they're all suppressed by Xianxia. There are no exceptions. If you want to protect the xuanhuan universe, the Numinous Treasure Association can help you. This is the price you have to pay for saving Yuran's life. Luin didn't believe it. Can the Numinous Treasure Association help me protect the xuanhuan universe? The old man thought about it. It's very difficult. Yes, sorry, I'm afraid you can't protect it. There are too many people waiting for the universe to restart, but protecting the boundless universe shouldn't be a problem. What makes you think you can do that? Xianxia will listen to you, Luin retorted. The old man was pleased. Don't underestimate the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures are also resources of the universe, but they're all placed in the Numinous Treasure domain. What? Because spirit treasures are the only things that can peek into the mysteries of the universe. What existed before the birth of humans can only be seen through spirit treasures. Xianxia has reached his level, and the only thing left is eternal life. Once he reaches eternal life, what else can he do? Sit around and wait for death? Waiting for death is just a dream. He can't die, so he can only pursue higher goals. Luin listened quietly. This might not be what Xianxia wanted to do, but it was the original intention behind the establishment of the Numinous Treasure Association. Spirit treasures were the only things that could avoid time. Time couldn't erode spirit treasures. Lock-breaking spirit treasures connected two separate periods of time. Before the birth of humans, what was the universe like? What creatures existed? Only through spirit treasures could they find out. The Numinous Treasure Association attracted countless people to join because of this. It was as if the lock-breaking spirit treasures were a shortcut. But the truth was that while the Numinous Treasure Association was important, it couldn't change xianxia. A dream with a future that could never compare to reality. I'm curious, why are you helping me? Just because you saved Yuran? Then you shouldn't have ignored xianxia's conditions. Luin didn't understand. The old man looked up at the stars. There was a secret behind the battle with Meng Sang. I knew it then. Xianxia used this as a condition for me to get rid of you, so he revealed the secret. Perhaps I could replace Meng Sang, but after so many years, I don't want to be involved in these matters anymore. I don't want to be Xianxia either. Luin understood. Heart is still as water. The old man laughed. It's not that exaggerated. It's good to stay in the numinous treasure domain in the future. Fortunately, you're like this. Otherwise, you would have been cheated, Luin said. The old man was puzzled. What do you mean by cheated? Luin looked at him. Meng Sang went missing. The more time passes, the less likely he is to remain in his position. Even if you don't step forward to replace him, someone else will. The old man was shocked. How can this be? Meng Sang went missing? Did you do it? No. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3500. The Elder was confused. How do you know? Even I don't know, and the spiritualized universe definitely doesn't know either. You're from the xuanhuan universe, so how do you know if you didn't do it? Luin said naturally, I just know. The Elder looked at Luin deeply. Forget it, this has nothing to do with me. I've already warned you so you can leave. Right, there's one more thing. The person behind the scale isn't simple. Luin didn't leave. I also want to ask you something. Why didn't you dodge before? The Elder met Lu Yin's gaze. I was curious. Curious? To be honest, I've never encountered an invisible attack in my entire life. I also want to see what it is. Perhaps I can find out why Xianxia cares so much about you but doesn't attack you. Unfortunately, I still can't understand it. At this point, he stared at Luin as if waiting for an explanation. Luin moved his arm. If you let me go, how are you going to explain it to Xianxia? The Elder was disappointed. There's no need for that. It's just a deal. The worst-case scenario is that the deal fails. Do you want to put on a show? I'm quite curious about your spirit treasure array. There's a legendary spirit treasure array called Grafting Flowers. I'd like to see it. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he looked at the Elder. The Elder shook his head. I'm old and I don't have the heart to fight. Since there's no need to explain to you Xianxia, what's the point of fighting? I can tell you what that invisible attack is, Luin said. The Elder was excited. Good, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm not interested in Xianxia's deal, but yours is different. I'm Master Su, the #1 spirit treasure master in the spiritualized universe. Please. Luin solemnly said, #1 origin array heavenly master in the xuanhuan universe. Luin. Please. Master Su was surprised. Origin array heavenly master? Equivalent to a heavenly master? You're the strongest in the xuanhuan universe? For now, I am. Haha, good, the #1 in the spiritualized universe versus the #1 in the xuanhuan universe. Interesting. Then the black and white colors suddenly shrank and shot out from Lu Yin's feet towards Master Su. Finally, it turned into a huge black and white sword that slashed down at Luin. Ancient sword. This move came too quickly and Luin didn't expect it. Old man, you cheated. This spiritual treasure array has already been set up. Luin was dissatisfied. Master Su laughed. Junior, I am the heavenly master of numinous treasures. Since you have entered, you must be mentally prepared. Come. Ancient sword. In the numinous treasure society, everyone's jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the black and white swords that connected heaven and earth. Old Tao, Palace Master Yao, and the others were shocked. The black and white twin swords gave them a huge pressure. This pressure turned into a gale that swept across the spirit treasure domain. The entire spirit treasure domain was shaking. Countless spirit treasures were suppressed by the gale and were unable to move. This third head had really challenged the Plain Master Dao. The result of this battle would definitely be the same as the Intent Realm battle. It would shock the spiritualized universe. The black and white swords looked huge, but they were only about 10 meters away from Luin. Luin didn't underestimate Master Su. He gathered the soil from the mortal ancestors' world to form a spear and thrust it forward. Bang! Every crack swallowed the surroundings and the black and white domain was instantly destroyed. Then it headed for the Spirit Treasure Association. Lu Yin's spear extended along with the black and white swords, and it instantly pierced towards Master Su. Around Master Su, countless black and white swords appeared and slashed at the spear. At the same time, the black and white swords suddenly disappeared and turned into black and white gas. They formed a soft but sharp attack that slashed towards Lu Yin. There were no sequence particles, and it was a pure attack formed from a spirit treasure array. However, it was more terrifying than most of the sequence techniques that Lu Yin had encountered. These two attacks were enough to easily kill a sequence law expert. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand suddenly split apart and spread around him. He used the soil as the sourcebox's killing intent to form a sourcebox array, seemingly sealed shut. Seemingly sealed shut came from true insight. When the Prime Clear One had used the 3 young ancestral chi to transform into progenitor Hui, he had used seemingly sealed shut to seal Lu Yin. Seemingly sealed shut could seal the enemy, but it could also protect oneself. Master Su's eyes widened. Not a bad spirit treasure array, but it's useless. The black and white gas continued to slash down, but seemingly sealed shut couldn't last for long. Lu Yin remained calm and composed. Seemingly sealed shut naturally couldn't block Master Su's spirit treasure array, but what if he added another one? Which of the sourcebox arrays that progenitor Hui had created was the most powerful? No one could say for sure. Some sourcebox arrays were used for combat, while others were used to assist in cultivation. There were also sourcebox arrays that protected an area. The one that Lu Yin admired the most was limitless power. This limitless power sourcebox array protected the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm, allowing the Fifth Mainland to fight with the Eternals for so many years. If not for this sourcebox array, the astral tree realm would not have been able to stop the Eternals. After Lu Yin had become invincible, he had specially gone to the battlefield on the other side of the astral tree realm to research this limitless power sourcebox array. Although this sourcebox array was difficult to set up, and even Divine Master Gu Yen found it difficult to do so, it wasn't because the array itself was difficult. Rather, it was because this sourcebox array was too vast and involved too many things. In particular, it required strength to support it. If Divine Master Gu Yen had enough materials and time, he would have been able to set it up. Otherwise, his strength would have limited him. But now, Lu Yin was able to use the soil from Progenitor Chen's world to set it up. His strength had long since surpassed Progenitor Hui's, and even if it wasn't as complicated as the limitless power sourcebox array, it was still enough to block the black and white swords. When the limitless power sourcebox array appeared, it coordinated with seemingly sealed shut. It was like an endless source of power that cancelled out the black and white gas. Master Su was shocked. "You created this spirit treasure array yourself?" Lu Yin replied, "Not me. It was created by a respectable senior from the Tianyuan universe." Master Su praised, "An endless source of power. Good. What's it called?" "Limitless power." "What an amazing limitless power. I'm impressed. This spirit treasure array is similar to my grafting flowers, but it's also fundamentally different. If you want to see grafting flowers, I'll show you." The black and white gas disappeared. With the support of the limitless power source box array, the black and white swords were helpless. Lu Yin also displayed the strength that an origin array heavenly master should have. His expression turned solemn. Grafting flowers? He had finally seen it. On the way here, Old Tao and Palace Mistress Yao had told him that the Master Su's most powerful spirit treasure array was grafting flowers. What kind of power did this spirit treasure array have? They couldn't explain it clearly, but they could only describe it in one word: limitless power. These words made Lu Yin think of his own Azure Sky Palace. The seventh step of the Celestial Master Staircase, the Tomb of Landscape, also had a similar ability. However, while it seemed to be limitless, it was far from being truly limitless. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or lock breaking, the further one progressed, the more energy one would consume. At a certain point, this sort of thing was like a tacit agreement. If that was really the case, then the Azure Sky Palace was not simple. This was also why Lu Yin was curious about grafting flowers. He wanted to see if the sourcebox array could truly achieve the same level as the Azure Sky Palace, where it would not consume energy and could unleash limitless attacks. On the ground, a tree bloomed, and its trunk continued to grow as it spread out into the black and white domain. Lu Yin watched the tree bloom, which was formed by the danger of the source boxes. The Su Master Sect's ability in lock breaking could be seen vividly from this tree. This was because even with Lu Yin's experience, he couldn't see through this tree at first glance. This tree had been set up in an extremely short period of time, and it had not been set up for a long time. The Master Su's lock-breaking abilities surpassed Lu Yin's, but he was not surprised that he could sense the aura of the ancient sword from this tree. Were these two source box arrays linked together? The tree branches stretched out, and the tree enveloped the entire black and white domain before finally enveloping the Spirit Treasure Association. Yuran stared in a daze. Grafting flowers. He also saw that Senior Su had used her full strength in this battle. Grafting flowers had left its mark in the history of the spiritualized universe, and it was known as the culmination of all Spirit Treasure Array techniques. Since ancient times, no one had been able to surpass it. The Master Su had almost defeated Meng Sang Tian because of grafting flowers. They had only relied on this array technique. Aside from that, there were no other array techniques or battle techniques that could be used. A Spirit Treasure Array could be set up in an instant and almost defeated Meng Sang Tian. One could only imagine the shock this array brought to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Spirit Treasure Association who did not want to learn grafting flowers. The Master Su had once claimed that they could teach anyone, but all of the heavenly masters who had tried to learn had failed. This included Yuran himself. Within the black and white domain, Lu Yin watched the tree grow and extend its branches until black and white flowers bloomed one after another. His gaze changed from shock to shock. How could this be? Ever since he had stepped onto the path of lock-breaking, the first thing that had shocked Lu Yin was the Splitting Sky Array. The Splitting Sky Array sealed the Splitting Sky battle technique within a sourcebox array before unleashing it. Because of this, there were later microarray weapons. However, microarray weapons required materials, carvings, and so on. Grafting flowers was a type of microarray weapon, and those blooming black and white flowers were the ancient swords. He had used the flower grafting sourcebox array to graft the eternal sword sourcebox array onto the tree. Every flower was an eternal sword, and it was unknown just how many flowers there were on this tree. The danger of the sourceboxes intertwined with one another, but they were also spread out like a line. Just one ancient sword was already so powerful that Lu Yin had to rely on his unlimited power to support his seemingly sealed-off technique. Now, there were so many ancient swords. He looked at the Master Su in shock. The Master Su was pleased. How is it? Do you understand now? This is my grafting flowers. Any Spirit Treasure Array can bloom here and become my strength. Lu Yin sighed. Grafting flowers is not any type of Spirit Treasure Array. It's more like a tray that can support all Spirit Treasure Array techniques. Latest update, first release. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3501. That's right. This is grafting flowers onto trees. Su Shidao laughed. Back then when I fought with Meng Sangtian, he couldn't withstand my substitution and was almost defeated. If it weren't for my secret, there would be no Meng Sangtian, only Su Shidao. It's a pity that nothing is up to us. Even at my level, I can feel the injustice. However, it doesn't matter. I don't care about Sangtian anymore. As for you, with your position, could it be that you want to fight for the position of Sangtian? Lu Yin's lips curled up. Why not? As long as Yu Sangtian does not let me spiritualize the universe's public enemy, I will have a chance. Su Shidao sighed. You are ruthless. Don't forget that you are a fish. Oh man, I am not a fish. Nothing is up to humans. That's right. I thought you were going to say that my life is up to me and not the heavens. Lu Yin rolled his eyes. The cycle of karma is predestined. Going against the heavens is just another cycle of karma. At least we can't break free from karma. Karma? This is your invisible attack, right? Su Shidao looked deeply at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. This is also why Yu Sangtian wants to deal with me. Su Shidao praised. How many people want to comprehend the Tao of karma? Back then, Elder Xianxia wanted to walk this path, but unfortunately he was killed by Yu Sangtian. Anyone who walks this path will die. Yu Sangtian is so overbearing. You are indeed a fish. Lu Yin was speechless. He looked at the tree. Su Shidao did not attack. Since Lu Yin wanted to see grafting flowers onto trees, he would let Lu Yin see it. If grafting flowers onto Lu Yin, they did not know what would happen, but the Numinous Treasure Association would definitely cease to exist. They were not enemies, so there was no point. Lu Yin stood under the tree and watched. 10 days passed just like that. For 10 days he didn't move at all. He looked at the tree, looked at every branch, looked at every flower. Finally he sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Su Shidao looked at Lu Yin with deep admiration in his eyes, but there was also pity. From the standpoint of the three universes, he should be enemies with this person. However, the Xuanhuan universe was destined to be reactivated. If this person did not die, he would have to join the spiritualized universe if he wanted to live. From the looks of things, they did not need to be enemies. Unfortunately, this person couldn't escape from Yu Sangtian's evil hands. What a pity. The tree slowly disappeared. Heavenly Master Yuran was at a loss. It had been 10 days, but he still hadn't made a move. What was going on inside? Everyone in Numinous Treasure Society was waiting. Another half a month passed, and one day Lu Yin opened his eyes. 999 flowers. Su Shidao's eyes widened. What did you say? Lu Yin looked at him and smiled. 999. Su Shidao and Lu Yin looked at each other. They were obviously shocked. It hasn't even been a month and you can tell? Lu Yin smiled. It's a rather complicated source box array. If I'm not wrong, you cheated again. Haha, there's no such thing as cheating in the adult world. If you can tell, it's cheating. If you can't tell, then it's not cheating. I'm starting to admire you more and more. No one has ever seen through you before. Impressive, impressive. You truly are the #1 heavenly master of numinous treasure. Lu Yin stood up. The limit is 999 flowers. What's the most you've bloomed in one go? Just now. I've bloomed 270 flowers. You can't do more than that? It's more difficult. Do you think it's easy? When I fought Meng Sangtian, I only bloomed 190 flowers. That means that Meng Sangtian received 190 ancient sword strikes and was lucky not to die. That's why I said that there was a secret. He cheated to win. But you cheated from the start. At this point, Lu Yin glanced at Su Shidao. I get it. You cheated too, so you're not unhappy about the secret. It doesn't matter, right? You're the fish, the salted fish. Su Shidao rolled his eyes. Young man, don't be so harsh with your words. If Yu Sangtian can't tell that I cheated, then it's not cheating. Lu Yin chuckled. The reason why he had been able to set up the grafting flower source box array so quickly was because Su Shidao had been setting it up for a long time, and he had only been able to lure it out when he had made his move. If Lu Yin had been asked to set up the grafting flowers array from scratch, he would not have had the time to do so, and Meng Sangtian would not have given him the time to do so. In that battle, Meng Sangtian had spent an unknown amount of time setting up the 190 flowers, which was considered cheating. But just as he had said, if no one could tell, then it was not cheating. Over the past month of observation, Lu Yin had seen through the grafting flowers array, and he knew that the tree's limit was 999 black and white flowers. That was already an exaggeration, but it was not enough. Because it was limited to that tree, there was a limit. Lu Yin had spent the last half a month thinking of a way to break through that limit. There were two major problems with the grafting flowers array. The first was to graft the sourcebox array onto the grafting flowers array, and the second was to break through the limit. Lu Yin could not solve the first problem. Although he had seen through it, he could not do it. Thus, he connected the two problems together and finally decided to give up on the grafting flowers array. Instead, he had been inspired by this sourcebox array and used the Jade Sky Palace as the grafting flowers array. He was about to try it out. But before that, he still wanted to ask, how did the ancient sword get grafted onto the grafting flowers array? You don't have to tell me if it's inconvenient. Su Sherdao chuckled. You can just use horizontal shift. Horizontal shift. Lu Yin was puzzled. He had simulated it countless times in his mind, but it still did not work. Su Sherdao was pleased. My spiritual innate gift is horizontal shift. Lu Yin stared at him in a daze and did not recover for a long time. So, the success of this sourcebox array depends on your spiritual innate gift? That's right. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Since ancient times, you're probably the only one who can use it. No one else can learn it. Su Sherdao sighed. Yes, that's what I'm worried about as well. The outside world says that those who cannot learn it are innate gifts, but I can't bear to discourage them. I also hope that this array can be left behind for future generations, but it's a pity. Lu Yin looked outside the black and white region. I want to learn some killing sourcebox arrays. I can exchange them with sourcebox arrays from the Xuanhuan universe. Su Sherdao waved his hand. There's no need to exchange. You can learn whatever you want. With your ability, even if you don't learn them, you can create your own. It will only take you a bit of time. Alright, I want to learn the ancient sword, Lu Yin said directly. Su Sherdao was amused. You're really not polite. Lu Yin temporarily stayed at the Spirit Treasure Association. In the plaza, Old Tao and the rest were told to stay at the Spirit Treasure Association. They were not worried that something would happen to Lu Yin. Even if something happened to Lu Yin, it would not happen quietly. At the very least, the Spirit Treasure Realm would cease to exist. Everyone in the Spirit Treasure Association wanted to know how Lu Yin and the Su Sherdao were doing. But why had they suddenly decided to stay? There were many guesses in the outside world. Many great powers wanted to spy on the black and white region, but they were all stopped by Yuran. She did not even know what Lu Yin and the Su Sherdao were doing. Just as the Su Sherdao had said, once one reached Lu Yin's level, they would be able to create their own sourcebox array. Learning others' sourcebox array would be even easier. Not only did he learn Sword Dao's unending river and the ancient sword from the Su Sherdao, but he also learned the shifting maples maple grove, Zhishan's landscape tomb, Yuran, and the other heavenly master's sourcebox array. Similarly, he had also taught the Su Sherdao many sourcebox array techniques from the Tianyuan universe. Among them, the one that interested the Su Sherdao the most was the 6 ancient spirit array and its hidden corners. The Su Sherdao praised, who created this 6 ancient spirit array? What a genius. This can solve the problem of the scattered treasures in the spirit treasure realm. We can gather all the treasures in the ancient spirit sea, just like the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin did not understand. Why do we need to gather them? Isn't it good to scatter them in the spirit treasure realm? We can just treat the spirit treasure realm as the ancient spirit sea. The Su Sherdao said, some of them can be scattered, but it's better to gather the treasures that have too little danger. Otherwise, outsiders will use their strength to dig them out and sell them to the Spirit Treasure Association at a high price. So that's why. Lu Yin understood. The 6 ancient spirit array could indeed help the spirit treasure realm. What made the Su Sherdao the happiest was the hidden corner. Haha, interesting, very interesting. If possible, I really want to meet that heavenly master Gu Yan. He actually created a spirit treasure array that is specially made for spiritual chess. He's a genius. Lu Yin laughed. Yes, once the hidden corner is revealed, spiritual chess is always successful. The Su Sherdao could not wait to find some heavenly masters to practice with, so they left the black and white domain. Only Lu Yin stayed behind. Latest update on this site. He wanted to use this opportunity to test out his idea. He would use the landscape tomb as an experiment. His idea was to get rid of the grafting technique and seal the sourcebox array within the Azure Sky Palace. The Azure Sky Palace would not consume energy, so it would not affect the sourcebox array no matter how long it was sealed. Once he thought of this method, he felt that it was simple. It was a pity that he had not thought of it before, but before he had the inspiration, it was indeed difficult to think of. He did not know if it would work, but he was just trying. The pole glided towards the sky. Below the ground, countless eyes from the Spirit Treasure Association were watching. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at the sky. He had finally left, and her gaze was complicated. This person is quite a character. It's a pity, the Su Sherdao said. Heavenly Master Yuran looked at Su Sherdao and said, Senior, are you referring to the third manager? Su Sherdao's gaze was complicated. There is such a character in the Xuanhuan universe. If he is given enough time, he will be able to defend himself. However, he is too young. Even if his strength is close to invincible, he is still not invincible. Yusang Tian is not someone he can deal with now. His future is 70% determined. What about the other 30%? Heavenly Master Yuran was curious. Su Sherdao's gaze was deep. Fate and opportunity are all within these 30%. What should the Spirit Treasure Association do? Su Sherdao laughed. Do what you need to do. Let's take it one step at a time. To be honest, I used to hate Yusang Tian and wanted him to disappear. However, if Yusang Tian really disappears and the Xuanhuan universe gives birth to this third manager, then it will be the misfortune of the spiritualized universe. I have mixed feelings. Heavenly Master Yuran was shocked. Aside from Yusang Tian, no one else in the spiritualized universe can stop this third manager? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3502. Su Sherdao thought about it and said, the difficulty lies in his versatility. He doesn't have any obvious weaknesses. His physical body, consciousness, essence, chi and spirit, and even the Tao of spiritual treasures, etc. No one can find his weakness. Even if there is an old monster who can defeat him in terms of combat power, it won't be easy to completely suppress him. I wonder if such an old monster is still alive. Yuran did not expect Su Sherdao to give such a high evaluation of the third head. This meant that he was not the third head's match. He was at Sang Tian's level. Sang Tian represented the highest combat power in the spiritualized universe. Were there really any old monsters who could surpass Sang Tian still alive? Su Sherdao's seniority was high enough. If they were still alive, it would be unimaginable. There would be a gap in history. Yuran sighed as he understood Su Sherdao's feelings. Even if they hated Yusang Tian, who in the spiritualized universe could stop the third head without Yusang Tian? Head, Su Sherdao is not your match, right? Old Tao smiled and asked cheerfully. Luin crossed his legs. That old man is all right. He just likes to scold people. Scold people? Old Tao was stunned and then became angry. He dares to scold you? Why don't you ask me to go? I will scold him to death. Forget it. His scolding is not bad. It doesn't matter, Luin said. Old Tao flattered a few more times, which made Palace Mistress Yao and the others shudder. Hey head, someone is chasing us, Old Tao said. Behind them, a group of people hurriedly chased after them. It was the group that had blocked them from coming to the Spirit Treasure region. Luin stopped and sized them up. What? You didn't let us come and now you don't want to leave? Jihua stepped forward and bowed to Luin. I apologize for my previous rudeness. The others bowed as well. Apologize to third head. Luin did not mind. Alright, stop wasting my time. Let's go. Jihua looked up and blinked. Will third head still come? Spirit Treasure region? Yes. I don't think so. Jihua was disappointed. Before we leave, I have a gift for you. Luin pointed, and the void rippled as it landed in Jihua's hand. The others looked over curiously, but it was a phantom. They could not understand it and Jihua could not as well. The gliding pole swept past the front and gradually disappeared into the distance. Jishan suddenly tore through the void and roared angrily, Girl, you're too daring. You're going to stop the third master again? Jihua blinked. Jishan was speechless. What are you reluctant to part with? Jihua opened her arms. Grandpa, what is this? This third head. Jishan looked at the virtual image in Jihua's palm and his body trembled. This is. No, not the original mountain river tomb. Of the Luin, T's Lu. Of Lu. Of t. This trip to the Spiritual Treasure Association had changed his sky palace, and it was enough to give the spiritualized universe a huge surprise. Boss, where are we going next? Old Tao asked. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Spatial Abyss. Old Tao was puzzled. Spatial Abyss? I think I've heard of it before. Palace Mistress Yao said, the abyss next to the Intelliski domain. Alright, I remember. Spatial abyss is connected to the Intelliski domain and it's bottomless. Old Tao was shocked and confused. Boss, are you going to the Intelliski domain? He was a little nervous as the Intelliski domain was not simple. Although it was not explicitly stated that there were experts at the xianxia level, the entire spiritualized universe's resources were distributed to the Intelliski domain. The Intelliski domain's history was longer than the xianxia and the 7 great xianxians, and it was second only to the Supreme Pole. If they touched the Intelliski domain, then they would be in deep trouble, as it would be tantamount to breaking through the spiritualized universe's sky. Luin lay down on the pole and looked up at the sky. Bao Qi is in spatial abyss. Old Tao, Palace Mistress Yao and the others were shocked. Bao Qi is in the Intelliski domain? The star toad turned to look at Luin. Xianxia? Old Tao was confused. Xianxia? Why would he be in spatial abyss? And it's so close to the Intelliski domain. Luin smiled. That's the xianxia. He told Bao Qi to keep an eye on the Intelliski domain. Boss, the location of spatial abyss comes from the celestial master staircase, which is Heaven's Hand. Even if Heaven's Hand doesn't give us false information, even if it's true, we might still be surrounded if we can find Bao Qi. Old Tao was worried. Luin had naturally thought of this. Heaven's Hand had wanted to use the Plane sect to deal with him, but that had been wishful thinking. If the Plane sect could not deal with him, then spatial abyss might very well be the place where they would be surrounded. This encirclement would be different from the one at circling Sun City. There would definitely be more than one powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. It was unknown how the 7 great powers would work together and whether or not any powerhouses from the realm beyond heaven would appear. He also did not know if xianxia would give him any more time. However, this trip to spatial abyss was a must. He had originally wanted to cause trouble for Heaven's Hand, but Heaven's Hand did not have a fixed location, and Old Tao could not find him either. Thus he could only deal with Bao Qi first. In any case, his original goal of cooperating with Heaven's Hand had been Bao Qi. Now the only question was whether Bao Qi would run away. After so long, the Dayu Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven. Given Bao Qi's personality, he should have taken action long ago, but he had not. There was only one explanation for this. He had been suppressed by xianxia and was not allowed to take action. xianxia's goal was to prevent Lu Yin from completing his karma. Since that was the case, Lu Yin's trip to spatial abyss might seem like a trip to the Zhikong domain to outsiders, but it would not be hidden from xianxia. It was very likely that xianxia had allowed Bao Qi to leave, leaving Lu Yin empty-handed and even leaving behind an encirclement. Not only would Lu Yin not be able to find Bao Qi, but he would also have to face a life-and-death crisis. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then said in a low voice, "Old Tao." Old Tao was attentive. "This lowly one is here. Spread the word that I'm going to spatial abyss to find Bao Qi. There are no experts in the world and this grandfather is coming." Old Tao was shocked and his face paled. Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing stared at Lu Yin in shock. Directly challenging xianxia? Grandfather? Although Lu Yin had defeated Wills and walked out of the spiritual treasure gathering safely and was considered to be on xianxia's level, they still could not accept his arrogant challenge. They were born in the spiritualized universe and the 2 words xianxia were like the heavens pressing down on them. However, they were only stunned for a moment as they recalled Lu Yin's actions. If xianxia dared to challenge him, there was nothing xianxia would not dare to do. However, wasn't the 2 words grandfather a little too arrogant? Old Tao was put in a difficult position. "Boss, isn't it inappropriate to say that? Speak." Old Tao was helpless as he coughed twice and looked around. He shouted, "The 3rd manager of the Dayu Mountain Manor will head to spatial abyss immediately to challenge xianxia and Bao Qi. Bao Qi, don't run if you have the guts. Your 3rd manager's grandfather is here." His loud voice reverberated throughout the cosmos. The cultivators who were staring at Lu Yin's group were stunned. Challenging Bao Qi to xianxia and calling himself grandfather? This 3rd manager was truly heaven-defying. This was the real xianxia. Be it Reverend Qi, Master Su or Dancing Butterfly in the world, they were all considered to be on xianxia's level, but they had not truly become xianxia. Bao Qi, on the other hand, was the real xianxia. Although he was only at the Spirit Prime realm, combined with the Cauldron Bell Sequence's foundation, he had transcendent and invincible strength. This 3rd manager had actually challenged xianxia directly and even called himself grandfather? Although Lu Yin's various actions and the spiritualized universe had some understanding of his actions, This move still shocked many people and made many people curse. Insulting Sang Tian was insulting the spiritualized universe. At the same time, Old Tao was also cursed. Old Tao wanted to cry but had no tears. Arrogant. Bao Qi, Sang Tian, and the Cauldron Bell are invincible in the starry sky. That is the real Sang Tian who can suppress the current era. This third manager not only challenged him but also called himself grandfather. He is too arrogant. He has not been arrogant for a day or two. Bao Qi, Sang Tian, will let him see the difference between Sang Tian and not Sang Tian. I was fortunate enough to see Bao Qi, Sang Tian in action. Under the Cauldron Bell, it is very difficult to approach him. He once suppressed 3 spirit primes with his own strength. That is Sang Tian. This third manager will definitely lose miserably. I am curious as to why Bao Qi, Sang Tian, is in Spatial Abyss. Is Bao Qi, Sang Tian really in Spatial Abyss? Could it be that this third manager is spouting nonsense? He just randomly found a place. Anyway, Bao Qi, Sang Tian is not there and then spread the word that Bao Qi, Sang Tian, does not dare to fight him. It's possible. It's possible. I think it's true. Spatial Abyss is connected to the Intellicong domain. This Intellicong domain, the Intellicong domain is a taboo. Don't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Countless discussions took place in every corner of the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's sudden challenge attracted everyone's attention to the Intellicong domain and Spatial Abyss. Lu Yin stopped in a city in outer space. He had gone into seclusion. He needed to make some preparations. He raised his hand and his die appeared. He tapped it. It had been a long time since he had rolled the die and it was time to roll enhance. He needed time. Spatial Abyss was a special place that was adjacent to the Intellicong domain. Its uniqueness was also due to the Intellicong domain. It was a bottomless starry abyss, and it could be considered a type of celestial phenomenon. No one knew where the end of Spatial Abyss led. Over countless years, many people had explored it, but those who returned could not see the end. Those who saw the end could not return. No one knew that Bao Qi, one of the 7 Sang Tians, was actually in Spatial Abyss. When news of Bao Qi being in Spatial Abyss spread, the outside world not only discussed Lu Yin's challenge to Bao Qi, but they also discussed why Bao Qi was in Spatial Abyss and what exactly was at the bottom of Spatial Abyss. There were also some who stared at Spatial Abyss for no other reason than the fact that these people had seniors or juniors who had died in Spatial Abyss. They wanted to know if those deaths had anything to do with Bao Qi. Although Sang Tian was supreme, he could not change people's hearts. Hatred would continue, and if the deaths of their relatives and friends were really related to Bao Qi, then while this generation might not be able to take revenge, the next generation and the generation after that might not be able to. Sang Tian did not only come from those powerful organizations. He did not have any powerful organizations backing him. Many cultivators headed towards Spatial Abyss. At this moment, Lu Yin had stopped in a city in outer space. No one knew if he was in seclusion or something else, but everyone was waiting for any signs of movement from Spatial Abyss. On this day, an old man walked through Spatial Abyss and appeared in the eyes of many cultivators. Is that the master of the Intellicong domain, Elder Yu? Someone was shocked. The others retreated and bowed respectfully to Elder Yu. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3503. Those who didn't know Zhikong domain only thought it was one of the 36 domains, but those who knew Zhikong domain knew how high this old man's position was. It could be said that this old man was one of the few who didn't need to salute Yu Sang Tian. He could talk to the 7 big Sang Tian as equals. And Zhikong domain represented a long history. The old man walked to the edge of the abyss and looked down. Is Bao Qi Sang Tian under this abyss? Why didn't I know? All the practitioners looked at this scene. What was the meaning of this? The foolish old man explained himself. At the bottom of the abyss, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The eyes were deep and the corners of his mouth were torn. Beside him, the cauldron bell was floating. It was Bao Qi. Old man, stop pretending. All the practitioners were shocked. This voice. Bao Qi Sang Tian? Bao Qi Sang Tian was really under the abyss. The foolish old man was surprised. Isn't this Bao Qi Sang Tian's voice? Are you really under the abyss? Bao Qi raised his eyes. It's not difficult to force me to show myself. A mere third master of Diyu Manor can't scare me. I'm waiting for him in the abyss. The foolish old man laughed. Bao Qi Sang Tian misunderstood. I didn't mean to force you to show yourself. Speaking of which, why is Sang Tian in my Zhikong domain? Bao Qi narrowed his eyes and didn't speak anymore. The foolish old man smiled. Is this the abyss where Bao Qi Xianxia cultivates? Then I'm sorry to disturb you. About the third master of De Manor challenging Xianxia, I advise you to be careful. That third master is not weak. Bao Qi's eyes turned cold. I'm waiting for him here. Old man, don't provoke me. Ah, Xianxia misunderstood. Since that's the case, I'll leave. Bao Qi Xianxia, take care. After speaking, the foolish old man walked toward Jikong domain. His arrival caused many cultivators to be confused. Did the foolish old man know that Bao Qi Xianxia was in the abyss? Logically speaking, he should have known, but what was going on just now? At his level, he disdained to lie. He was really forcing Bao Qi Xianxia to show himself. But what did this have to do with Jikong domain? Many people thought that Xianxia didn't allow Jikong domain to compete for Xianxia's position. They also thought that Bao Qi Xianxia was staying in the abyss. Under the space abyss, Bao Qi withdrew his gaze and looked at the cauldron bell. This old fellow was forcing him. How could he not know that he was in space abyss? They had a tacit understanding. Lord Yu Xianxia was wary of the Jikong region, which was why he had placed him in the spatial abyss. That was the price he had to pay to become Xianxia, and the Jikong region knew that very well. At this moment, this old man had appeared. Was he that confident in the third master? It wasn't just this old man. Lord Yu Xianxia was also apprehensive of the third head. He didn't want him to make a move because he didn't have confidence in him. Bao Qi thought back to Lu Yin's battles, and he knew that this was an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. But why was this person targeting him? He looked at the cauldron bell in a daze. If he really couldn't do it, then he would just enter the bitter adversity. No one knew what the future would be like. Xianxia should have been able to cross the tribulation. He was one of the 7 great mulberry heavens of the spiritualized universe. He controlled the cauldron bell of the 10 foundations and was invincible in the universe. It was impossible for him to be afraid of the third head. He had been waiting for him for a long time. If Yu Xianxia hadn't suppressed him, no one would have been able to suppress him. The conversation between Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan quickly spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi Xianxia was in space abyss, and he had even said that he was waiting for the third master. The moment these words were spoken, the entire spiritualized universe went into an uproar. Countless cultivators headed towards the Jikong region to watch this battle. This battle would be different from the previous ones. Not only would it represent a true Xianxia expert, but it also meant that if Bao Qi lost, he would lose his position as Xianxia. Xianxia was not allowed to lose. This was a rule that had been established by Beyond Heaven and even the spiritualized universe. If Bao Qi lost, he would lose his position as Xianxia, and then the most intense battle for the position would begin. The day of the tribute spirit was approaching, and after the battle for Xianxia's position, the tribute spirit would be next. This was an unprecedented opportunity. Since ancient times, such a thing had never happened before. The various great powers were envious, especially those that did not have Xianxia in their ranks. For example, Heaven's Hand and Imperial God Mountain hoped that Bao Qi would lose. Only then would they have a chance. As for the third master's defeat, that was no longer attractive to them. Because of the uniqueness of Xianxia's position, the spiritualized universe's hopes for the outcome of this battle were split into 2 extremes. Some hoped that Bao Qi would lose while others hoped that Lu Yin would lose. At this moment, Lu Yin had gained a lot of support due to his special circumstances. Of course, this support could not be shown. However, the result was that even if someone tried to stop him from going to the Wisdom Sky domain, they would be secretly blocked by someone else. This allowed Lu Yin to safely head to the spatial abyss to fight Bao Qi. In Beyond Heaven, Yu Xianxia's face was gloomy. Bao Qi's acceptance of the battle had disrupted his plans. That bastard had already warned him not to clash with the Dayu Villa. No one knew if Bao Qi would be able to defeat Lu Yin, and everyone was speculating. How could Yu Xianxia not know? Even if Bao Qi had stepped into bitter disaster, he would still not be Master Lu's opponent. Lu Yin was the master of the Tianyuan universe and had comprehended the way of karma. He was a powerhouse who was qualified to fight against Yu Xianxia, but Yu Xianxia had never fought with his full strength. If Lu Yin's true power was exposed, it would be enough to shock the entire spiritualized universe. Bao Qi, that bastard. However, this matter was also related to that old man from the Wisdom Sky domain. If that old man had not stepped forward, Bao Qi might not have accepted the challenge. Yu Xianxia looked in the direction of the Wisdom Sky domain with a deep gaze. No one knew what he was thinking. Lu Yin stayed in a heavenly city for more than a month before leaving. No one knew what Luin had done during this time. Was he in seclusion? Or was he recuperating? In many people's opinion, it was more likely that he was recuperating. After all, his opponent was the master of the Su sect, which was not easy to deal with. He glided his pole towards the wisdom sky domain. Luin glanced around and commented, "There's much less noise." Old Tao respectfully replied, "Sir, Bao Qi has received a reply. He will wait for your battle in spatial abyss." Luin smiled. "He didn't run away. That's great. Because you want to fight Bao Qi, many people are supporting you," Old Tao said. Luin immediately understood. They want Sang Tian's position to be vacant? Is there any news from beyond heaven? Not at the moment. Where's xianxia? Tell him to come see me. Old Tao was speechless. Xianxia is still in the open realm. Luin was stunned. In the open realm? And he's surrounded? Old Tao sighed. This person is rare. He's quite a character. He's just a troublemaker, Palace Mistress Yao said. Luin rolled his eyes. What did the universe have to do with Xianxia? If he hadn't gone to the open realm, he wouldn't have thought about such things in his life. Yet, he had gotten into a conflict with the open realm because of this. How long had it been? He was still in the open realm. Not long after, Luin contacted the Zhan family and asked them to find out who supported him the most. The more people supported him, the more difficult it would be to fight for Sang Tian's position after Bao Qi lost. For example, Tian's hand would definitely be difficult to deal with. They were all eager to fight for Sang Tian's position. Luin dared to guarantee that if he was seriously injured, Tian's hand would protect him until his battle with Bao Qi ended. The battle with Bao Qi was over. There was much less noise, and they glided towards the wisdom sky domain without encountering any obstacles. Luin took out a death bug out of boredom. Old Tao looked at it and was shocked. Is this a death bug? Oh? Do you recognize it? Sir, this bug is born from Powerhouse's corpses. I've seen it before. Luin put away the death bug and looked at Old Tao's back. This guy knew a lot. There was almost nothing that he didn't know along the way. Time passed and they got closer and closer to the wisdom sky domain. In the distance, a giant warship passed by, crossing the direction that Luin and the others were heading in. Coincidentally, the warship and the glider were on the same line. At this speed, if both parties did not slow down, they would likely collide. Luin would not slow down, so Old Tao did not ask. As for the warship, it did not slow down either. Both parties quickly saw each other. On the warship, many gazes looked diagonally across. That guy is arrogant. He's not slowing down and wants to collide with us? Humph, what an ignorant fool. Unless he has Sang Tian behind him, he deserves to die. Interesting. Can't you recognize that this is the warship that went to the universe of consciousness? Crash over. I want to see if that guy really won't slow down. How arrogant. A man covered in light was dissatisfied. Ranwan, yes, that's a glider. But why do I feel like one of the two maids looks familiar? Is it Palace Mistress Yao? Shut up. Palace Mistress Yao is a maid? Are you stupid? Look for yourself. That appearance is unique. No way, is it really Palace Mistress Yao? What? Palace Mistress Yao? That's Kai Keqing. I've seen her before. The leader is Senior Old Tao? He's one of the Vice City Lords of Torch City. We met him when we left for the universe of consciousness. Everyone on the battleship was stupefied as they stared at the gliding pole that was approaching them. A middle-aged man came to the deck to take a look. What's with the commotion? We've all returned to the spiritualized universe. Bring out some of the killing intent from the battlefield. No, Senior, that's Palace Mistress Yao. She's a maid. Nonsense. The middle-aged man looked over and was stunned. Palace Mistress Yao? Many people who were in seclusion on the warship were alarmed. They walked out and looked at the approaching glider in shock. At this moment, someone boarded the warship. It was Bo-Fan Regent Sikong of the Bitter Sect. He warned, "Move aside. Don't collide." A gloomy elder walked out from the warship. Sikong of the Bitter Sect, are you telling us to move aside? Who is this person? Is he backed by Sang Tian? Another person boarded the warship. It was Cloud Crane Regent Shuha. He bowed to the elder. Senior, please move aside. This matter is complicated. Thousand Orchid White Region's Elder 1 boarded. Old man, what are you doing? Move aside. Haven't you heard about the legend of Dayu Mountain Villa and the Third Master? One by one, the spiritualized universe great beings boarded the warship, including people from the 7 major powers. This made the people on the warship dumbfounded. They had indeed not heard of the legend of Dayu Mountain Villa. The warship that traveled to the universe of consciousness was a very special existence. When returning from the universe of consciousness to the spiritualized universe, they were not allowed to communicate with anyone. Especially when returning to the spiritualized universe, the first place they had to go was sky beyond sky. This was to prevent information about the battlefield in the universe of consciousness from leaking out. It was also to distribute the captured life forms from the universe of consciousness and those that had surrendered. This was the rule. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3504. Rules were rules, but most of the time, it was impossible not to communicate with the outside world. The elder had gone on an expedition to the consciousness universe before, and there had been quite a bit of information exchange after his return. He couldn't understand why the people on the battleship were following the rules this time. The people on the battleship truly didn't know about the Dayu Villa incident. They had headed straight for beyond heaven after returning, and no one had expected to encounter Lu Yin here. Even the people behind them hadn't expected this. No one had guessed Lu Yin's itinerary, so they naturally hadn't expected this. Since the battleship had gone to beyond heaven, it was only natural that someone would report what had happened during this time. No one had expected the battleship to encounter Lu Yin's group ahead of time. Fortunately, it wasn't too late. The various powers warned the people watching Lu Yin, and the battleship made way for him. This was perhaps the first time in history that a battleship had made way for someone else. Everyone stood on the battleship, and the atmosphere was strangely quiet as they stared at the gliding pole. Lu Yin saw the youth's unwillingness and the older generation's apprehension. Lu Yin's expression was calm and natural. In the eyes of the people on the battleship, this expression was arrogant and insufferably arrogant. This person deserves to die. The glowing youth clenched his fists. Everyone stared at the gliding pole with murderous eyes, but no one dared to act rashly. No matter how arrogant they were, they had to back down in the face of Lu Yin's accomplishments. He was on the same level as Sang Tian, and they were going to fight him. The older generation's powerhouses looked at Palace Mistress Yao and Kai Keqing, similarly unwilling. In a corner of the battleship, a girl watched the gliding pole pass by, her eyes bright as she stared at Lu Yin. "Sis, this guy is ruthless and he looks young. He meets your standards," the young man beside her whispered. She didn't reply and just stared at Lu Yin. Was he invincible and domineering? Suddenly, the gliding pole stopped and Lu Yin turned to look at the girl. He raised a hand and pointed at her. "You come here." She was stunned. Meh. The young man beside her was shocked. Was this person looking at them? Everyone on the battleship looked at the girl in the corner, not understanding why Lu Yin was staring at her. She looked ordinary and didn't attract much attention on the battleship. On the gliding pole, Lu Yin looked at her and his lips curled up. "Come here." The young man beside the woman immediately stood in front of her and glared at Lu Yin. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin ignored the man and looked at the woman instead. "Not a bad disguise. Looks like an expert helped you. I'm curious what you look like." After saying those words, Zhang Xian waved his hand casually, and before anyone could react, a powerful gust of wind blew past the battleship, right in front of the young lady. With a whoosh sound, her hair flew about. The woman took several steps back, grabbing onto the wooden railing. She raised her head in shock, and then a world-shocking appearance appeared before everyone's eyes. At this moment, the starry sky lit up. That type of beauty was indescribable. It was as if a beam of light descended from the starry sky, illuminating this woman and dimming those around her. Lu Yin was stunned, but it only lasted for a moment. Although this woman was beautiful, she was only on par with Palace Mistress Yao, and she was about the same as Ming Yan and Bai Shui. It was just that in this situation in the dark starry sky, her beauty was magnified infinitely, to the point that even Lu Yin was stunned. "Qing Yun!" someone exclaimed. Everyone on the battleship was stunned. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. No one would have thought that this woman would follow them to battle in the consciousness universe. After a considerable amount of time. On the pole, Lu Yin was astonished. "Qing Yun." Old Tao was shocked. "Qing Yun, one of the grandmasters? She's actually here." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Oh, the grandmasters?" He looked at Palace Mistress Yao. "This woman is one of the grandmasters who are on par with you?" Palace Mistress Yao replied, "That's the name of a busybody. In the spiritualized universe, there are many who are on par with us in terms of appearance. Then why are you called the Grandmasters? Lu Yin was curious as Qing Yun's strength was not high. Palace Mistress Yao frowned. An old woman's bad taste. Lu Yin did not care about the title, but this Qing Yun could be used in the same way as Palace Mistress Yao. On the battleship, Qing Yun was panting heavily, and her delicate face was covered in fine beads of sweat. For a moment she thought that she had died. She had never experienced such a feeling, not even when she was fighting in the consciousness universe. Her disguise had come from Sang Tian, and she had thought that it would be foolproof. She had not expected to be seen through, and her disguise could be removed with a wave of his hand. This person was worthy of Sang Tian's strength, and he was indeed qualified to fight Bao Qi and Sang Tian. She was still shaken and she looked at Lu Yin. In front of her, a young man was worried. Sister, are you all right? Qing Yun shook her head. Little brother, don't be rude. Sister, he actually attacked you, the young man said angrily. His name was Qing Xiao and he was Qing Yun's younger brother. Around them, someone stepped forward. Miss Qing Yun, are you all right? Miss Qing Yun. The arrogant man shrouded in light pushed the others aside and looked at Qing Yun with concern. Are you all right? I'll say it again. Come here. Lu Yin's voice rang out. Everyone looked over. Qing Yun frowned. The third master of Dayu Villa? Lu Yin sat on the pole and smiled. That's right. Why are you looking for me? Qing Yun asked. Lu Yin reached out and casually placed his hand on Palace Mistress Yao's head. This scene shocked everyone on the battleship. Palace Mistress Yao subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but she did not dare to. She recalled the karma of General Platform Hell, and she did not want to experience that pain again. Furthermore, she had been abandoned by Yu Sang Tian, and her only way out was to follow Lu Yin. Just like her, be a maid. Qing Yun was stunned. A maid? Qing Xiao opened his mouth and raged, you're courting death. Around them, the cultivators who had been suppressing their anger cursed and wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yin. The man shrouded in light stood in front of Qing Yun. Third master of Dayu Villa, I don't care about you. Before he could finish speaking, the void in front of him cracked, and an elder dragged him away, saving him from death. The elder looked at Lu Yin fearfully. Sir, you're too heavy-handed. Lu Yin sneered. I'm looking for my maid. If you don't want to die, go away. The eyes of the man shrouded in light flickered. In that moment he had truly experienced the feeling of death. When he had gone to the consciousness universe to fight, he had actually had a protector. He was from the Grand Vish Chamber of Commerce, and his family had a high status there. He had Yi Sang Tian behind him, so it was just a process. Only now did he truly experience death. The light on his body also dissipated. This light had come from a supreme treasure, and it had instantly shattered. When he looked at Lu Yin again, his eyes were filled with fear. This person truly did not care about his status. The elder's expression sank. Third Master, do you know the origin of this battleship? What does it have to do with me? If you have the ability, let me take you. Sang Tian is looking for me. Lu Yin did not care. He raised a hand to grab Qing Yun and his palm turned white. Great Liao's sacred hand. He had easily learned this from watching Sage Great Liao attack, and this Great Liao sacred hand emphasized strength. As for the battleship, the spiritualized universe had invaded the consciousness universe, and Lu Yin was from the Tianyuan universe. It had nothing to do with him. The elder blurted out, Great Liao's sacred hand? What's your relationship with Sage Great Liao? The sequence particles swept through the sky and headed for Great Liao's sacred hand. The 38th sequence technique, annihilation. Lu Yin's expression changed. It was annihilation again, the sequence technique of dancing butterflies. Annihilation alone was not powerful enough. Only when dancing butterflies worked together could annihilation reach a level where it could threaten Lu Yin. Great Liao's sacred hand suddenly pressed down, scattering the sequence particles and grabbing at Qing Yun. The elder wanted to block it, but he could not. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. How could Great Liao's sacred hand easily destroy his sequence technique? Sage Great Liao could not do so either. Two more people attacked from the battleship. They were both sequence law powerhouses. Two sequence techniques blocked Great Liao's sacred hand. Battle techniques and cultivation techniques were useless. They wanted to use their sequence techniques to suppress Lu Yin. Lu Yin sneered. His jade-white Great Liao sacred hand turned a dark purple as his palm realm battle force pressed down. Boom. There was a loud explosion and the battleship shook. Many cultivators lost their balance and many were almost thrown off. The two sequence powerhouses spat out blood as they were sent flying. They could not block it. They could not block it at all. It was just one great Liao sacred hand. The most powerful people on the battleship were the three sequence powerhouses. The rest were not even at the sequence level, so they could not shake Lu Yin. Lu Yin's black great Liao sacred hand slowly descended, neither hurried nor slow. Xuanhuan watched the black great Liao sacred hand descend, but she did not panic. A maid? In her mind, this kind of domineering person should be the other half of her life. She had not expected that such a person would only want to treat her as a maid. Team up, attack with your consciousness. The elder roared, his face red. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others hurriedly reminded them, but they could no longer hear them. One by one, the cultivators formed a spirit treasure array with the three sequence powerhouses at the center. They released their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. The consciousnesses distorted the heavens, bringing with them a heavy pressure. Old Tao and the others mocked them. How dare they use their consciousnesses against their masters? Who gave them the guts? Three consciousnesses attacked Lu Yin, and the people on the battleship stared at the scene. The third master was out of luck, as their consciousnesses had fought in the consciousness universe before. But in the next moment, nothing happened. The three consciousnesses swept past like a gentle breeze, and they did not affect Lu Yin at all. Lu Yin's great Liao sacred hand descended, grabbed Xuanhuan, and brought her out of the battleship. No one could stop him, and Lu Yin's tyranny was vividly displayed at this moment. At the bottom of the battleship were the captured beings from the consciousness universe, as well as those who had surrendered. They were all watching this scene as well. This human had actually ignored their consciousnesses, which meant that his consciousness was extremely powerful. The first elder, Ku Men Sikong, and the others were speechless. In the past, they would have thought that this third master was a being from the consciousness universe, which was why his consciousness was so powerful. But now they did not think so. This person was from the Xuanhuan universe. How could a cultivator from the Xuanhuan universe reach such heights? It was too inconceivable. On the battleship, the three sequence powerhouses were stunned, but they did not give up. All the consciousnesses who have surrendered attack. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3505. They had released the surrendered life forms from the universe of consciousness, and they wanted to combine all of their consciousnesses to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, as he had almost forgotten that there were sentient beings on this ship. The reason he had stopped was because of the sentient beings. Openly robbing them was not a good idea, as it would be too obvious and it would be easy to see through. That was why he had used Xuanhuan as an excuse. At the same time, he was also curious about her disguise abilities. He had not expected her to be one of Sky Beyond Heaven's twin absolutes. This made things even easier. He could just take her away and make her his maid. At the bottom of the ship, dark clouds appeared. They were all sentient beings from the universe of consciousness. To Lu Yin they were dark clouds, but to the others they took various forms. There were also sentient beings that took the initiative to take on certain forms. These were all sentient beings that had surrendered and were willing to join the spiritualized universe. They then joined forces with the other teams on the ship and released an even more majestic consciousness that pressed down on Lu Yin. This seemingly majestic consciousness came from all directions and it was too chaotic. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he released his own consciousness. It howled out like a tsunami pouring into a river, instantly drowning the ship. Such a terrifying consciousness shocked everyone on the ship. The 13 celestial phenomena. Someone shouted in horror. The next moment, everyone on the ship fainted and collapsed to the ground, including the first elder, Sikong, and the others. The entire ship came to a stop. Lu Yin's consciousness swept out in all directions, isolating himself from everyone's line of sight. He brought back all of the sentient beings that had been captured and those that had surrendered. After an unknown amount of time, someone on the ship woke up with a splitting headache, forgetting everything that had happened. Other cultivators boarded the ship and recounted what had happened. As the others woke up and pieced together their memories, they finally understood what had happened. Anger and cursing could not change the outcome. The ship headed towards Sky Beyond Heaven. They wanted to complain to Xianxia and hope that Sky Beyond Heaven would uphold justice. At the same time, the ship continued towards the Inteliski domain. There was another woman beside him. It was Xuanhuan. She was dressed in plain clothes and did not look as elegant as Palace Mistress Yao, nor did she look as cold as Kai Kiching. This was because she had traveled to the universe of consciousness in disguise and did not want to attract too much attention. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that there was a faintly discernible distance around her that formed an incomprehensible ethereal aura. Luine had never encountered such an aura before. She was still a bit off from being high and mighty. Heroic? Luxurious? None of them were, but they all had a very strange temperament. Luine often glanced at Xianhuan and Old Tao noticed it. He tried to curry favor with Luine. "Boss, there's a starry sky city not too far ahead. Do you want to rest for a few days before continuing? Are you tired?" he asked casually. Old Tao smiled and winked. "Perhaps Miss Xianhuan is tired." Xianhuan frowned and looked at Old Tao. Ever since she had been captured by Luine, she had been very calm. She hadn't resisted and she hadn't asked for the reason either. She had simply walked along with Luine like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. She knew very well that even Palace Master Yao could only be a maid. Unless Sang Tian intervened, she had no hope of escaping. Over the past few days, Luine had looked at her from time to time, but he hadn't done anything to her, which made her feel relieved. However, Old Tao's words made her heart jump. She didn't know the purpose of this third boss making her a maid. Was she really just a maid? What was the point? What was this person thinking? Palace Master Yao and Kai Kai Ching both glared at Old Tao. Luine pursed his lips. "I'll take you there." Old Tao smiled awkwardly. Yes, yes. Aren't you going to say anything?" Luine looked at Xianhuan. This girl was just like Kai Kai Ching. She had been taken away without saying anything. There was no fear, no despair, and no fear. Luine could feel Kai Kai Ching's coldness, but Xianhuan was definitely not that kind of coldness. Although her temperament was strange, she was definitely not a cold person. She should be a normal person with all kinds of emotions, but right now she was only calm. Xianhuan met Luine's eyes. "What's the point of taking me away?" Luine looked up and thought for a moment. "I don't know either. Just think of it as gathering the outside sky's two absolutes." "Gathering them?" Xianhuan's eyes flashed. This wasn't a nice word. "Behind me is the ninth spirit." Luine raised his brows. "The ninth spirit of the seven great mulberry skies?" "Yes." "What a coincidence. I'm just about to challenge Bao Qi of the seven great mulberry skies." Xianhuan was calm. "You have the ability. You can see that too?" Luine asked in return. Xianhuan smiled faintly. "My disguise comes from the ninth spirit. The ninth spirit said that only a powerful spiritual primordial realm cultivator, one who can fight a bitter disaster expert, can see through my disguise. Such a level in the spiritualized universe is equivalent to a mulberry sky. If you can see through my disguise, you have the ability of a mulberry sky. With the addition of the first elder, what those people said is clear." Luine smiled. "So you're very calm. You know you can't escape?" Xianhuan looked at Luine, her expression solemn. "I know threats are useless, but I still have to say that the ninth spirit is not to be trifled with." Luine nodded. "The seven great mulberry skies are not to be trifled with. The ninth spirit is not someone Bao Qi can compare to. You seem to have no respect for the mulberry skies." Luine was puzzled. He stared at Xianhuan. "What's your relationship with the ninth spirit?" Xianhuan said, "Everyone in the spiritualized universe calls her the ninth spirit. Palace Master Yao knows this as well. There's nothing strange about it." Luine looked at Palace Master Yao. She nodded. "There's something wrong with your body?" Luine suddenly said. Xianhuan's gaze flickered, but she did not reply. Luine looked at Xianhuan strangely. This woman's body was very strange. It seemed to have a special constitution that contained fire within. In the world of cultivation, special constitutions existed. Innate gifts were actually all kinds of special constitutions, but Xianhuan's constitution was not an innate gift. "Come to my side," Luine said. Xianhuan's body trembled and she looked at him. Luine stretched out his hand. "Hand?" Palace Master Yao consciously moved aside. Old Tao did not look sideways. His boss was too anxious. Everyone had said that there was a heavenly city ahead. Xianhuan stared at Luine. Luine looked at her. "Say it again." "Hand." Xianhuan hesitated for a moment, then stretched out her hand and placed it in Luine's palm. It was smooth to the touch and her skin was whiter than snow. Luine held Xianhuan's hand for a moment, but he quickly let go. "You're not far from death." Old Tao blinked and looked back blankly. His boss couldn't be saying words of love, right? Xianhuan was silent. "I'm suddenly very interested in you." Luine's lips curled up as he stared at Xianhuan. Xianhuan did not understand what Luine meant. "Is it very interesting to watch someone die?" Lu Yin did not answer and his gaze was deep. This was really too strange. This woman's body did contain fire, and it was constantly burning her body from the inside out. However, this burning was different from a real fire. If one had to describe it, it was like there was a result first and then there was a process. The burning of fire was a process, and it was also a normal natural phenomenon. However, in this woman's body the process was reversed. Her body appeared to be burning from the inside out. It was very, very slow, but there were no flames. If this process was understood by karma, then there was an effect first and then there was a cause. Once this process was over, this woman's entire body would be engulfed by the flames and disappear instantly. This was also one of the points that Lu Yin found strange. Why was it reversed? How could karma be reversed? The desolate ancestor had helped Lu Yin remove Grandmaster Qingcao's karmic seal by reversing karma. This was a heresy to karma, as all karma would stop it. That was why Lu Yin had been able to remove the seal, but the desolate ancestor himself had been trapped by karma. This woman's constitution was clearly able to reverse karma, but how did she do it? How was this constitution born? Strange, too strange. First, there was Jianghu, who could hide in the blanket and block the karma spiral. Now, there was this special constitution. The spiritualized universe made Lu Yin more and more confused. Have you thought about how to solve your body's problem? Lu Yin asked. Qingyun's gaze dimmed. Even the ninth spirit has no solution. Is that so? Lu Yin finally understood where Qingyun's calmness came from. She was someone who could die at any time. When people came into contact with each other, it was based on the other person's life state and life state. Whether it was sadness or joy, it all originated from this. Qingyun gave people the feeling that she was a person who was about to die. She could ignore everything that happened in the world. However, her personality was not cold, and she should have been looking for a solution all along. And Qingyun frowned. You've already seen it clearly. What else do you want? Lu Yin repeated, hand? Qingyun had no choice but to place her hand in Lu Yin's. Reversing karma. How could Lu Yin let such a thing happen before his eyes? However, this scene was full of ambiguity in the eyes of others, and it also confirmed Lu Yin's motive for capturing the maidservant. Originally, Palace Mistress Yao had only just been captured and treated like a maidservant. Although many people were angry, they did not touch their bottom line. However, when Lu Yin grabbed Qingyun's hand, many people's mentality collapsed, and they almost challenged Lu Yin to a duel. Up ahead, someone blocked the path. Lu Yin looked over. The one in charge is someone from the Intent Realm Crusade. The leader is Xianxia, Old Tao said. Lu Yin recognized Xianxia. This person had not participated in the battle of the Intent Realm. Otherwise he might not be standing here. Xianxia did not want to block Lu Yin's path, but he had to give Sky Beyond Sky an explanation. Xianxia stepped forward and said politely, "Greetings, Third Master." Lu Yin held Qingyun's hand and asked casually, "What's the matter?" Xianxia glanced at Qingyun and was stunned. This Third Master really knew how to find maidservants. All three of them were the most beautiful in the spiritualized universe. "There's something I'd like to ask Third Master." "I don't know," Lu Yin said directly. Xianxia was helpless. "Third Master, may I ask where the captured life forms of the consciousness realm have gone?" Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had finally found them. During the battle of the Intent Realm, he had absorbed the consciousness of all the life forms of the consciousness realm in order to resist Qizun's consciousness. That was how he had managed to raise his consciousness to a level where he could resist Qizun and Wu Wei. After the consciousness was absorbed, the life cores of the life forms of the consciousness realm would naturally dissipate, and all of them would be gone. When the life forms of the consciousness realm were gone, the Intent Realm would need to give Sky Beyond Sky an explanation. However, the Intent Realm did not know what had happened to those life forms. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3506. At first, he guessed that they had all been wiped out by the battle between Lu Yin and Qizun. However, not all of them were left. After a long time of guessing, verifying, and searching, Xianxia finally found Lu Yin. Only Lu Yin could give them an answer. Of course, Xianxia had his own guesses as well, but he didn't dare voice them out. He found them unbelievable and wanted to get some clues from Lu Yin. Lu Yin let go of Qingyun's hand and leaned forward to stare at Xianxia. "You're blaming me." Xianxia hurriedly said, "I don't mean that. It's just that all the sentient beings have disappeared, and the domain needs to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven. Only third master was underground at the time, so I wanted to ask you to tell me. Luin sneered. What does it have to do with me if you want to give an explanation to Beyond Heaven? Xianxia was helpless. The Qi family has been eliminated, and they have no right to speak in the domain. This is what the Alliance promised Third Master, so please help us. We'll be eternally grateful. Luin smiled. The Alliance will be grateful to me? Will you be grateful? Xianxia's expression changed. These were just polite words. Grateful? Of course not. How would he explain it to Yu Sangtian if they were grateful to Luin? This Third Master didn't give the Alliance any face at all. In the distance, many members of the Alliance were watching, including Wu Tong. She didn't appear, as she knew that she had no face in front of the Third Master. Xianxia wanted to say something, but Luin waved a hand. Don't block the way or I won't mind sparring with you. Xianxia had no choice but to step aside and watch as the pole moved away. He hadn't gotten anything. This person hadn't given him a chance at all. Was his guess true or false? The beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship had also been captured by this person. He wanted to see what would happen to them in the end. And? Qingyun glanced at Luin and frowned, but she still extended her hand. Luin held her hand and felt her constitution. He was thinking about the beings from the universe of consciousness. He had been too obvious. He had captured the beings from the universe of consciousness on the battleship. If they never appeared again, someone might guess something which would be very disadvantageous for him. Luin still remembered He Wuxian's words before he died. The spiritualized universe could slaughter the consciousness universe, but he could absorb the consciousness of the consciousness universe's lifeforms. In comparison, perhaps he was the greater enemy of the consciousness universe. The three universes could not allow the Tianyuan universe to be targeted by the other two universes simultaneously. Those captured life forms from the universe of consciousness hadn't had their consciousnesses absorbed by Luin, and they were still inside Mount Supreme. How could he deal with them? Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he thought of someone, Sage Great Lu. Stop at the starry sky city up ahead. Old Tao looked back and winked. Understood, head of the family. Qingyun's face paled as she stared at Luin. What are you trying to do? Luin smiled at her. What do you think? Qingyun's face was even paler now. You don't do anything rash. The ninth spirit will not let you off. How interesting. You're the one who said that threats are useless, so why are you still threatening me? Qingyun gritted her teeth. My physique will burn you as well. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. Is there such a thing? That's all the more reason to study it. As they spoke, they arrived at the starry sky city. Qingyun's face turned pale as she clenched her fists. Only at this moment did she feel fear. She couldn't understand why such an expert would be so despicable. Old Tao quickly found a courtyard and Luin entered it. As for Qingyun, she stood guard outside like Palace Mistress Yao and the others. Old Tao was stunned. This was different from what he had expected. Palace Mistress Yao wasn't surprised. The Third Master seemed arrogant and unruly, but it was all an act. Regardless of his stance, this person wasn't bad. Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief. She hated Luin for toying with her, but she was still nervous. She looked at the courtyard from time to time, afraid that she would be caught. Within the courtyard, Luin released Sage Great Lu. Back then, Luin had pushed Sage Great Lu into the hell of general appointment platform. It was indeed hell. Looking back at the past, the karmic ties, he saw the people he once missed and also his enemies. It could be said that the more emotional a person was, the more hell they would be in. A few days later, when Luin threw Sage Great Lu into Mount Supreme, Sage Great Lu was still in a daze. Sage Great Lu had nothing to do with Luin, so Luin wouldn't have pushed him into the hell of general appointment platform for so long. Only Lord Qi, Reverend Qi and Carefree Old Man would be pushed into the hell of general appointment platform. Although Luin released Sage Great Lu from the hell of general appointment platform, he didn't let him go. After all, this person was involved in the intent realm. There were some things that couldn't be released before they were resolved. Sage Great Lu was terrified when he saw Luin. The scenes in the hell of general appointment platform terrified him. He couldn't offend this person. He definitely couldn't. Greetings, Third Master. Sage Great Lu's attitude was extremely respectful. Luin looked at him. Who stole the White Willow? Sage Great Lu was shocked. He had been imprisoned and didn't know about the outside world. He also didn't know that Luin had broken through the intent realm. Third Master, this matter concerns the intent realm. I will only ask this question once. If you don't answer, you know the consequences. Luin was indifferent. The scenes in the Hell of General Appointment platform flashed in Sage Great Lu's mind again. He hurriedly said, "It's Qigong, the head of the Qi family." This answer was enough to shock most of the people in the spiritualized universe. The head of the Qi family in the Intent realm stole the White Willow and framed his own ancestor, causing a conflict between the Qi family and the Rebel Alliance. No matter how one looked at it, it was impossible. However, Lu Yin wasn't surprised. During the Battle of Intent Realm, Wu Wei didn't take action. It was only when Lu Yin wanted to suppress Qigong that Wu Wei took action and used the Sword of Heaven. At that time, Lu Yin only needed to suppress Qigong to end the battle. However, Wu Wei still used all his strength to protect Qigong. The answer was obvious. Qigong and Wu Wei had a special relationship. If Lu Yin wasn't wrong, Wu Wei had instructed Qigong to do so. However, as the head of the Qi family, what was he after? Lu Yin didn't understand. It was reasonable to say that Wu Wei controlled Qigong, but it was impossible. If Wu Wei could control Qigong, Xianxia wouldn't have put him in the Intent realm. It was too dangerous. Sage Great Lu was afraid that Lu Yin wouldn't believe him. He told Lu Yin everything about his friendship with Qigong and how he stole the White Willow and put it in the Milky Way. He didn't want to be trapped in the Hell of General Appointment platform anymore. "You're brave enough to help Qigong hide the White Willow," Lu Yin praised. Sage Great Lu was helpless. "I had no choice. If I didn't do so, I would have been killed by Qigong. Qigong is ruthless and I'm not his match. His consciousness is best at sneak attacks." "So, the mastermind who stole the White Willow is Qigong?" Lu Yin asked. Sage Great Lu said respectfully, "Yes, it's Qigong." "Wrong, it's you," Lu Yin retorted. Sage Great Lu was stunned. "Third Master, this has nothing to do with me. I only helped Qigong hide the White Willow." Lu Yin stared at Sage Great Lu. "If I say it's you, then it's you." Qigong was forced. Sage Great Lu looked at Lu Yin in a daze. Is this person related to the Qi family? In the Intent realm, the Alliance Crusade. Master Feng was anxiously looking for Xiao. Senior, the Alliance leader, went to look for the third master of Dayu Manor. He hasn't returned yet. Master Feng quickly contacted Xiao. In space, Xiao received the call. "What's the matter?" "It's Qigong. Qigong is the one who stole the White Willow." Master Feng's voice sounded. Xiao's eyes narrowed. "What did you say?" Beside him, Wu Tong and the others heard it. They couldn't believe it. How is this possible? The Qi family's patriarch stole the White Willow? Not only did he frame the patriarch, but he also caused the Qi family to go against the Alliance. How is this possible? It's Qigong. This is the news from Heaven's Hand. After the White Willow was stolen, we paid a high price for Heaven's Hand to search for it. Even when the third master pulled out the White Willow, Heaven's Hand had no news. However, Heaven's Hand just sent news that Qigong stole the White Willow and hid it in the Deming region Sky River, Master Feng said. Xiao's tone was low. How did Heaven's Hand know? They didn't say, but they are absolutely sure, Master Feng said. He was excited. Once this matter was confirmed, the Qi family would really be finished. The Alliance would control the Intent realm. Although the Alliance and the Qi family were both chess pieces for Xianxia to control the Intent realm, it was just for show. In reality, as long as the Qi family existed, the Alliance would always be second. Although Lu Yin's battle had caused the Qi family to decline completely, as long as the Qi family was still in the Intent realm, they would still have the right to speak. Master Feng was second only to Xiao in the Alliance. Once the Qi family was finished, his status would rise rapidly. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Wait for me to come back. Xiao hurried back to the Intent realm with everyone. In the Starry Sky City, someone came looking for them. It was Qing Xiao. Seeing Qing Xiao, Qing Yun was shocked and wanted him to leave. Qing Xiao was furious. Sister, this person actually dared to make you his maid. I won't let him go. Shut up and go back quickly. Qing Yun was anxious. Qing Xiao wanted to rush into the courtyard, but there was a beast standing in front of him. The beast looked harmless and was a little petite. When Qing Xiao was about to rush in, the beast grabbed him and threw him away. Qing Xiao. Qing Yun was shocked. Old Tao said, "Don't worry. It's fine. Young people have a lot of temper. It's good to throw him away to calm down." Qing Yun looked at the beast. They had no way to resist the power just now. Old Tao was afraid. Don't underestimate it. It's not weak to be able to carry the master's palanquin. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3507. Under Qing Yun's confused gaze, Su Wang also gave her a thumbs up and showed his big white teeth. Qing Yun immediately fell to the ground and lost his strength. Qing Xiao came back and was quite tenacious. Just after Qing Xiao was thrown out dozens of times, someone came to the courtyard and asked to see Lu Yin. It was Ru Mu, the beautiful woman in the painting. Ru Mu. Qing Xiao came again with a swollen face and saw Ru Mu. Ru Mu looked at Qing Xiao and blinked. What are you doing? Qing Xiao rubbed his nose and tidied his hair. Playing. Ru Mu laughed. You're really in the mood. Qing Yun was also surprised by Ru Mu's arrival. They knew Ru Mu and had met each other in Sky Beyond Sky. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and said respectfully, Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to see the third leader. Old Tao was puzzled. Girl, what are you doing here? Ru Mu and Lu Yin had a conversation in Ring Sun City. She wanted to say something but Lu Yin did not give her a chance. After that, they did not meet again. Old Tao could not figure out what she was doing here. Ru Mu faced the courtyard and bowed respectfully. Ru Mu of Imperial God Mountain requests to follow the third leader. As soon as she said this, Old Tao, Qing Yun, Qing Xiao, Palace Master Yao on the other side of the courtyard, Kai Keqing, Xing Toad, and even the cultivators of various forces who had been staring at Lu Yin were shocked. They thought they had heard wrongly. Ru Mu wanted to follow the third leader? She was a cultivator of Imperial God Mountain and had a high status in Imperial God Mountain. She could enter Sky Beyond Sky at any time and was admired by countless people. Such a person actually wanted to follow the third leader? Wasn't this joke a little too big? Qing Xiao was stunned. Ru Mu, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again? Ru Mu looked at the courtyard and calmed down, waiting for Lu Yin's reply. Ru Mu, did I hear wrongly? You want to follow the third leader? Qing Xiao came in front of Ru Mu and stared at her. My sister was just caught by him as a maid and you still want to come? Are you crazy? Ru Mu looked at Qing Xiao and smiled. The third leader's strength is peerless and the world. Such a man who doesn't want to follow up. Qing Xiao's mouth wide open, she really wanted to follow him? Old Tao didn't dare to believe it. This wasn't a matter of following or not, but a matter of standing. He was very clear about Ru Mu's background. To a certain extent, this woman could represent the entire Royal God Mountain, and the Royal God Mountain only belonged to xianxia. The Dayu Manor had violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The spearhead was directed at xianxia. Under such circumstances, this woman's actions were equivalent to provoking xianxia. What right did she have? Could it be xianxia's doing? Old Tao wasn't the only one who thought so. Many people thought so as well. If it wasn't for xianxia's instructions, how could this woman have the guts to follow Dayu Manor's third head? Wasn't she afraid of being hunted down by the Royal God Mountain in the outer sky? She wasn't a loner like Palace Master Yao. She had too many people from the Royal God Mountain behind her. Qing Xiao was no fool. He also thought of the same thing and stepped aside. At this moment, everyone seemed to see a pair of eyes behind Ru Mu. That pair of eyes came from Yu Sang Heaven, enough to look down on the world. This was part of Yu Sang Tian's scheme. He wanted Ru Mu to follow Lu Yin, but it all depended on whether or not Lu Yin dared to accept. As Dayu Manor's second head and Lu Yin's loyal lackey, Old Tao felt that he had an obligation to solve this problem. You can leave. The third head won't accept you. Old Tao rejected her directly. Ru Mu looked at Old Tao. Third head is a hero of the current era. The maids under him are all peerless beauties. I don't think I'm bad. With third head's magnanimity, why won't he accept me? Old Tao's face sank. If he won't accept you, then he won't accept you. Leave or I'll do it myself. Ru Mu was only a spirit warrior, so she couldn't stop Old Tao. Seeing Old Tao's gloomy expression, Ru Mu smiled. You dare to provoke Yu Sang Tian and want to overturn the spiritualized universe. Are you afraid of a little girl like me? Old Tao was about to attack. Lu Yin's voice came from the courtyard. Follow me if you want. It's good to be a maid. Back massage. Shoulder massage. Feet washing. Bed warming. I have all of them. Not a single one is missing. Just nice. Outside the courtyard, Palace Master Yao looked up. Back massage? Kai Keqing's eyes flashed. Shoulder massage? Qing Yun frowned. I'm not a foot washing. Ru Mu smiled. I can warm the bed. At this moment, Ru Mu was different from when he saw her in Ring Sun City. At that time, Ru Mu's temperament was like a painting. Now Ru Mu had added some gentleness and charm. However, her temperament was still there. Many people were tempted, but they couldn't do anything about it. She was so beautiful, but she wanted to be a bed-warming maid? That was too hateful. More importantly, with Rumu's identity, how could she be a maid? Even Yu Sang-tian didn't have such treatment. Old Tao looked at Rumu deeply. What was Yushin Mountain trying to do? In the intent realm, the Alliance Crusaders gathered, and cultivators returned one by one. The current intent realm was completely weak. However, because of Yu Sang-tian's name and the authority to control the universe of consciousness lifeforms that surrendered, it wasn't impossible for them to recover as long as they were given time. Of course, it would take a long time. On this day, bad news spread to the intent realm. The universe of consciousness lifeforms that followed the battleship back to the spiritualized universe were all captured by Yu Sang-tian. This was bad news for the intent realm, but for the Qi family it was bad news. The Qi family once had two greatest advantages over the Attack Alliance. One was strength. The Qi family had Qi Xianhuan, Qi Guan, and Qi Gong, three sequence law experts. They had a deep foundation that the Attack Alliance couldn't match. The second was their control over the universe of consciousness lifeforms. The Attack Alliance could only control some wandering cultivators. Only the Qi family could control the universe of consciousness lifeforms underground. Lu Yin had absorbed all the universe of consciousness lifeforms in the Battle of the Intent Realm. Previously, he had captured Qi Xianjuan and Qi Guan, causing the Qi family to decline. Now, the Qi family was waiting for the universe of consciousness lifeforms to come so that they could have some say. Unexpectedly, those universe of consciousness lifeforms couldn't come at all. When Qi Gong heard the news, he vomited blood again. The entire Qi family fell into a haze. Their hatred for Lu Yin had been engraved into their bones. Father, the Attack Alliance keeps gathering cultivators. I don't know why. A junior of the Qi family found Qi Gong looking nervous. They didn't feel safe at all. Qi Gong seemed to have aged 10 years. He waved his hand. Don't worry about them. Uncle, something's wrong. The Attack Alliance's cultivators seem to have surrounded the Qi family. Master, I heard the Attack Alliance's people say that none of the Qi family will be able to escape. Someone rushed in. These words ignited Qi Gong's anger. He walked out of the Qi family and stepped on the ruins, looking into the distance. Who dares to attack my Qi family? The Intent Realm. Many cultivators looked at the Qi family and heard Qi Gong's words. Qi Gong roared, no matter how much the Qi family declines, we're still under Lord Yu Sang-tian's orders to control the Intent Realm. What is your Attack Alliance? Do you have the right to destroy my Qi family? Scram, all of you, scram. Stay away from my Qi family. Scram. The Attack Alliance's cultivators looked on coldly, neither advancing nor retreating. They just looked at the Qi family. The once glorious Qi family was now in ruins. At the door, the broken stone steel was still there. No one would have thought that a peak powerhouse like Qizun had once lived there. Now that Qizun had completely disappeared, the Qi family should be over. The Qi family's cultivators were sad. Everything had changed too quickly. They had never thought that the Qi family would fall to such an extent. Qi Gong panted heavily and clenched his fists. His eyes were red as he looked around. The Attack Alliance's cultivators, who once didn't even dare to look at him, were now looking at him with mockery and pity. He couldn't stand their gazes. He wanted to destroy the Attack Alliance, destroy Deyu Villa, and destroy everyone who had hurt the Qi family. At this moment, Feng Xiangren walked out of the void and looked at Qi Gong. Why is Master Qi so angry? Who offended you? Qi Gong stared coldly at Feng Xiangren. This person had once spoken to him very politely. He didn't dare to offend him at all. Now his tone was mocking and his eyes were looking down on him. Who did he think he was? Feng Xiangren, Qi Gong said slowly. Feng Xiangren stared at Qi Gong. It's me. Why is Master Qi suddenly angry? The third master of Deyu Villa isn't here, is he? Qi Gong narrowed his eyes and sneered. The Intent Realm was created by ancestor Qizun. As long as the Intent Realm exists, it will belong to the Qi family. Our Qi family has received Master Yu Sang-tian's favor. Master Yu Sang-tian will support our Qi family. Who do you think you are? Feng Xiangren's face darkened. Is that so? What if the Qi family loses Master Yu Sang-tian's favor? Qi Gong seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Who do you think you are to change Master Yu Sang-tian's mind? Even Xiao wouldn't dare to say such arrogant words. Just you wait. I'll make you miserable in sky beyond sky. Feng Xiangren's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment, Xiao returned and looked at Qi Gong coldly. I didn't expect you to be the one who stole by Lu Qi Gong. Qi Gong was stunned. Everyone in the Qi family was stunned. What? Stole by Lu? Qigong? How was that possible? The Qi family was furious. Xiao, you're lying. You should think of a better reason to deal with the Qi family. Don't think that the Qi family's decline will be wronged by you. What a joke. Why would the master steal by Lu? Bullsh *T. Countless curses came from the Qi family. In response, many cultivators of the Crusader League surrounded the Qi family and stared coldly. Xiao didn't seem to hear those curses and stared at Qigong. At first he was still a little uncertain. However, the moment he said that, Qigong's reaction confirmed it. At that moment, the fear in Qigong's eyes couldn't lie. Qigong stared at Xiao with red eyes. Nonsense. I stole by Lu? What proof do you have? Xiao shook his head. The heavenly hand found out that you stole by Lu. The one who ordered you to steal by Lu is Saint Great Lu. Qigong roared, how dare you accuse me? Why did I steal by Lu? What's the benefit of stealing by Lu? We still don't know the reason, but you did it. The heavenly hand wouldn't dare to lie about this kind of thing. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to explain it to Lord Yu Sang Tian. Why did Saint Great Lu order you to steal by Lu? Why are you willing to steal by Lu? Who's behind Saint Great Lu? What's his purpose? We'll find out all these. I'll have to trouble you to come with me to the outer sky. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3508. As Xiao spoke, he secretly used his consciousness to attack Qigong, making him dizzy. His will to resist was weakening. In addition to the continuous attacks during this period, his body went limp. No, I won't go. I don't want to go to heaven beyond heaven. I won't go. His reaction made everyone's heart sink. If Qigong didn't steal the white willow, why didn't he dare to go to heaven beyond heaven? In heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sang Tian would personally investigate. Heaven's hand would also reveal everything he knew. If it wasn't Qigong, he didn't need to be afraid. But now, Qigong's reaction was obviously wrong. Xiao was sure that Qigong stole the white willow, but why? He couldn't figure out the reason at all. Qigong trembled. The surrounding gazes were like sharp blades slashing on his body, suffocating him. In his body, power flowed back and attacked his meridians. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Father. Uncle. The juniors of Qi clan hurried forward to support him and looked at Qigong in a daze. Qigong smiled bitterly. It was over. Everything was over. He was the one who stole the white willow. Once he went to heaven beyond heaven, Lord Yu Sang Tian would definitely find out. Since heaven's hand had already found out, how could there be no evidence? He stole the white willow because of Wu Wei, one of the 13 celestial phenomenon who was trapped in the intent realm. Since young, his consciousness cultivation talent wasn't high. If it wasn't for Wu Wei's guidance, he wouldn't have been able to become the patriarch of Qi clan. Wu Wei kept guiding him, and after countless years he was already used to being guided by Wu Wei. Wu Wei guided him to steal the white willow and wrongly accused Lord Qi, causing the Qi clan to have conflicts with the Crusade League. Not only that, for so many years the conflicts between Qi clan and those itinerant cultivators were actually caused by Wu Wei. Because of this, the Crusade League was born. As for Saint Dayu, he was just used by him. Wu Wei was the mastermind and he was the executor. But how could he explain all this? How could he explain? Now that it was exposed, there was no way to explain. He looked up at Xiao. His eyes were covered in a layer of blood mist. Why did Xiao say that the mastermind was Saint Dayu? It puzzled him. Saint Great Lu had done nothing but hide white willow, and none of this had anything to do with him. So, how could he be the mastermind? Looking at the Qi palace that was on the verge of collapsing, Xiao's face turned gloomy. It seems like Heaven's Hand's investigation is correct. You are indeed the one who stole the white willow. Saint Dayu used you to steal the white willow and caused a conflict between the Qi family and me. At the same time, he purposely attracted the attention of the third master of the Dayu Villa and exposed the white willow's location in the Dayu domain. His goal was to make the Qi family find trouble with the Dayu Villa and eventually attract a strong enemy for the intent realm. The only purpose of doing this is to deal with the beings of the universe of consciousness underground. Qigong, you've been used? Qigong stared blankly at Xiao. What was he talking about? He didn't understand at all. What purposely exposing white willow? What did attracting the third master have to do with him? Master Feng sighed. One trap after another. There must be someone else behind Saint Great Lu. Otherwise, he alone would not be able to set up such a big trap. You're right. Maybe. Xiao raised his hand to stop Master Feng from continuing. He stared at Qigong. Now that things have come to this, you don't have anything to explain. As the head of the Qi family, Qigong, you're really pitiful. Qigong opened his mouth wanting to say something. However, he was stunned and couldn't say a word. He had indeed stolen White Willow. However, what did what Xiao said or what Heaven's Hand found out have to do with White Willow? How could Saint Great Lu be the mastermind? What motive did he have? He knew the reason why Wu Wei had asked him to steal White Willow and caused a dispute in the intent realm. It was very simple. Revenge was revenge. Wu Wei had already betrayed the universe of consciousness and couldn't go back. He could only survive in the spiritualized universe. Causing all this trouble wasn't too much. It was just to take revenge on Honorable Qi. If things got out of hand, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to Lord Yusang Tian. He would be in trouble. These were all small matters. Furthermore, his theft of White Willow shouldn't have been discovered. Who would have thought that the lawless third master of the Dayu Mountain Villa would appear and coincidentally make a move on the Dayu domain and expose White Willow? Everything was a coincidence. However, Xiao and the others made it sound like a shocking conspiracy. There was no conspiracy. However, it was useless for him to say anything now. No one would believe him. He was finished. The Qi family was also finished. A conspiracy of life forms from the universe of consciousness ultimately destroyed the Qi family. I really don't understand. Master Qi, why are you doing this? Master Feng sighed. Qigong's gaze became unfocused. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Seeing the Qi family members' ashen faces, Xiao ordered the Qi family to be locked down. No one was allowed to leave. Alliance Master. Master Feng wanted to say something. Xiao said in a low voice, I know what you want to say. I have made arrangements for the third master. Now see Wu Wei. In the corner of the intent realm, Xiao felt the majestic consciousness. His expression was solemn. Wu Wei. What's the matter? Is Qigong's theft of White Willow related to you? Wu Wei immediately denied it. Unrelated. Xiao frowned. Are you sure it's unrelated? He will be taken to heavens beyond. If you were the mastermind, you won't be able to explain it to Lord Yusang Tian. Wu Wei's consciousness swept toward Xiao like a gale. Xiao hurriedly retreated and resisted Wu Wei's consciousness. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. If I say it's unrelated, then it's unrelated. Junior, remember that I belong to the spiritualized universe. I'm not your prisoner. Xiao took a deep breath and turned to leave. After Xiao left, Wu Wei's consciousness surged like a storm. He had seen everything that had happened in the Qi family, and he was equally confused. How could there be so many schemes? He had only wanted to take revenge on Reverend Qi and instigate a dispute in the intent realm. As for the life forms from the consciousness realm underground, they had nothing to do with him. Although they were all life forms from the consciousness realm, they did not think of each other as the same. In the consciousness realm they had also killed each other. How could he do so much for those life forms? But what could he do now? Qigong would definitely expose him, which would be troublesome. And that third master, that human, would be even more troublesome. In outer space, Lu Yin was lying on the pole, his left hand holding onto Qing Yun's hand while his right hand rested on Ru Mu's head. He looked very relaxed. In front, Old Tao respectfully led the way. Qing Xiao chased after the pole, his eyes blazing. After leaving the Dayu Villa, the biggest change was that there were 2 more maids. He looked at Ru Mu. Did Yusang Tian arrange for you to be my maid? Ru Mu looked up and Lu Yin's hand touched her forehead. It was smooth and very comfortable. If I say no, will you believe me? Yes. Lu Yin was nonchalant. Ru Mu smiled faintly, her gaze gentle. Come, let me hear you curse Yusang Tian, Lu Yin suddenly said. Ru Mu's expression changed. Beside her, Palace Mistress Yao's lips curled up. Kai Keqing, Qing Yun and even Qing Xiao, whose eyes were spitting fire, all looked at Ru Mu. This was interesting. Cursing did not hurt or itch, but it represented one's position, especially to a high and mighty existence like Yusang Tian. Once Ru Mu cursed, she could forget about ever returning to the Royal God Mountain. Even if Yusang Tian did not care, the cultivators under him would not let someone who had cursed Yusang Tian live, let alone return to the Royal God Mountain. Right now, the spiritualized universe could not understand why Yusang Tian had not attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin had provoked Yusang Tian several times. Now Lu Yin had thrown this problem to Ru Mu. Old Tao turned around and flattered, Master's wisdom is like a god's and you can do anything you want. Even watching from afar is an extravagant hope, and I only know how to avoid harm. If I can learn even 10% of Master's wisdom in this life, my life would not have been in vain. Lu Yin placed a hand on Rumu's head and narrowed his eyes as he waited quietly. Rumu looked up and smiled at Lu Yin. I don't want to curse. Lu Yin raised a brow. Old Tao glanced at Rumu coldly. Palace Mistress Yao and the others looked at Rumu. If she did not curse, she would not be able to pass this test. Rumu met Lu Yin's gaze, her eyes bright. Xianxia is not worthy of being on the same level as Master. If I curse, I won't be pure anymore. How can I still be Master's maid? Lu Yin was stunned, but then he laughed. Old Tao was shocked. Although she did not curse harshly, it was more serious than that. This woman was ruthless. Palace Mistress Yao looked deeply at Rumu. A mere Ling Zhan dared to slander Xianxia. Even his father did not dare. Rumu received 2 compliments from Li Shou and Su Wang. The Star Toad could not help but praise Rumu. This woman was too ruthless. An ant dared to slander Qianxiong. Amidst the laughter, there was an unparalleled sense of heroism. Lu Yin found his 2 new maids to be very interesting. One had the ability to reverse karma, and the other dared to slander Xianxia just because she was a Ling Zhan. Especially Rumu. What right did she have? This was much more serious than when Lu Yin had cursed the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy. Rumu's words would reach Xianxia's ears sooner or later. Lu Yin would wait and see what right she had to do this. This woman was clearly as weak as an ant, but he could not see through her. He felt that the current Rumu was slightly different from the one he had met in Circling Sun City, but there was no doubt that they were the same person. Not long after, another woman blocked the path and bowed to Lu Yin. Master Wudong greets you. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Little Wudong. Why are you here again? Why are you looking for Master? Those who were watching this scene from the shadows were stunned. Could it be that she was going to be a maid again? Wudong asked in a crisp voice. Does Master still remember Sage Daliu? Lu Yin nodded. I remember. I used Sage Daliu's hand to deal with the battleships and capture the maids. Wudong smiled. I didn't expect Master to be like a god. You still remember such a small character. Haha, a spirit cultivator is not a small character. I can't compare to Master. Little Wudong, you really know how to talk. Lu Yin was delighted. Wudong smiled and said, Master, your divine power is unparalleled. You broke through the Intent Realm and destroyed the Qi clan. Even the Crusaders didn't dare to say anything. Now that the matter of the Intent Realm is over, could you please sell St. Great Lu to us? Lu Yin was puzzled. What do you want Sage Daliu for? Wudong was about to speak when Lu Yin waved a hand. Forget it, I'm too lazy to listen. Domain, one of the 7 great powers. It doesn't matter. However, I can't give you Sage Daliu. Wudong bowed, her expression graceful and aggrieved. The Rebel Alliance is willing to pay any price as long as Master is magnanimous. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3509. Lu Yin was helpless. It's not that I don't want to give him to you, but I really can't. How about I capture him and give him to you? Wu Tong did not understand. Capture him? Isn't Sage Dayu in your hands? He's long gone. That old fellow paid the price, so I let him go. Anyway, there's no deep grudge between us, so why would I capture him? Lu Yin did not seem to mind. Wu Tong's eyes flashed. Sage Dayu escaped? Yes, let's wait. Or you can tell me where he is and I'll capture him for you. That old fellow paid a high price and I don't know where he came from, Lu Yin said. Wu Tong pursed her lips. In that case, thank you for telling me. We won't trouble you. The Rebel Alliance will look for him ourselves. All right, let me know if there's any trouble. I have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Look, even a maid has come to me. Ah. Lu Yin laughed and glided past Wu Tong, continuing to head towards the Inteliski domain. As she watched Lu Yin leave, Wu Tong contacted Shirshio. In the Intent Realm, Shirshio looked up. Sage Dayu escaped? Got it. Sage Dayu was behind Qigong's theft of the White Willow, and there was definitely someone else behind Sage Dayu. Otherwise, how could he have paid the price to get the third master to release him? In the Dayu domain, Sage Dayu had deliberately exposed the White Willow to lure the Qi family to the third master. With the Qi family's conduct and Lord Qi's personality, the Qi family would definitely have offended the third master. It was not impossible for the third master to find the Intent Realm, or rather, the Dayu Villa to find the Intent Realm. Sage Dayu had to be found as the person behind him had calculated too deeply. Their goal was to capture the consciousness lifeforms underground in the intent realm. From the looks of it, those consciousness lifeforms might have been taken away by the third master and traded to Sage Dayu. The third master would not have said anything about this. This also explained why the third master had captured the consciousness lifeforms from the battleship. Then was Lu Yin's previous guess wrong? Shi Xiu frowned as he still felt that something was amiss. He did not believe that all of this was a coincidence. Could not be a coincidence. The news of Ru Mu taking the initiative to become Lu Yin's maid had already spread throughout the spiritualized universe. Countless people were envious as they did not understand what was so special about Lu Yin. It was one thing for her to be caught, but she was even throwing herself into his arms? Countless cultivators in the spiritualized universe were interested in all sorts of speculations, and one of them spread very quickly and even reached Lu Yin's ears. What? Dual cultivation? Lu Yin was stunned. There was such a cultivation method? Qing Yun's face turned red, and she really wanted to pull her hand away from Lu Yin's palm. Old Tao laughed strangely. Yes, the outside world is saying that the reason why Master has such a high cultivation level at such a young age is because of the dual cultivation technique. Lu Yin was speechless. Not only that, but there are also rumors in the outside world that this dual cultivation technique is the legendary dual heavens binding technique, Old Tao added. Lu Yin blinked. Double heaven knot? There are too many legends in the spiritualized universe. Because cultivation methods have been unified since a long time ago, anyone who can create an alternative cultivation method is considered a legend. The dual heavens binding technique is one of those legends. Old Tao thought about it and then continued, legend has it that the creators of the dual heavens binding technique were a couple. The two of them had accidentally obtained half of a cultivation technique. Logically speaking, they should not have been able to cultivate it, but the two of them relied on their willpower and luck to forcefully cultivate each half of the technique. While they were traveling the universe, they met the other half by chance, and they attracted each other with their cultivation techniques. I heard that on the night of their wedding, both of their cultivation techniques were complete. In the end, both of them mastered their techniques and broke through the limits of their cultivation. Coincidentally, that night, their enemies came looking for them, and they were dealt with by the two of them who had broken through. After that, the two of them cultivated using this method and it gradually spread. It was known as the dual heavens binding technique. After the two of them died, the dual heavens binding technique was passed down to their disciples. Their disciples were extremely talented, far beyond the imagination of the couple. This person changed the dual heavens binding technique and was no longer limited to a fixed cultivation technique. Instead, it increased one's cultivation speed by 2 times, 3 times, 5 times, or even more. In fact, at the beginning of cultivation, many families and powers have methods that allow one's cultivation speed to surpass that of an ordinary person's by several times or even dozens of times. If that doesn't work, they can also imbue one's cultivation speed, but that kind of cultivation speed can only be maintained at a certain level. However, the dual heavens binding technique is different. Legend has it that this technique can be cultivated without limit. Even if one reaches the level of a sequence law, it can increase one's cultivation speed. Lu Yin listened as if it was a story. So, there's no way to verify whether it's true or false. Otherwise, the dual heavens binding technique would have been taken away by the sky beyond sky. Old Tao flattered, Master is wise. This is just a legend and there's no way to verify it over time. No one knows whether it's true or false. Many people think that it's made up by a storyteller, but now this dual heavens binding technique has been brought up again. More and more people in the outside world think that this technique is in Master's hands, or rather. He hesitated for a moment. Lu Yin laughed. Dual heavens binding technique, huh? The name is not bad. So the outside world thinks that I keep taking in maids to cultivate the dual heavens binding technique. As he spoke, he looked at Ru Mu. She took the initiative to become my maid because of the dual heavens binding technique? Old Tao said, after all, Miss Ru Mu and Master had a conversation in Ring Sun City. No one knows what they were talking about. Ru Mu smiled and looked at Lu Yin. Does Master really know the dual heavens binding technique? Lu Yin opened his hand, and in his hand, Qing Yun's hand was already tightly clenched. She immediately withdrew her hand the moment Lu Yin opened it. Who knows? This kind of rumor is not bad. Time passed day by day, and the sliding rod headed straight towards Ji Kong domain. It was really straight. Along the way, whether it was the celestial bodies or the 36 domains, which were feared by cultivators, they could not change the direction of the sliding rod. At this moment, countless cultivators arrived outside the space abyss in Jikong domain. They looked at the space abyss from time to time. It was bottomless. No one would have thought that Bao Qi would actually be here. Some were bold and wanted to explore the space abyss, but they never came back up. Xianxia was almost the ruler of the spiritualized universe. His dignity was inviolable. Even if those who went to explore were killed, no one would dare to say anything. Further ahead of the space abyss was Jikong domain. At this moment, Yu Gongzi had already returned to Jikong domain. Beside him stood Mr. Li. There's a familiar aura. Mr. Li looked outside the space abyss with a serious expression. Yu Gongzi frowned. Old man? Mr. Li nodded. Not just one. The battle of the space abyss is going to be lively. If things go wrong, even if the third master wins against Bao Qi and Xianxia, he won't be able to return to Diyu Manor alive. Yu Gongzi was surprised. You seem to think that he can win. Mr. Li did not say it explicitly. When? Yes, he was more optimistic about the third master. That person was too unfathomable. Although Bao Qi Xianxia was powerful, Yu Gongzi was no match for him with the cauldron bell. Yu Gongzi could see through Bao Qi Xianxia, but he could not see through the third master. However, those old men were here. Even if the third master won against Bao Qi Xianxia, it would not be easy for him to return. Once Bao Qi Xianxia was defeated, Xianxia's position would be vacant. Coupled with the arrival of the sacrificial spirit, many old men would want to fight for it. If Yu Gongzi was the third master, even if he wanted to challenge Xianxia, he would have to wait until after the sacrificial spirit. It would be unwise to challenge him now. However, this was the only time when an outsider like him could succeed. While everyone was looking forward to it, Huagan finally arrived at Jikong domain. From afar, Luin saw a huge dark crack across Jikong domain. That was the space abyss. The space abyss was a type of celestial phenomenon. It was also like a crack in the spiritualized universe. It was a deep crack, and no one knew where the deepest part of the space abyss led to. However, as the news of Bao Qi's presence spread, many people guessed that those who went deep into the space abyss were not unable to find out the bottom of the space abyss. Instead, Bao Qi Xianxia had dealt with them. When they saw the space abyss, Old Tao and the rest had solemn expressions. Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Keqing and the rest were solemn. Qingyun did not care that Lu Yin was still holding her hand. She was about to face Bao Qi Xianxia, one of the 7 great Xianxians. Although there were rumors that Bao Qi Xianxia's position was bestowed by Yu Xianxian with the cauldron bell, it did not prevent Bao Qi Xianxia from borrowing the cauldron bell and having the strength of a Xianxian. If he did not have this strength, Yu Xianxian would not have been able to bestow it on him. The other Xianxians would not acknowledge Bao Qi. Bao Qi was a true Xianxian expert. Lu Yin stood up and looked at the space abyss. You guys can stay here. He sensed more than one obscure aura. Every strand of aura made one's scalp tingle. They were all top-notch experts. As expected, there would be a group of old men who could not hold back and wanted to fight for the Xianxian's position. After the battle between him and Bao Qi, the more they did not want to disturb him, the more they were waiting for this moment. If he lost, those forces could make a move. If he won, those forces would make a move. They would either deal with him, a madman who provoked the outer sky, or fight for the Xianxian's position. In the eyes of those forces, this battle would not be a loss for them. Lu Yin faced the space abyss and looked into the distance. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. How many hidden old men were there in the spiritualized universe? How many people were confident in killing him? Come at me. He wanted to completely open up the heavenly Tao of karma in this battle and take the initiative. He would not be restrained by Yu Xianxian and gain a firm foothold in the spiritualized universe. Old Tao looked back and saw that Lu Yin was different from before. It reminded him of the first time he had seen Lu Yin in Torch City. He was domineering, overlooking the world and controlling everything. This was the feeling. Beside him, Palace Mistress Yao, Kai Keqing, Ru Mu, and Qingyun all looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. Lu Yin was different. Could a person's temperament change like this? This was the temperament of a master, where all the powerful beasts bowed their heads. Behind them, Qing Shao stared at Lu Yin's back in a daze. He did not dare to approach him and he could not. This person gave him the feeling of a lofty mountain, and he did not seem like the arrogant young master from before. How could this be? In all directions, the people who had been following Lu Yin and the others were silent. Zhan Qinggu had come back and he admitted defeat. The debaters in the open realm were crazy, and they seemed to be arguing endlessly. More and more people were coming, and it had not been easy for Zhan Qinggu to shake them off. He watched as Lu Yin stood up. What a terrifying pressure. There was clearly no aura leaking out, but what was with this pressure? It was as if the entire universe had stopped, and everything in front of him had turned gray. This pressure spread to the wisdom void domain. Yu Gongzi's gaze was piercingly cold. Mr. Li frowned. Why did it feel like Lu Yin had become even stronger? Even further away, Yu Gongzi opened his eyes and could not help but sigh in admiration. Lu Yin was truly the #1 genius of all time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3510. In Xuanhuan, Bao Qi opened his eyes. Yu Sangtian's words were still echoing in his mind, telling him not to make a move and to wait for Wu Huang. He couldn't wait. Sangtian's dignity couldn't be trampled. If he didn't even dare to accept this person's challenge, what kind of Sangtian was he? Come on, let me see if you really have the strength to fight against Sangtian. He kept the cauldron bell and took a step forward, arriving outside the space abyss. He raised his head and looked at the distant starry sky. He grinned and his face was ferocious. Come! A loud shout reverberated through the void, causing ripples that instantly caused many people to spit out blood. Those people were originally closer to the dissension abyss. Bao Qi's shout was too sudden and caught them off guard. Some people were directly shaken to death, while the others hurriedly retreated in fear. Keep retreating. What kind of battlefield do you think this is? This is a battle between Sangtian and Sangtian. Retreat. That should be far enough. Not enough, far from enough. If we retreat any further, we won't be able to see it. Your life is more important. Hurry up and retreat. Listen to me. You still want to see? The battlefield that all of you can see is equivalent to the center of the battlefield. That's courting death. In outer space, the corners of Lu Yin's mouth curled up as his voice rang out. Sangtian Bao Qi, you actually dare to accept my challenge. The arrogance of these words made everyone's scalp go numb. They knew that Lu Yin was arrogant, but they hadn't expected him to be as arrogant as Sangtian. Sangtian was already at the pinnacle of the spiritualized universe. He was only second to Yu Sangtian. If this person felt that even Sangtian did not dare to accept the challenge, who else would be his worthy opponent? Yu Sangtian? Xuanhuan. Bao Qi thought that he was arrogant enough, but he did not expect to meet someone who was even more arrogant. He grinned and his eyes were filled with savagery. You better not lose. Otherwise I will make you suffer the most painful pain in the world. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Same here. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward. When he appeared again, he was already above the spatial abyss. Coincidentally, he was standing right above Bao Qi, looking down from above. Bao Qi didn't lift his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up. However, it wasn't a smile. People who knew him well knew that he was suppressing his anger. He had done this during the battle for Sangtian. Lu Yin's actions were not just arrogant provocation, but also an insult. He was actually standing on top of his head. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. They couldn't understand where the third master's confidence came from. Even if he could fight Sangtian, he wouldn't go so far as to leave no room for maneuver. Bao Qi's footsteps shook the ground, sending countless pebbles flying towards Lu Yin. These pebbles contained the sequence of sound, and each pebble was capable of piercing through ordinary sequence edicts. At this moment, the pebbles came from below, covering the skies and covering the earth. Lu Yin had fought Bao Qi before, but he had fought Bao Qi who was at Kuos level. Calamity was a stage and also a time when a person underwent a transformation. Once passed, they would step into eternal life and become unrivaled in the world. A grass grandmaster could seal Lu Yin with a flick of his finger, preventing him from even getting close. Yu Sangtian couldn't do it as casually as a grass grandmaster. This was the difference between him and an eternal life realm expert. And bitter adversity was the process of stepping into the eternal life realm, but this process was very strange. Some people's strength would skyrocket after stepping into bitter adversity, while others would decline. It was hard to fathom. During the battle at the border of the Tianyuan universe, Bao Qi had used his spirit prime realm strength and the cauldron bell to suppress Void God, Celestial Champion Dushabag and Sapphire Zhilua. If not for crazy Principal Xiaoqian forcefully pulling Bao Qi into bitter adversity with the path of red dust, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. After stepping into bitter adversity, Bao Qi's attacks were less tyrannical and more rational. It was hard to tell if his strength had increased or decreased, But Lu Yin was familiar with the rational Bao Qi instead of this savage and tyrannical person. However, the essence of their strength was the same. Countless pebbles covered Lu Yin's surroundings, releasing multicolored light. Lu Yin stood in place without moving, allowing the pebbles to explode. The multicolored light flooded the void, distorting the surroundings as the aftershocks swept out. The cultivators who came into contact with the aftershocks found it hard to breathe as they felt an intense pressure. However, Lu Yin was completely unharmed, leaving everyone speechless. In the distance, Xianxia was stunned. Was this guy a monster? He hadn't even dodged Bao Qi's attack, and he hadn't even been injured. Bao Qi suddenly looked up and opened his mouth to roar, sending an even more multicolored light towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked down from above and opened his palm, causing ripples of power to appear as he pressed down. The ripples of power collided with the multicolored light, starting from Lu Yin and Bao Qi. They collided halfway through the void, creating a ring of light that extended into the distance. This ring of light had a hazy glow, and it looked extremely beautiful. Someone couldn't help but touch it, causing their arm to shatter. Do you want to die? Don't touch it. The ring of light seemed beautiful, but it contained a terrifying power and sound. Anyone who touched it would be killed. However, there were still people who wanted to give it a try, as this was a chance to come into contact with Xianxia's power at close range. They could directly sense the difference between them and Xianxia, and if they missed this opportunity they might never get another one. Those who dared to try were definitely experts at the level of sequence laws. They wrapped themselves in sequence particles and reached out to attack the ring of light. Within the range of the ring of light, the multicolored light dimmed. Those who tried were excited as they could resist it. However, in the next moment, an invisible force shattered their arms, and they were unable to resist. Even if they were at the level of sequence laws, they still couldn't resist. Countless people gasped at the sight of this. Even someone at the level of sequence laws could not resist it? Someone sneered inwardly. How could a mere mortal understand the power of Xianxia? If not for the fact that these two powers were already entangled and resisting, it would not have been as simple as shattering an arm. However, the third keeper's power was truly terrifying, as he was actually able to resist Bao Qi's sequence of sound. The multicolored light had once shocked the spiritualized universe, and more than one spirit prime had died to it. It seemed gentle, but it was terrifyingly domineering. Even experts who had morphed into beasts did not dare to take it head-on. With a boom, the multicolored light was suppressed, and the ring of light continued to press down on Bao Qi. Lu Yin did not underestimate Bao Qi. Even if he had defeated him in the 37 years of his past, he would not underestimate him. Bao Qi could suppress void gods, celestial champions celestial and jianghu. His sequence of sound had swept through the battlefield at the Xuanhuan universe's borders without fail, and it was enough to determine the outcome of a war. He had fought many powerhouses in the spiritualized universe such as Sovereign Qi, Wu Wei, Zhen, Carefree Old Man, and so close yet worlds apart. Sovereign Qi and Wu Wei seemed to be extremely powerful, but they were only comparable to Xianxia in one aspect. As for Bao Qi, even if he did not cultivate his consciousness or spiritual force, he could still resist this power. This was Xianxia's power level. Bao Qi's sequence of sound was the strongest among all the spiritualized universe's powerhouses that Lu Yin had fought. Its destructive power surpassed Xianxia's, and he also had the physical strength to withstand dozens of strikes from celestial champion celestial without being injured. Bao Qi was worthy of Xianxia's name. Unfortunately, he did not know that Lu Yin was best at dealing with people like him. Sovereigns like Sovereign Qi and Dancing Butterfly had developed their own unique powers to the extreme, so they were not easy to deal with. Bao Qi, on the other hand, did not seem to have any obvious weaknesses, but he was perfectly countered by Lu Yin's all-round development. The multicolored light was continuously suppressed. Bao Qi's eyes narrowed. Impossible. How could his sequence of sound be completely suppressed? Impossible. The sequence of sound was not just a sequence technique, it also included his physical strength and techniques. Very few people knew that he had also developed his physical strength. Yushan's physical strength was extremely powerful, and he could fight against the limits of physical strength. Bao Qi was the same. He did not plan to rely on his physical strength against Lu Yin, as even Yushan had been defeated. However, the sequence of sound, which relied on physical strength, should not be so easily suppressed. At this moment, Yu Xianxia's words appeared in his mind once more. If he did not want him to fight this person, then he had no confidence in him. Bao Qi clenched his fists and the corners of his mouth tore open. Fresh blood flowed down his cheeks, and the multicolored light became even more profound as it spread to the surface of his body. His entire body seemed to be burning in flames, and his meridians could be seen clearly. Flowing light flowed out of his body and continuously blasted upwards. Lu Yin raised a brow, and his palm realm battle force spread out from his arm. The starry sky in his heart was released, and boundless power circulated as he pressed down. Boom! Rumbling sounds shook the universe as the halo expanded once more, enveloping the surroundings and even the entire Intellicong domain. Prince Yu hurriedly crouched down and avoided the halo. Mr. Li also dodged with a solemn expression. This halo contained Lu Yin's strength and Bao Qi's sequence of sound, and it was extremely destructive against Sequence Law's powerhouses. Although it could not hurt Mr. Li, there was no need for him to interfere in this battle. Even further away, Elder Yu watched the halo spread over and then crouched down, looking exactly like Prince Yu. Image? The people of the Intellicong domain did not care about image. Back in the boundless region, Lu Yin had directly thrown Prince Yu out. Prince Yu had not dared to believe that he would receive such treatment, but he had not resented being thrown out. To them, their goal was always the most important. Between heaven and earth, multicolored lights crashed down. Bao Qi leaped up and instantly pulled out the light that had been suppressed by Lu Yin's strength, transforming it into a spear that pierced towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. Could the power that had been released be retrieved and used again? The tip of the spear pierced towards him, and it contained the ultimate power of Bao Qi's sequence of sound. The sequence of sound was simple, and it transformed into a spear that pierced out with unparalleled coldness. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and his consciousness planet rotated as a boundless consciousness swept out. The tip of the spear stopped, and Bao Qi was bombarded by the consciousness. The world spun, and the familiar feeling reminded him of the 13 celestial phenomenon that he had encountered in the consciousness universe. He subconsciously split open the spear, and multicolored lights enveloped the surroundings. Lu Yin kicked out at the same time, and it landed on the light, sending Bao Qi flying high into the sky. Bao Qi crashed into the abyss, kicking up a cloud of dust. Everyone watched in shock. Suppression from start to finish. They had imagined countless battle scenarios, but they had never imagined that Bao Qi Xianxia would be so easily suppressed. This third keeper had fought against Sovereign Qi, and even Dancing Butterfly and the others had not been so suppressed. Could it be that Bao Qi Xianxia's strength was inferior to those people? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3511. In the distant sky, Qingyun and the others were equally shocked. Bao Qi had been suppressed. Old Tao had not expected Lu Yin to be able to suppress Bao Qi and Xianxia like this. However, Bao Qi had relied on the cauldron bell and he had yet to use it. The outcome was still uncertain. Above the abyss, Lu Yin narrowed his eyes and reacted quickly. This was probably his instinct from fighting in the consciousness universe. If a normal cultivator had never fought someone who cultivated the consciousness path before, they would be at a disadvantage the first time. Even if they were stronger than the cultivator, they would still be easily defeated. However, they would be able to adapt after a few experiences. People like Bao Qi would initially be at a disadvantage when fighting in the consciousness universe, but as they gradually adapted to the bombardment of consciousness, their tolerance increased. This was why he had not fainted after being attacked by Lu Yin's cosmic realm consciousness. He had even been able to instinctively block it. Otherwise, it would not have been as simple as kicking him down. It seemed like he had completely suppressed Bao Qi, and Bao Qi's performance was not as good as Dancing Butterfly Border and the others. However, if Bao Qi were to fight Dancing Butterfly Border or Wu Wei instead, they wouldn't be able to deal much damage to Bao Qi. Perhaps Dancing Butterfly's Thunderclap World could have dealt Bao Qi a blow, but that would not have been enough to determine the outcome. Still, these people were all about the same level of strength, and Bao Qi did not have the strength to overwhelm Dancing Butterfly's group. If he faced Carefree Old Man, he might even step into bitter adversity, and the outcome would be unknown. The spiritualized universe's foundation was too deep. Below the abyss, Bao Qi shook his head and touched his ear. His hand was stained with blood. He looked up. What a terrifying consciousness that was comparable to 13 celestial phenomenon. It was no wonder this person could break through his intent realm. He could not withstand this kind of consciousness bombardment any longer. If this happened a few more times, he was not sure if he could withstand it. This was different from facing 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators. The 13 celestial phenomenon cultivators were consciousness attacks. and this person was able to suppress him in terms of physical strength. If his consciousness was added to the equation, then Bao Qi had no chance of winning. Since that was the case, Bao Qi stood up, and the savagery in his eyes intensified. He took out the cauldron bell and walked forward. Countless eyes looked at the abyss. When they saw Bao Qi walk out with the bell, everyone subconsciously retreated. The bell of the 10 bases had finally appeared. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Bao Qi had Xianxia not taken it away? Xianxia was not afraid that he would complete his karma with Bao Qi. Jade Palace Master Yao was left with the Jade Water. When he controlled Jade Palace Master Yao, Xianxia shattered the Jade Water, preventing him from completing the karma and causing him to suffer a backlash. Then why wasn't Bao Qi's cauldron bell taken away? Xianxia knew that he was no match for him. Unless Xianxia was confident that even if the cauldron bell was in Bao Qi's hands, he would not be able to complete his karma. What is it? Lu Yin's face grew solemn, as he could not underestimate Xianxia's methods. Just because he could not see through them did not mean that they did not exist, but that he truly could not see through them. What was it? In Bao Qi's eyes, Lu Yin's dignified expression was fear. He had originally wanted to fight without relying on the cauldron bell to clear his name, but there was no other way. He was completely suppressed, and there was no chance of victory without relying on the cauldron bell. Step by step, Bao Qi lifted the cauldron bell and looked at Lu Yin. That's right, up until now this person has never been beaten down. He has always been looking down on me, Xianxia. Such humiliation was unbearable. Everyone held their breaths. The real battle had only just begun. Bao Qi relied on the cauldron bell to become Xianxia. Only with the cauldron bell could he be Xianxia. At this moment, Bao Qi was Xianxia. The cauldron bell floated in the air, and Bao Qi slapped it with one hand. It felt as if the universe itself shook, and then an indescribable darkness spread towards Lu Yin like ink. Lu Yin raised his brows as he saw the absolute darkness again. During the battle at the border of the Xuanhuan universe, this silent darkness had prevented anyone from approaching. During the battle in the Mirage domain, this power had rendered Ancestor Lu Yuan, Ancestor Yi, and the others helpless. Only Lu Yin and Progenitor Chen had been able to jump through time and borrow the opponent's sequence particles to break through. Then Ancestor Ku had fought alone, but he had been unable to hold on for long. This silent power was enough to make the Xuanhuan universe's 3 realms and 6 paths difficult to deal with. Lu Yin watched as the silent darkness approached. All around him, the spectators had extremely solemn expressions on their faces. Even without coming into contact with it, they could feel how terrifying this silent darkness was. Mr. Li's eyes flickered. He could not break through this silent darkness. Bao Qi had the cauldron bell, so to a certain extent he was invincible. It all depended on whether or not the third keeper had the strength to break through this power. Lu Yin's expression did not change. He had more than one way to break through this silent darkness. When things reached an extreme, they would move in the opposite direction. Consecutive palms, skipping time, or even directly bombarding Bao Qi with his consciousness could all be used to overwhelm him. In the end he chose the most shocking method. With his hands behind his back, he stood in the void, allowing the silent darkness to drown him. It was as if the sky had turned upside down, completely enveloping him. No one had expected Lu Yin to not evade. Although this silent darkness was powerful, it was slow and its traces were obvious. It could be easily avoided, but the third keeper had chosen not to. Was he that confident? Or was it that the cauldron bell's power could not be avoided? Everyone was puzzled. Only Bao Qi's expression darkened. This person was deliberately not evading. He wanted to resist the cauldron bell's power. Very well, let's see how long you can last. High up in the sky, Lu Yin had sunk into the darkness. His body continuously withered and then recovered. This silent darkness was already approaching the limit of his body's endurance. If he got any stronger, he might be able to break through this limit. However, Bao Qi could not break through this limit or he would not be Xianxia. In the entire spiritualized universe, only Xianxia could break through Lu Yin's endurance limit. Otherwise, Lu Yin would not have been able to reverse time by 37 years. Lu Yin knew that his body was constantly withering and recovering, but in the eyes of others, he just stood there in the darkness with a calm expression. It was as if Bao Qi was borrowing the power of the cauldron bell, but it did not affect him in the slightest. This scene completely shocked everyone who was watching the battle. In the wisdom void domain, Mr. Li's eyes narrowed. Impossible. Just how strong was this third keeper? Beside him, Mr. Yu was stunned. He had relied on the wisdom void domain to observe the spiritualized universe, but this third keeper had completely exceeded his scope of understanding. This person was the ruler of the Tianyuan universe, similar to Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. That had to be the case. His strength was beyond the scope of normal understanding. Even further away, Elder Yu's expression was solemn as he repeatedly thought about the layout of the wisdom void domain. Was it really foolproof? On the other side of the spatial abyss, several powerful auras retreated. Is this guy a monster? He can even resist the power of the cauldron bell? There's a problem. If he can really resist the cauldron bell, then perhaps only Xianxia in the spiritualized universe can defeat him. There must be a problem somewhere. Perhaps this is why Xianxia has never acted. Could it be that Xianxia is also not confident? Or perhaps he has already acted, but there's nothing he can do. When these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Many fearful gazes looked up at the sky and landed on Lu Yin's body. What was the limit of this person's strength? Even further away, Old Tao's mouth was agape. This was the strength of a keeper? This was the strength of the master of the Tianyuan universe. He was able to ignore Xianxia's strength. This battle was much simpler than the previous ones, but it was also the most shocking. Kai Keqing, Palace Mistress Yao, and the others were in disbelief. When had Xianxia become so weak? Qing Yun stared blankly into the distance. He was surrounded by darkness, but the darkness could not drown him. This person was like the center of the universe. Ru Mu took a deep breath, and her eyes burned with passion. It was not a waste for her to be his maid. Above the spatial abyss, Lu Yin slowly descended towards Bao Qi, still looking down from above. The silent darkness could not harm him in the slightest. Bao Qi's face was deathly pale, and his torn lips were dripping with blood. He stared blankly as Lu Yin approached, his gaze replacing the stars and enveloping him. Xianxia's words kept ringing in his ears. At this moment, Bao Qi finally understood why Xianxia had not allowed him to act. He really could not deal with this person. He really was not a match for this person. How could there be such a person? This person had always been above him, Xianxia. How did he do it? How did he do it? Who was Xianxia? Who was the challenger? Bao Qi's eyes flashed fiercely, and multicolored rays of light flowed from his arms into the cauldron bell as he struck it repeatedly. The silent darkness grew deeper and deeper, sweeping towards Lu Yin like a black wave. While the outside world seemed relaxed, Lu Yin was the only one who knew how dangerous this moment was. Everything had a limit, and he was sure that Bao Qi would not be able to break through this limit. However, if it had been someone else, such as Mr. Li, who had crossed the bitter calamity, he would have been finished long ago. Regardless of whether it was the carefree old man, the dancing butterfly, or the plain master's path, once they were submerged by this silent power, they would not be able to withstand it and would definitely be defeated. Of course, if they really wanted to fight Bao Qi, they would not be submerged by this power. During the battle in the Mirage domain, Bao Qi had relied on this silent power to protect himself and Xianxia. If not for Lu Yin and Progenitor Chen's ability to skip time and their ability to reverse things, they might not have been able to do anything to Bao Qi. He had been completely seen through. No matter how deep the silent darkness was, it could not submerge Lu Yin. Lu Yin approached step by step, bringing shock and pressure to Bao Qi as well as the entire spiritualized universe. At this moment, Lu Yin was not looking down on Bao Qi. He was looking down on the entire spiritualized universe, the seven great Xianxians and Xianxia. Bao Qi could not accept this. There had been many defeated Xianxians throughout history, and when they lost, their status would be stripped away. However, there had never been such a humiliating defeat. Bao Qi could not bear to be suppressed, beaten, and completely suppressed. He roared and his aura suddenly changed. It went from being savage and tyrannical to suddenly calming down. At this moment, his aura changed as well, giving off an indescribable feeling. All of this had happened in an instant, and it was so fast that it felt like a dream. Everyone stared at Bao Qi. He had stepped into the bitter calamity realm. Originally, he had only been a step away from the bitter calamity realm, but now, as long as he was willing, he could step into the bitter calamity realm at any time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3512. Bao Qi Xianxia is crossing bitter calamity. The third boss forced Bao Qi Xianxia into bitter calamity in the end. That's the true Xianxia. Since ancient times, Xianxia has always crossed bitter calamity. Bao Qi Xianxia is no exception. The outcome has changed again. The third boss is too arrogant. Now that he's forced Bao Qi Xianxia into bitter calamity, he's doomed. No one knew how bitter calamity would change. Perhaps it would become stronger, perhaps it would become weaker, or perhaps it would remain the same. In the eyes of the spiritualized universe, Bao Qi would definitely become stronger after entering bitter calamity, which would make the battle even more suspenseful. However, only Lu Ying knew that Bao Qi's strength had not changed at all after entering bitter calamity. In the battle of the Mirage Domain, he still needed to fall into bitter calamity to work with Yi Xianxia. Entering bitter calamity would not change the outcome. Bao Qi lowered his head in the silent darkness. Everyone was waiting for him to take action. Lu Ying took a step forward and stood before Bao Qi, a cauldron bell between them. He raised his hand and grabbed the cauldron bell. Bao Qi suddenly raised his head. His eyes were terrifyingly calm, completely different from before. He stared at Lu Ying. "I'm not your opponent, but it's impossible for you to defeat me and steal the cauldron bell so easily." With that, his aura changed again and his eyes became brutal once more. His short, red hair fell off and he began to bleed. Lu Ying was surprised. Bao Qi had actually fallen to the primordial realm without any hesitation, as he knew that entering bitter calamity would be useless. He really was someone who had reached Xianxia's level. Such decisiveness was rare. If he fell after entering bitter calamity, he would no longer have any hopes of reaching the eternal realm in the future. Meng Sang's battle with Lu Ying had left her in a life-threatening situation, so she had fallen as well. How long had it been since Bao Qi entered bitter calamity? It had only been a single moment, yet he had fallen so decisively. It was enough for Lu Ying to admit that Bao Qi had the right to become Xianxia. Bao Qi understood himself far too well. However, so what if he fell? It was impossible to change the outcome. Everyone was stunned. Bao Qi had just entered bitter calamity, but he had fallen in the blink of an eye. What was going on? No one could understand. Only Bao Qi himself knew that entering bitter calamity had not increased his strength at all. Instead, his personality had completely changed. This change was filled with rationality, but rationality was not suitable for this battle. He finally understood why Yu Xianxia taught him that move. He thought he would never use it. That technique could only be performed by the original Bao Qi. The rational Bao Qi couldn't perform it. The cauldron bell was held by two people. Lu Ying placed a hand on the cauldron bell and watched the sequence particles fill the sky. Through the particles, he could see the determination in Bao Qi's eyes. Does he still have more tricks up his sleeve? That shouldn't be the case. In the battle of the Mirage Domain, he didn't have any other moves up his sleeves. Right, Yu Xianxia? Lu Ying exerted some force in his palm, and a terrifying force passed through the cauldron bell and slammed into Bao Qi's body, causing him to spit out blood. Bao Qi's gaze was extremely ferocious. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, which dyed his body red. He grabbed the cauldron bell tightly and refused to let go. "The cauldron bell is mine. No one can take it away from me." With a roar, the sequence particles inside the bell fell off, and cracks appeared on the bell. Lu Ying looked at the cauldron bell as a stream of light shuttled back and forth beside him. A second later, the cauldron bell returned to normal. Bao Qi was dumbfounded. Lu Ying punched the cauldron bell again. His power went through the bell and hit Bao Qi. Bao Qi was sent flying, coughing up blood. The cauldron bell crashed to the ground with a loud bang. No matter how many tricks Yu Xianxia had, unless Lu Ying had snatched the cauldron bell from the start, Bao Qi would not be able to use any tricks. It would be very difficult. However, Lu Ying didn't dare to underestimate Yu Xianxia. Bao Qi's failure might have been within Yu Xianxia's expectations. Then he suddenly looked in a direction. A mournful wail suddenly sounded. This sound disgusted Lu Ying as if countless negative emotions were exploding. In particular, the wail of a child made him feel like his head was about to explode. The spectators had yet to recover from Bao Qi being sent flying when they heard this sound. Someone was shocked. A child's mother. This is a child's mother's wail. On the other side of the spatial abyss, a ghostly figure floated over with a child in her arms. Her eyes were lifeless and filled with tears of blood. She stared at Lu Ying and let out a faint laugh. "Give me back my child. Give me back my child." At the same time, a finger and a claw attacked Lu Ying from two different directions. Lu Ying's eyes were filled with murderous intent. "It's you guys again. I will find you sooner or later." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a terrifying force shattered the finger and the claw. At this moment, the child's mother was already in front of Lu Ying. she opened her mouth and let out an even more mournful wail. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, his consciousness planet rotated. His majestic consciousness swept across the void and swept towards the child's mother. Playing tricks. The child's mother's voice couldn't withstand the cosmic realm consciousness at all. She was hit head-on and spat out blood as she was sent flying. In her arms the child fell. A face looked at Lu Yin and smiled. It was a hideous and disgusting face that sent chills down Lu Yin's spine. The child's mother panicked and was terrified. My child. My child. The child fell into the spatial abyss, causing the child's mother to go crazy. She actually managed to suppress the pain of fainting from Lu Yin's consciousness attack. Blood flowed out of her 7 orifices as her pale body glowed. Give me back my child. The mournful wail caused the cauldron bell to rumble. It let out an even deeper sound beside Lu Yin that resonated with the mournful wail. Lu Yin pressed one hand on the cauldron bell to suppress its sound. He aimed his other hand at the child's mother and flicked his finger. His power tore through the void and pierced the child's mother's neck. The child's mother coughed out blood and was sent flying. Lu Yin took this opportunity to put away the cauldron bell. However, he was shocked to find that the bell had cracked. How could this be? Bao Qi was sent flying by him. Could it be? He looked at the child's mother who was coughing up blood. This woman's power had triggered the bell. She was xianxia's method. The cauldron bell cracked, and majestic sound sequence particles drifted out and converged towards Bao Qi. This was the recognition that Bao Qi had obtained after nurturing the bell for so many years. These sequence particles only recognized him. He could originally use the cauldron bell to display Xianxia's strength. Now that he had shattered the bell, it was equivalent to using all the sequence particles in one go. The cauldron bell had been condensed by 105 sound sequence powerhouses, which meant that at this moment, Bao Qi could release the sequence particles of himself and those 105 sound sequence powerhouses at the same time to unleash an earth-shattering attack. Even though the price was the destruction of the cauldron bell. However, from the moment the child's mother took action, Bao Qi had basically been abandoned. Not only had his position as Xianxian been abandoned, but he had also been abandoned as a person. The mighty Xianxian had to work with others to launch a sneak attack against the challenger. There was no way he could survive in the spiritualized universe no matter what. Xianxian had considered abandoning him long ago. The destruction of the cauldron bell gave all the spiritualized cultivators a reason to vent their anger. Bao Qi was the one who had destroyed the cauldron bell. He was a sinner of the spiritualized universe. Bao Qi knew all of this. If he had been at the level of Ku adversity, he would not have done such a thing. Only when he was at the primordial realm and filled with savagery would he have done such a thing. He had to do this. This outcome had been decided long ago. The sequence particles of the cauldron bell filled the sky as Bao Qi crawled out from the ground. He was covered in blood, but he smiled viciously as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi. Is it worth it? You're just a pawn of Xianxian. Bao Qi smiled. I won the position of Xianxian by competing with a bunch of mad dogs. I won't let you take it away so easily. Let's treat this battle as the final battle for the position of Xianxian. After saying that, he opened his mouth, and endless sequence particles flew toward Bao Qi. The spectators were shocked. Those who could not see the sequence particles were fine, but those who could felt their scalps tingle. They had never seen such a terrifying sequence of particles. It was as if they could drown the universe. These were the sequence particles that had appeared when the cauldron bell had been completely destroyed. Bao Qi was a sinner. He had destroyed the sequence of the 10 bases and worked with others to deal with the third manager. He was a sinner and he was no longer Xianxian. In the wisdom void domain, Elder Yu sighed. If the mighty Xianxian had been a pawn from the very beginning, this would have been his fate. Xianxian, what a good move. He's really vicious. Bao Qi would rather die than let the third manager off. But that third manager is vicious as well. He actually forced Bao Qi to die together with him. Mother Tong was heavily injured by him in a single move. That crazy woman is not weak. She had competed for Xianxian's position before. In any case, I won't do anything. We never planned on doing anything. Lu Yin stood in the spatial abyss. On one side was the heavily injured Mother Tong, while on the other side was Bao Qi, who was constantly enveloping the sequence particles. Did Xianxian really think that the power of the cauldron bell would allow Bao Qi to defeat him? No, that was impossible. Xianxian only wanted the cauldron bell to shatter so that Lu Yin would not be able to complete his karma. This was Xianxian's true method. Bao Qi had ended. From the moment Lu Yin had challenged him, or rather from the moment he had agreed to Lu Yin's challenge, Bao Qi had ended. Lu Yin looked at Bao Qi, who was about to unleash his final attack. It would have been better for this person to die in the 37 years that had flowed backward. It would have been better than being used by Yu Sang Tian and not even knowing the true reason behind his death. So what if he was Sang Tian? In fact, from the moment the cauldron bell had been given to Bao Qi, his fate had been sealed. Lu Yin raised his hand and launched a series of palm strikes. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, a portion of the sequence particles that should have surged toward Bao Qi actually flowed toward Lu Yin and gathered in his palm. This scene stunned everyone, including Mr. Li, who was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. There was such a battle technique? Even the sequence particles could be used? Ancestor Ku was extremely talented and had broken through the karma that the everlasting realm grass grandmaster had used to seal Lu Yin for 100 years. Ancestor Qin was also extremely talented and had created a series of palm strikes that could borrow the power of all things. Under the series of palm strikes, Bao Qi could not use all of the sequence particles from the cauldron bell. He stared at Lu Yin and wanted to snatch the sequence particles. Lu Yin struck out with a palm that traversed the void. Bao Qi's pupils shrank and he opened his mouth to roar. A deep black light that contained a myriad of colors shot out from his mouth and blasted toward Lu Yin. The two forces collided and the void collapsed. The spatial abyss split open in all directions, and the entire Intelliski domain trembled. Huge cracks extended toward the Intelliski domain and swept past Mr. Li's feet and Elder Yu's feet. This was a battle between Sang Tian and Sang Tian. This was Sang Tian's magnanimity. Even if he died, so what? Bao Qi had been used not because he was stupid but because of his pride. He would not allow himself to be defeated so miserably. Even if he died, he would have fought with power that was worthy of Sang Tian's level. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-13. Under the gazes of countless people, the smoke and dust dissipated. Bao Qi stood where he was, his eyes lifeless. He had died in battle. Across from him, Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood. He hadn't been injured by Bao Qi, but rather by the fact that the cauldron bell had shattered, causing a karmic backlash. Yu Sang Tian's true scheme had begun. Karmic backlash was his true method of dealing with Lu Yin. Karma backlash, yet another karma backlash. Everything in front of Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he felt as if he had returned to the Tianyuan universe without those 37 years of retrogression. He also felt as if he had arrived at the karmic cycle, where he saw Long Shi and Xuanhuan. Which one was real? Which one is fake? At that moment, the heavenly Tao of karma erupted from the starry sky above his heart. The God-sealing catalog's golden light was like a sun that enveloped Lu Yin's body. Beneath the ground, the general appointment platform's underworld was dark and gloomy. There was blood at the corner of Lu Yin's mouth as he sat down cross-legged to resist the karmic backlash. At this moment, it wasn't that he didn't have the strength to fight back. The increase in the karma heavenly Tao gave him the ability to face the backlash of karma. Karma backlash came from the universe, and now that he had created the karma heavenly Tao, he was resisting the karma of the universe. In the eyes of outsiders, Lu Yin had been heavily injured by Bao Qi's final attack, and his face was deathly pale. Many people's eyes flickered. If they didn't make a move now, they wouldn't have another chance. This third boss was too strong. He had suppressed Bao Qi Sang Tian from beginning to end. If Bao Qi Sang Tian hadn't broken through the 10 base sequence, they wouldn't have been able to hurt him. Such a person should not be allowed to live. Otherwise, who would be able to compete for the position of Sang Tian? The day of the guardian spirit was close at hand, and everyone wanted to fight for a chance at survival. Aura after aura rose into the sky, and the most powerful of them was accompanied by a blazing flame that ignited Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin sat on the heavenly Tao of karma and resisted the backlash of karma from the outside world. However, in the eyes of others they could not see anything at all. They could only see the golden light of the God-sealing catalog. Now they saw a wisp of flame appear on Lu Yin's body. Is that a candle? Wuxia has come. She's Wuxia of the Myriad Beasts Border, a primordial realm expert. She's another expert who fought for Sang Tian's position. Mother Tong has made her move as well. Under the influence of the heavenly Tao of karma, Lu Yin opened his eyes and saw the flames burning in front of him. Murderous intents appeared from different directions, as all of these people wanted to take advantage of his heavy injuries to attack him. A mournful and sorrowful voice swept over. Blood dripped from the child's mother's neck, and her hair flew in the air. She was like an evil spirit as she threw herself at him. Lu Yin used the reverse step and paralleled the flow of time to appear behind Mother Tong and grab her head. Mother Tong turned around and struck out with her 5 poison palm. The child's mother's 5 poison palm used grief, resentment, hatred, and ruthlessness as the 5 poisons. It was the most evil palm strike in the world, and its might shook an entire era. It was to the extent that no one dared to become enemies with the child's mother. At the same time, he grabbed Tong Mu's head with his other hand and forcefully pushed her into the ground, landing her in the hell of General Diao. Mother Tong disappeared in an instant. The Karma Heavenly Tao expanded. Lu Yin exhaled. At this moment he was still resisting the karmic backlash, and he could not differentiate between the present and the past. He could not tell his own identity, and even his own strength was becoming blurry. However, after pushing Tong Mu into the Point Commander's platform hell and increasing the Heavenly Tao of Karma, he was able to see things clearly. Only powerhouses could increase the Heavenly Tao of Karma and give him a chance to resist the karmic backlash. This was the worst time to challenge Xianxia. If he won, it would attract the attention of all sorts of old fellows, and they would all want to fight for a chance at survival on the day of the sacrifice spirit. However, this was the most suitable time for Lu Yin, as this was the only time that so many powerhouses would come knocking on his door to increase the Heavenly Tao of Karma. It was also the only time that he could become Xianxia's successor. He had suppressed Mother Tong. Lu Yin looked up and surveyed his surroundings. Xianxia? What a joke. In my eyes, there are no experts in the spiritualized universe. This universe is huge, but there is no expert who can match me. You want to take my life while I'm heavily injured? Are you worthy? Come, let me see who dares to step forward. His voice resounded throughout the universe. Around spatial abyss in the distant heavens, countless people were shocked by Lu Yin's domineering aura. He had just defeated Bao Qi's Xianxia and suppressed Mother Tong, and now he wanted to challenge the world's experts. Did he really think that there were no experts in the spiritualized universe? Or was he not afraid of death? Old Tao trembled. Boss, you should speak less. Look at you, you're already bleeding. Qing Yun gulped. Domineering, this person was truly like this. This was the real him. Qing Zhao's mouth fell open. This was too ruthless. In the wisdom sky domain, Mr. Li's expression sank. If this person did not die, who in the spiritualized universe would be able to stop him in the future? It was time for those old fellows to act. Flames surged in the distance, and a flame beast the size of a mountain that resembled a rat walked out. It stared at Lu Yin. My 10,000 beasts border will kill you today. In the surroundings, many people dispersed the heat waves. It really is wuxia, a primordial realm powerhouse from the 10,000 beasts border. That flame is his. On the other side, water flowed around to resist the heat waves. It was a graceful middle-aged man. Wuxia, reign in your flames. Can't you see that my water has evaporated? He then looked at Lu Yin. Boss, I have no enmity with you. You are very arrogant, but I don't care. However, can you let Qing Yun go? He's my junior. Lu Yin looked over. An expert from the bitter adversity border had appeared so quickly. He knew that there were experts from the bitter adversity border hidden in the surroundings, and he had thought that they would only appear after dealing with the spiritual primes. He had not expected them to appear so quickly. Is that a psychic immortal? A psychic immortal? The one in the legends? Yes, the one in the legends. The one in the legends, shameless. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he stared angrily into the distance. Who dares to call me shameless? The surrounding people immediately fell silent, not daring to speak. The psychic immortal snorted and looked at Lu Yin again. How is it, boss? Lu Yin looked at the psychic immortal. What's your relationship with the ninth immortal, Xianxia? The moment this question was asked, the psychic immortal's entire demeanor changed. He was indignant, aggrieved, and strangely excited. She is my woman. Lu Yin was shocked. The ninth immortal is your woman? In the distance, the discussion came again, and this time, there were many more voices. Shameless indeed. The most shameless in the spiritualized universe. The ninth immortal, Xianxia, has never bothered with him. Wherever he goes, he says that the ninth immortal, Xianxia, is his woman. If he had not fled quickly, the ninth immortal, Xianxia, would have dealt with him long ago. Shall lower your voice. Don't be heard. Shameless old thief. Destined to die alone. When the psychic immortal heard this, his face turned red. He was furious. Who is it? Come out if you dare. If I don't beat you until your face is swollen, I won't be called the psychic immortal. Luin understood. So he was one of the 9th immortal Xianxia's admirers. This meant that he wanted to take Qin Yun away to curry favor with the 9th immortal Xianxian. Thinking of this, Lu Yin's expression darkened. If the psychic immortal was fighting for Xianxian's position, it would not matter. However, he was causing trouble for Lu Yin just to curry favor with someone else. At this moment, a pale blue flame suddenly appeared, connecting the void and heading towards Lu Yin. The 15th ranked sequence method, Eternal Flame. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, and the rules did not come close. More than half of the eternal flame was instantly dispersed, but there was still a sliver of it connected to the candle flame in front of Lu Yin. This sliver of space was instantly burned by the eternal flame. Lu Yin waved his hand and struck out. A terrifying force shook the void and tried to contain the eternal flame, but he found that it was useless. Once the eternal flame sequence particles were formed, it would definitely burn everything within range. It was incomparably domineering, and this was its qualification to be ranked 15th. Lu Yin swayed the eternal flame. Unless the eternal flame was completely extinguished, everything that came into contact with it would be burned to ashes. Looking at the pale red burn mark on her arm, Wuxia released the eternal flame again. This time there was more of it, and it pounced towards Lu Yin like a pale blue python. No matter where Lu Yin hid, it was useless. The candle flame was the catalyst for the eternal flame. However, even though the eternal flame was ranked 15th, there was still a limit to its power. Otherwise, it would not have simply left a burn mark on Lu Yin's arm. It would have burned his entire body. The pale blue python covered the sky and covered the earth, leaving behind a scene of destruction in its wake. At the same time, a stream appeared under its feet. It was as graceful as a painting, and one could vaguely see a glacier. The psychic immortal had made his move. In the Zhikong domain, Mr. Li's expression was solemn. The psychic immortal was also known as the Four Waters deity. He controlled the four waters, namely the flowing stream, boiling rain, jianghu, and parting sea. Finally, the four waters merged into one and became the Four Waters deity. He was extremely powerful. All this time he had been creating sequence techniques. If he succeeded, he might be able to create 8 or 9 sequence techniques in the spiritualized universe and leave his name in the annals of history. The spiritualized universe was different from the Tianyuan universe. In the spiritualized universe, cultivators were instilled with the impression that they could cultivate in 88 sequence laws from a young age. Under such a unified cultivation model, very few people would think of creating sequence laws. The Tianyuan universe had the 3 realms and 6 daos, all of which could create destructive sequence laws. The cultivation environment was full of freedom. These were 2 completely different cultivation environments. As for the strength of a single sequence law, even though the 3 realms and 6 daos had created destructive sequence laws, there were also destructive sequence laws in the spiritualized universe. This was especially true for the first 3, which were known as the absolute sequence. Outside of this, there were occasionally people who tried to create sequence laws, but they were like waves returning to the sea, disappearing without a trace. Among these people, the Four Waters deity was the most famous. Not only because his strength had reached the level of Dooku, but also because he was shameless. Everyone in the spiritualized universe knew the extent of his shamelessness. Many people suspected that the 9th Spirit's expedition to the consciousness universe had been driven away by his disgust. Because of this, he had requested to go on an expedition to the consciousness universe, but Yu Sang Tian had forcefully suppressed him. The perception immortal had not made a move for a very, very long time. Everyone was curious as to whether he had created any sequence laws. Wuxia's light blue python pointed its flames at Lu Yin. Beneath its feet, the stream froze the void, preventing Lu Yin from moving. Lu Yin suddenly descended, stepping directly onto the stream. The perception immortal was shocked. This person was actually provoking him? This person was clearly so severely injured, yet he still dared to provoke him. Above his head, the light blue python drooped down. Below his feet, the stream coiled around Lu Yin's legs. At this moment, 2 top-notch powerhouses were attacking together. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the light blue python. Come down. The light blue python was viciously dragged down towards the stream. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:14. No one dared to touch the eternal brightness flame. Any expert who cultivated the eternal brightness flame possessed a great advantage, which was that no one dared to approach the flame. They were extremely fearful of it, unless a primordial realm expert could disperse the eternal brightness flame by not approaching it. However, wuxia had an innate ability to spiritualize turbid. He had become the catalyst for the eternal brightness flame, so even primordial realm experts did not want to attack him. Wuxia was a peak expert of the myriad beasts territory. He was a rather troublesome existence even among spiritualized primordial realm experts. Defeating him was not easy. However, Luin grabbed the python formed by the eternal brightness flame and pushed it into the stream of the perception immortal. As he ignored the eternal brightness flame, he forcefully tore open the stream. The eternal brightness flame collided with the stream, producing a rumble. The water merged with the flame and shot out in all directions. Wuxia and the perception immortal both took a step back and looked over in shock. So vicious? The ground around them was pierced by the flames and water, destroying the battlefield where Lu Yin and Bao Qi had fought. Cultivators further away were affected. Some were directly incinerated to nothingness, while others were extinguished by the water as soon as they were incinerated. They were reduced to charcoal, living a fate worse than death. In the wisdom sky domain, Mr. Li casually pushed aside the eternal brightness flame and looked at Xuanhuan deeply. Just how powerful was this third boss body to be able to do something like this? Whether it was Yu Shan or Bao Qi, neither of them had truly pushed him to the limits of his physical strength. Lu Yin casually tossed aside the eternal brightness flame. It was useless against his eternal brightness flame. He took a step forward and approached Wuxia through parallel time. Wuxia's eyes swiveled, and the eternal brightness flame burned through outer space, forcefully forcing Lu Yin out of parallel time. Parallel time was extremely effective against progenitors and even experts of the laws of sequence, but it was useless against primordial realm experts. However, Lu Yin did not rely on this move to win. He only used it to increase his speed. Up ahead, Wuxia stared at Lu Yin. The eternal brightness flame covered the sky, forming a faint blue curtain that pressed down. Lu Yin tore apart the eternal brightness flame and took another step forward, arriving before Wuxia. Wuxia could not believe that this person had actually ignored the eternal brightness flame. He did not reject the sequence laws, nor did he avoid it. He simply ignored it. This exceeded his understanding of this person. His physical strength was just too terrifying. Bang! Lu Yin struck out at Wuxia from across the void. Right Xia raised his claws to block in front of him. Lu Yin's palm strike landed on his two forearms, causing his huge body to retreat dozens of steps. At that moment, raindrops fell from above his head. The Psyche Immortal had once again made her move to boil the rain. Lu Yin frowned and turned around. His cold gaze swept across the Psyche Immortal as his majestic consciousness was released. It was like a storm connecting the heavens and the earth as it crashed down. The Perception Immortal was shocked, but he was already prepared. He raised his arms and said, "Suppress the river." Water flowed all over the void, heading upwards to resist the majestic consciousness. He had fought in the consciousness universe before. Almost all the famous cultivators in the spiritualized universe had fought in the consciousness universe before. How could he not have the ability to resist consciousness? Especially when he was an expert who had crossed bitter adversity. The endless river was bombarded by Lu Yin's consciousness, and the sky was divided into two colors. One was Lu Yin's consciousness, deep and dark, while the other was the spirit immortal's suppressing river. It was rippling and looked beautiful, but it kept dispersing. The thought immortal gritted his teeth. This guy has a starry sky level consciousness. He can't hold on. Separation C. There was another loud shout, and an even more majestic water flow rose into the sky, covering the sky and splitting it into two with the eternal brightness flame in the distance. Eternal brightness flame and separation C. Below them was Lu Yin. Lu Yin's consciousness kept pressing down, but the perception immortal held on. The perception immortal panted. "Ninth Spirit, I've really risked my life for your descendant. I haven't encountered the 13 heavenly phenomenon in the consciousness universe, but I didn't expect to face it in the spiritualized universe. It's too difficult." All the spectating cultivators were enveloped by the separation sea and eternal brightness flame, including the cultivators in the starry sky outside the wisdom sky territory. They all looked up, afraid that these two forces would fall. Old Tao and the others were afraid. The perception immortal strength should be close to the level of Bao Qi's cauldron bell. After all, he was shameless enough to spread rumors everywhere. He was a top-notch expert who had survived the ninth spirit Sang Tian's attack and driven her away. he would have died long ago. Bao Qi could resist consciousness, but the perception immortal could resist consciousness. In Lu Yin's opinion, in terms of absolute strength, the perception immortal would definitely surpass Bao Qi. After all, Bao Qi was much younger than the perception immortal. But in terms of destructive power, Bao Qi far surpassed the current perception immortal. In the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart, the consciousness planet spun faster and faster. Behind him, a shadow loomed over him. The right summer's body was covered in eternal brightness flame. Its two sharp claws clenched together like a human fist and smashed down. Lu Yin was surprised that the right summer would attack in such a way. He also punched out. Bang! The right summer's body was pushed back again. The eternal brightness flame on its body was extinguished, and cracks spread from its arms to its body. It was shocked. Indeed, this human's physical strength was terrifying. He was much stronger than Yushan. It did not give up and smashed down again. Lu Yin kicked out with a bang. Something was wrong. This attack was not weaker than the previous one, but the right summer was only pushed back half the distance. His strength was increasing. Bang! There was another loud bang. This time, the right summer was pushed back a third of the distance. Following that, there was another loud collision. More and more cracks appeared on the right summer's body. Blood flowed from the cracks, but its strength was also increasing. At the same time, the eternal brightness flames spread towards Lu Yin with every collision. This was the only way it could defeat Lu Yin. It had to use its strength to restrain Lu Yin and reduce the possibility of Lu Yin using his physical strength to resist the eternal brightness flame. At the same time, the eternal brightness flame burned. Now, it was a competition to see who would be the first to give up. In the distance, many cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border watched in a daze. The mighty right summer was an absolute powerhouse that could shake the heavens in the 10,000 beasts border. Who would have thought that there would be a day when it would be beaten so miserably? The cultivators from the 10,000 beasts border had bitter expressions as they watched the right summer being beaten back again and bleeding profusely. I remember now. It's the overlapping fist, the famous technique of the right summer. It can stack the strength of an attack and release it again, someone exclaimed. The bystanders understood. No wonder every time it clashed with the third master, it felt like its strength had increased a little. It's rumored that the overlapping fist can be stacked infinitely. Doesn't that mean that its strength will surpass the third master's sooner or later? An old voice sighed. That's not how it's calculated. It also depends on whether the body can withstand it, and who the opponent of the stacked fist is. The third master's strength is too strong, causing wuxia to use all its strength every time it uses the stacked fist, causing it to be unable to retain a portion of its strength to withstand the backlash of the stacked fist. Doing so would also harm itself. Now, let's see how long it can last and how long the third master can last. Last? To Lu Yin there was no such word. His strength was endless and the clash with the right summer was just a pretense. It didn't matter to the onlookers, but to Xianxia, he needed to make him believe that he was truly suffering from a karmic backlash. Otherwise, he was worried that Xianxia would attack him directly. The right summer's use of strength was truly impressive, but it was about time. Lu Yin's arm flowed with power as he punched out. The moment he punched out, the right summer's pupils shrank. Not good. It wanted to dodge, but the inertia from the overlapping fist forced it to attack as well. With a thump, the right summer's arm shattered as Lu Yin's punch landed on the right summer's body, almost piercing through it as it fell down. Blood stained the heavens, truly stained with blood. The right summer's huge body fell down, leaving behind a trail of blood and remnants of eternal flame. It was like a blue meteor falling from the heavens. Just as Lu Yin was about to suppress the right summer into the hell of appointment stage, a ray of golden light flashed past and arrived in an instant. It was so fast that it seemed to travel through time. Lu Yin leaned to the side as the golden light flashed past. Not far away, a golden bird tore through the void, its light enveloping the abyss. Although this golden light wasn't as divine as the Divine Seal catalog, it was extremely dazzling to the point that it made Lu Yin uncomfortable. Many gasped in the surroundings. The Goldwing? The myriad beasts border actually sent two top powerhouses? I understand now. The right summer is paving the way for De Goldwing. After Bao Qi's defeat, Xianxia's position is no longer guaranteed. The myriad beasts border wants another seat, so they sent the right summer and De Goldwing. In comparison, De Goldwing is naturally more likely to succeed Xianxia. During the Battle of Xianxia, Bao Qi defeated De Goldwing with the cauldron bell bestowed by Xianxia. Otherwise, the outcome of that battle would have been unknown. The Goldwing is here again. The myriad beast border is determined to win. Emperor No is too overbearing. Isn't he afraid of you, xianxia? The myriad beast border is ruthless. Of the 7 powers in the spiritualized universe, the Zhikong domain had been around the longest, the Gate of Techniques had the deepest foundation, and the myriad beast border had the most hidden beast-shaped spiritual molts. This was because the spiritualized universe was split into 2 types of cultivation: spiritualized human molts and spiritualized beast-shaped molts. Although only a tenth of the spiritualized beast-shaped molts were formed, many powerhouses had settled down over the years. Some were alive while others were dead. No one knew how many ancient and powerful beasts had survived in the myriad beasts border. The one that had left the deepest impression on the outside world was the old salamander. No one knew how long that old salamander had lived. It was older than you, xianxia, but it had not died. The Goldwing might not have lived as long as the old salamander, but it had lived for a long time as well. It could be considered the next generation of Yuanqi, far surpassing Baoqi and Mengsang. Above the abyss, the eternal flame dissipated. The battle between the consciousness and the separation sea continued. On the other side, the eternal flame was replaced by a dazzling golden light. The perception immortal had long since sensed a familiar aura, but he had not expected it to be the Goldwing. This guy was really persistent in fighting for xianxia's position. With a boom, wuxia crashed to the ground and looked up at the sky with great difficulty. It had tried its best, but it did not seem to have harmed the third master at all. Fortunately, it had forced out his physical strength. The flapping of its wings made the golden light even more dazzling. The Goldwing's eyes were as sharp as blades as he stared at Lu Yin. There was hatred in its eyes. Lu Yin could clearly see this hatred. Was it because of the enmity between the Dayu Villa and the myriad beasts border? Without saying a word, the Goldwing attacked, and countless golden slashes covered the sky as they headed toward Lu Yin. Each slash was incomparably sharp, and it was enough to instantly kill an ordinary sequence law powerhouse. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:15. Lu Yin grabbed one of the golden slashes and looked at it. It looked like a big golden wing, and it was hot to the touch, as if there were countless blades trying to tear him apart. However, these blades were useless against him. He raised the golden wing in his palm and flicked it. The golden wing tore through the void, ignoring time, and slashed directly at the big golden wing's body. The big golden wing was unharmed. Lu Yin was shocked. How could its defense be so strong? He did not believe it. Countless golden slashes covered the sky, and Lu Yin allowed them to fall. Power flowed through his body, and the big golden wing's slashes could not touch him at all. He then returned the slashes. From an outsider's perspective, there were 2 colliding golden lights in the sky. Sparks filled the sky, and they could be seen in the distant sky. Old Tao's voice suddenly entered Lu Yin's ears. "Boss, be careful of the big golden wing's claws. It once left 3 claw marks on Emperor No." Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Emperor No was known as the Undying Emperor. No one could kill it, and no one knew how strong its physical strength was. It could be said that it was the strongest beast in the spiritualized universe, and no one could compare to it. This big golden wing could leave 3 claw marks on Emperor No. Also, it cultivates the 7th rank technique, spiritualization. Boss understands spiritualization. The so-called spiritualization is sealed by the universe, and this spiritualization is similar to being sealed by the universe. It forms a defense that has accumulated over time. When it fought with Baoqi for xianxia's position, even when Baoqi attacked with the cauldron bell, it only caused it to spit out blood. It did not completely break through its defense. Lu Yin was once again surprised by the big golden wing's strength. No wonder it had asked wuxia to pave the way for it. It had the qualifications to succeed xianxia. As long as it could defeat the other competitors and break through to the bitter adversity realm, the big golden wing would be the next xianxia. But whether it was the 10,000 beast territory or the spiritualized universe, everyone had underestimated Lu Yin. In the entire spiritualized universe, only xianxia knew how strong Lu Yin was. In front of him, a golden light flashed. The big golden wing waved its claws and tore at Lu Yin. The perception immortal looked over and was quite afraid. The big golden wing's divine claw had shocked even Emperor No. If the third boss dared to take it head-on, he would be in trouble. The divine claw above Lu Yin's head, and the big golden wing's eyes filled with murderous intent. Die. Lu Yin looked up and reached out with both hands to grab the divine claw. Everyone's eyes widened. They had all heard of the legend of the Great Golden Wing. Even xuanhuan was left with a claw mark. Could the third boss withstand it? In the distant starry skies, old Tao was stunned. "Boss, I've already warned you, yet you still dare to resist?" Mr. Li and Wuxia were watching from below. This attack might be able to determine the outcome of the battle. The 10,000 beast border was destined to have another xianxia. The Great Golden Wing divine claw's sharpness was restrained, and one couldn't see anything special about it. However, Lu Yin could feel that the divine claw's piercingly cold aura made him fearful. His arms were covered with palm realm battle force, but that was not enough. Lu Yin was confident that his physical strength was unparalleled, but that did not mean that no one could surpass him. For example, the one true god, xianxia, or even Sovereign Wu might not be any weaker than him. The soil spread and covered the battle aura of the mastery realm. This was the mortal world. At that moment, Lu Yin suddenly thought of the ancient god realm. He had broken through to the next level of the sovereign realm, the sovereign realm. The blackish-gray battle force was something that even Lightning Lord Jianghu envied. As the divine claw descended, Lu Yin reached out with both hands and grabbed it. The world rumbled and fell silent for a second. Then a sharp aura swept out horizontally as if splitting the universe in two. In the distance, many cultivators happened to be on this level, and their bodies were cut in half at the waist. They did not even know why they had died. Old Tao and the others happened to be below this level. The sharp aura swept past them, causing their scalps to go numb. Palace Mistress Yao's expression turned ugly. The Great Golden Wing divine claw was terrifyingly strong. Along the way, the third mistress had encountered no weaker than herself. Number 1 under xianxia? This title was more of a compliment than a fact. However, the third mistress opponents were all people who had competed for the position of xianxia. To a certain extent, they could be considered experts at xianxia's level. At this moment, the one who felt the most sullen and wanted to curse the most was the star toad. In order to see the battle clearly, it had crouched on top of the pole. The sharp aura had almost cut it, causing its scalp to go cold. Although the aura could not kill it, it could still tear its skin a little. It would bleed. Lu Yin, that bastard, and that golden mixed bird. Now, no one cared about the cultivators who had died from the shockwaves. Everyone stared at the sky above the abyss, where the Great Golden Wing divine claw and Lu Yin were motionless. Everyone looked at the Great Golden Wing divine claw. The divine claw was tightly grasped by Lu Yin. On Lu Yin's arm, the mortal world soil and palm realm battle force were torn apart. The sharpness even tore open Lu Yin's skin and flesh. It could be said that it had broken through Lu Yin's defense limit. No wonder it could leave a claw mark on Xuanhuan. Lu Yin's arm was torn apart, but the Great Golden Wing divine claw was not happy at all. Impossible, how could this human block it? He could actually resist its divine claw like Xuanhuan xianxia? Being able to leave 3 claw marks on Xuanhuan was not something the Great Golden Wing divine claw was proud of. It had wanted to tear Xuanhuan's body apart, but it had only left 3 claw marks. However, that had been a huge blow to the Great Golden Wing divine claw. Instead, it had turned into a spiritual treasure, wanting to have the same defensive power as Xuanhuan. At this moment, Lu Yin had dealt it another blow. Its divine claw had also left 3 claw marks on Lu Yin's arm, but that was all. Lu Yin praised, "Not bad. I underestimated you." The Great Golden Wing divine claw stared at Lu Yin with its sharp eyes. This human had not used his full strength. In the next moment, it felt that its body was out of control. Then its neck was hit by a huge force. It was dizzy. Everything in front of its eyes was upside down, and its body fell rapidly. Lu Yin had just grabbed the Great Golden Wing divine claw and punched it. However, it only knocked the Great Golden Wing divine claw down. It still did not break the spiritual treasure. Whether it was the sharpness of the divine claw or the defense of the spiritual treasure, this Great Golden Wing divine claw was definitely qualified to compete for the position of xianxia. However, it was still far from being able to defeat him. The direction of their battle was too obvious. The onlookers watched as the Great Golden Wing divine claw fell. It was a golden meteor. It happened to smash not far from Wuxia. Above the abyss, only Lu Yin's clothes were torn. The claw marks on his arm quickly disappeared. He turned to look at the Thought Immortal. The Thought Immortal's scalp went numb. He took out a pen made of water and smiled awkwardly. "Let's make it clear first. I won't compete for the position of xianxia. Give me face and let Qingyun go. We can talk things out." Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If you attack me, it means that you're prepared to die. The thought immortal coughed. That's not true. Speaking of which, why are you so stubborn? Isn't it just Qingyun? There are many beautiful women in the spiritualized universe. If you want one, I'll find one for you. Let Qingyun go. Everyone can talk things out. What do you think? Looking at the thought immortal's expectant gaze, Lu Yin did not answer. His gaze swept to the other side. There was a group of onlookers. When those cultivators saw Lu Yin looking over, they subconsciously retreated. They felt as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. Why was the third master looking at them? They were just watching and would not attack. Lu Yin's gaze exerted great pressure on those people. It caused the cultivators in that direction to continuously disperse. Only an old man with a walking stick sat shakily on a rock. Initially, the cultivators in that direction did not pay much attention to the old man. There were all kinds of people in the world of cultivation. However, as the crowd dispersed, the direction that Lu Yin was looking at was completely exposed. It was that old man. The old man looked up. His face was like a decaying tree root. There was still dust in his wrinkles. Many women felt nauseous looking at him. Old man, how much longer are you going to watch? Lu Yin's voice was heard. Facing wuxia and big golden wings, he did not kill them directly because of this old man. There was an old man here. On the ground, countless eyes fell on the old man. On the other side of the abyss, in the direction of the Zhikong domain, Mr. Li looked at the old man. At first he was puzzled. Then his gaze changed. The old salamander? Further away, Elder Yu exhaled. This old man is here. Has he not given up on the position of Xianxia? The old salamander. I remember now. That is the old salamander of the 10,000 beasts border, someone exclaimed. Many people were shocked and looked at the old man. The old salamander was an old man who had lived for a very long time. He had lived longer than Emperor Wu and even Yu Sangtian. He had seen generations of Sangtian, witnessed the secret rumors of the Intellicong domain becoming the master of the Intellicong domain. He had also witnessed the many battles between Sangtian and Sangtian. He was a living history. No one had expected that the old salamander would actually come. A little fellow walked out from behind the old man. His face was like jade and he looked very young. However, his eyes were filled with arrogance. Lu Yin had seen this little fellow before. In Ring Sun City he was the first one to merge with the sun, and his aura was extraordinary. At this moment, the little salamander also looked at Lu Yin. He had a much deeper impression of Lu Yin. He had merged with the sun of the 9 domains, but Lu Yin had broken the rules and caused the sun to descend on Ring Sun City, ruining his plans to become famous. The salamander should have hated Lu Yin, but after hearing about Lu Yin's battles he did not dare to. This was a ruthless person who reminded him of Emperor Wu. He did not know why he had come with the old salamander today. Especially now when Lu Yin's gaze fell, his heart trembled. The old salamander looked up at Lu Yin. I'm not here to fight for the position of Sangtian. I just want to see the third manager's glory. Lu Yin stood above the spatial abyss, using karma to resist the backlash of karma. The god sealing catalog was enveloped in golden light, making him look like a god. 3 times. Lu Yin's voice resounded through the world. You've shown killing intent 3 times. The first time I entered Bao Qi's silent power using the cauldron bell. The second time the bell shattered and Mother Tong attacked. The third time the great golden claw descended. You've shown killing intent 3 times. Old man, do you think I'm blind? Everyone was at a loss. They did not understand why the old salamander wanted to kill the third manager. Although the Dayu Villa and the 10,000 beasts border were enemies, the old salamander had always stood aloof from worldly affairs. He had only borrowed the territory of the 10,000 beasts border to enjoy his old age. He had never participated in the wars of the 10,000 beasts border. As for the position of Sangtian, he had stopped participating in it a long time ago. Why did he want to attack now? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:16. Hearing Lu Yin's words, the little salamander was afraid. Grandpa Yu? The old salamander patted the little salamander's head and looked at Lu Yin. Killing intent is killing intent. I didn't attack. Lu Yin said coldly, you can attack. There's no need to ask for a reason. Anyone in this spiritualized universe can attack me. As he spoke, he looked around. I'm sure you all know my background. If you want to kill me, come at me. I'm Lu Yin, the third head of the Dayu Villa. Don't try to hide. I can pick all the experts in this spiritualized universe. Who won't submit? Lu Yin's words shook the starry sky. It was like a gust of wind that swept through Xianhuan, causing her long hair to flutter. She stared at Lu Yin in a daze. He could pick all the experts in the world. This person was invincible. Rumumu's smile widened. Palace Mistress Yao, Old Tao, and the rest were excited. Although the third head was injured, he was still full of energy. Su Wang and Li Shou gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. The star toad rolled its eyes and raised its pitchfork. It also gave a thumbs up. After all, it was from the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin's words angered countless cultivators. They wanted to attack, but they didn't dare to. Who would dare to attack Lu Yin today? They were all top experts who were qualified to compete for the position of Sang Tian. The thought immortal sighed and had a headache. He didn't care about these things. The spiritualized universe, the Tianyuan universe, and Yu Sang Tian had nothing to do with him. However, he had to take Qingyun away. He knew how much the ninth spirit cared about the siblings. As long as he saved Qingyun, he would have a chance against the ninth spirit. Thinking of this, his heart shook. He felt that he had to go. The foolish old man looked at Lu Yin. How good would it be if this kid was from the spiritualized universe? In the distance, the old salamander praised, "Third head, I admire you. However, you shouldn't be lawless and deny the rules of your ancestors. That's not good." Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Breaking the rules? The old salamander said, "Some rules can be broken, but some cannot. For example, human and beast molts can't be together." Lu Yin laughed. 8 willows and Yao, that is the love that my Dayu Mountain Villa witnessed. If you have the ability, then go ahead and attack the 10,000 beast border. Let's see if that Wu Huang has the ability to tear down my 10,000 beast border. Let's see if you, old man, have the ability to tear down my 10,000 beasts border. Lu Yin's voice shook the void, causing even the Intelliski domain to tremble. He didn't care about the old salamander at all. So what if it had lived for a long time? This old fellow had tried to kill him 3 times. Just this point alone made it impossible for him to leave safely. The little salamander trembled in fear. It had always thought that its bearing was outstanding, but it felt like it was looking up at a giant in front of this domineering Lu Yin. The old salamander placed his hand on the young salamander's head and comforted it gently. "Stay back. Open your eyes and watch this battle. You will benefit greatly in the future." The little salamander thought of the battle at Ring Sun City. She subconsciously grabbed the old salamander's hand and said, "Grandpa, we don't have to fight for the 10,000 beasts border." The old salamander sighed, "We are not helping the 10,000 beasts border. We are helping ourselves. Child, if Grandpa dies, you must not seek revenge. Grandpa has no enmity with this third master. It's just that our standpoints are different." The little salamander grabbed the old salamander's sleeve and whispered with its back to Lu Yin, "I know Grandpa is paving the way for Big Golden Wing." The old salamander's gaze shook. He smiled and said, "Don't think too much." After that, he pushed the little salamander away, got up and walked towards Lu Yin. With every step, his aura became stronger. With every step, the decaying aura on his body became fainter. After a few steps, the old salamander's body grew several times taller. The deep wrinkles on his face disappeared. His gaze swept past Lu Yin and looked at the perception immortal. "Fourth water immortal, you are not a match for this third master alone. This old man is shameless. I want to join forces with you to fight this person." The perception immortal hurriedly said, "I don't want to fight with this third master. I just want him to let Qingyun go." As he spoke, he looked at Lu Yin expectantly. "Third master, Qingyun has a bad temper. I will find you a good one. I guarantee you will be satisfied. How about it?" Lu Yin did not even look at him. His gaze was fixed on the old salamander. This old man gave him a sense of danger. Although it was not as strong as Yu Sang Tian's, it was definitely a sense of danger. Some old men might not be very strong when they were young, but the older they got, the more terrifying they became. This was especially true for this kind of living history. Who knew what he had cultivated? At this moment, a golden light shot up from the ground. It was from Big Golden Wing. Big Golden Wing flew towards Lu Yin. Its divine claws were aimed at Lu Yin's head. It turned into a spirit treasure and wanted to fight Lu Yin head-on. The old salamander shook his head. He raised his walking stick and smashed it towards Lu Yin. The walking stick became countless times larger in an instant. It covered the sky and blocked the golden light of Big Golden Wing and the God-sealing catalog. It smashed down towards Lu Yin from above. Lu Yin raised his hand and the walking stick came crashing down. With a bang, the huge vibration stopped Big Golden Wing's momentum. The strong pressure fell like a curtain of dark gray rain. The moment it came into contact with the ground, it shattered it. Lu Yin's power circulated around his body. He blocked the walking stick with one hand and cracks spread along his palm. The old salamander held the walking stick and pressed it down again. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. This old man's strength was so great that he had a whole new level of respect for him. It looked like it was about to die. This was the limit of a living being's strength. The walking stick bent slowly. The old salamander's strength and Lu Yin's strength caused the walking stick to bend continuously. Finally, it broke completely and scattered into the sky. Big Golden Wing rushed out of the broken pieces of the walking stick. Its divine claws swept past, and its golden pupils shrank. What was this? The sound of metal clashing rang out. The divine claws collided with the hook. In front of Big Golden Wing, a black stream of air floated past. Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper transformation. His pure black eyes met the golden eyes of Big Golden Wing, causing Big Golden Wing to feel a chill. The hair that fell to his waist fluttered in the wind. The black gas from the rotating nebula turned into chains that spiraled behind him. His body was branded with dark red lines. White gas formed a shield on his left arm, and he held the giant hook in his right hand. The black gas behind him rose like clouds. At this moment, Lu Yin looked like a demon. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out again, and Big Golden Wing was sent flying by Go Lien. Big Golden Wing turned around and struck out with its divine claws again. Although Big Golden Wing did not focus on strength, it did not lack strength in its beast form. It might not be comparable to Yushan, but it was not much weaker. This was especially true for someone who dared to fight for Sang Tian's position. Lu Yin gripped Go Lien tightly and slashed. The divine claws collided with Go Lien. Sparks scattered and ignited the void. Countless people were stunned. What kind of image was that? The third master had actually become like that? All the cultivators were stunned. They had never seen Lu Yin like that before. In the past, Lu Yin had been arrogant, but now he was invincible. Many of the spectators were women, and many of them were hostile towards Lu Yin because of Yushan. However, at this moment, they were all stunned as they stared at Lu Yin, who was holding Go Lien and suppressing Big Golden Wing. Their expressions kept changing. He was too handsome. This third master was too domineering. Lu Yin. His name was Lu Yin. He was Big Brother Lu. In the distance, Old Tao's jaw dropped. What kind of image was this? Qing Yun's breathing quickened as she stared at Lu Yin in a daze. Lu Yin did not know how much shock his image would bring to the spiritualized cultivators. He had climbed up the ranks of the Tianyuan universe step by step until he became the master of the Tianyuan universe. This had to do with his strength, bearing, and responsibility, but also his image. In the final battle of the Heavenly Star Supreme Tournament, Lu Yin had used the Reaper transformation to defeat the combined forces of the Prime Clear and the others. The image of that moment had been replayed countless times throughout the Tianyuan universe, and no one who had seen that battle would ever forget it. Lu Yin's impression of himself was that he was invincible, that he was as powerful as a god. At this moment, this image appeared in the spiritualized universe, accompanied by the Big Golden Wing being smashed down like a meteor. Below, Wuxia hurriedly moved out of the way and Big Golden Wing smashed right into her position. There was a loud boom and dust filled the air. Lu Yin swung his chain down, wanting to grab Big Golden Wing. The old salamander took out a walking stick from somewhere and said, "Third Master, this old man admires your strength." Lu Yin looked up with his pure black eyes. "Old man, I'll send you on your way." Go Lien then slashed horizontally. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it contained Wu Tian's many years of research into weapons. The old salamander's gaze turned cold, and he raised his walking stick to block Go Lien. Bang! Another metallic sound rang out and the walking stick split into two. Go Lien's blade slashed towards the old salamander, but the old salamander pointed out with a finger. Lu Yin raised a brow and Go Lien slashed out, causing blood and a finger to spurt out. It was the old salamander's finger, which had been severed by Go Lien. Where did this old man get the confidence to take Go Lien's slash with his body? That was a blade that could suppress Big Golden Wing's claw. It wasn't pure death aura, but rather battle aura of the Palm Realm, Mortal World soil and Lu Yin's strength. Although the Grim Reaper transformation still looked the same, its combat power wasn't purely derived from the Grim Reaper transformation. The old salamander retreated and his finger was severed. He turned to look at the perception immortal. "Junior, are you still not going to attack? Once I'm defeated, it'll be even harder for you to fight alone. This third master's image has changed greatly. This is his trump card, and it'll be over if you defeat him at this moment. The perception immortal was still resisting Lu Yin's consciousness. Hearing the old salamander's words, he felt that it made sense. The third master had been severely injured by Bao Qi at the cost of breaking his cauldron bell. His current transformation must be his trump card, or else he wouldn't have appeared in the previous battle. Let's fight. In his hand the pen danced. Stream, boiling rain, jianghu, parting sea. Four waters deity. As the pen danced, part of the water resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, and part of the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin turned his gaze and frowned. His consciousness planet rotated and gathered. The great sky-carving disc. No one expected Lu Yin to have learned the great sky-carving disc of the consciousness universe's 13 celestial phenomena in action. As soon as the great sky-carving disc appeared, the perception immortal coughed up blood. Some of his water flow had already been diverted, and it was extremely difficult for him to resist Lu Yin's increased consciousness. Old salamander, I can't hold on any longer. The old salamander stared at Lu Yin's surroundings. He wanted to see through Lu Yin. However, even Mr. Mu couldn't see through Lu Yin's cultivation. Mr. Mu was once the master of a universe. He could cut off the river of time and stabilize the mirage domain. Lu Yin didn't know how strong he was at his peak, but he wasn't someone the old salamander could fight against. The old salamander couldn't see through Lu Yin, so he could only bite the bullet and attack. At this moment, his severed finger had already recovered. He raised his hand and pointed at Lu Yin again. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:17. Lu Yin brandished Golian. This time it wasn't just his finger that was chopped off, but rather his entire arm. The old salamander's blood splattered across space as his entire arm was chopped off. However, he was still attacking with his other hand. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He didn't understand why the old salamander was doing this, but there was definitely a problem. This old man had lived for too long, so long that it made people panic. Since that was the case, Lu Yin grabbed Golian and slashed down at the old salamander. The old salamander stood in place and didn't even look at Golian's attack. He only focused on pointing out. Golian slashed at the old salamander without any resistance, splitting him in two. At that moment, the old salamander actually smiled. I did it. Fresh blood splattered down from the sky. The spectating cultivators hadn't expected the old salamander to be split in two so easily. Wasn't he already dead? How could it be so fast? Was it that simple? Was the third master's strength so terrifying after transforming his appearance? The little salamander stood on the ground, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the scene. He wanted to see it. His grandfather wanted him to see it, and he wanted to see it to the end. The perception immortal was stunned. This was too fast. This old man had tricked him. In the wisdom void domain, Mr. Li frowned. This was impossible. The old salamander's aura was so strong that even Mr. Li was apprehensive. He was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity, so he shouldn't have died so easily. In the distance, Elder Yu exhaled. That old man had succeeded. In the entire spiritualized universe, there weren't many who understood the old salamander, but only those who understood him knew how terrifying he was. The old salamander had lived for too long, so long that generations of powerhouses had died. The spiritualized universe's sequence foundations had been created by those powerhouses who had died. If the old salamander lived from the moment a sequence foundation was created until the sequence foundation was completed, would the sequence method he cultivated be similar to the sequence foundation? The answer was yes. Regardless of whether it was the old salamander, Yu Sangtian, or Emperor Wu, these old fellows had forcefully cultivated their sequence methods into something similar to the sequence foundation. This was because they had lived for too long and had plenty of time. This kind of sequence method that was similar to the base of sequences was not called the base of sequences. It could be called the deified sequence or the irreversible sequence. This kind of sequence referred to the cultivation of a certain sequence method to the great perfection, resulting in an even more terrifying ability. The old salamander had practiced a skill called 8 Hands of the Closed Door. It wasn't ranked very high, but after countless years of practice, he was able to practice 8 Hands of the Closed Door until he was deified. That gave him a different power. As for being killed, it was impossible. The old salamander's spiritualization talent was perfect rebirth. What was a perfect rebirth? Lu Yin had seen it for himself. He watched as the old salamander's body fell and then reconnected. Its aura didn't weaken at all. Lu Yin wasn't surprised by this scene. It would have been surprising if the old man had been killed so easily, but what did he mean when he said that he had succeeded? When the perception immortal saw that the old salamander wasn't dead, he heaved a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. If the old man had died, he would be in trouble. Then, it wouldn't be a problem of whether he could get Xuanhuan back, but whether he could escape. The old salamander moved his body and looked at Lu Yin. He exclaimed, "Third Master is really invincible. Although my body isn't hard, ordinary people can't do anything to it. I can't even block one slash from you." There was a starry sky in Lu Yin's heart. There was definitely a problem. He found it. There were 3 sequence particles on his body. They were so small that they were almost invisible. These 3 sequence particles were left behind by the old salamander after 3 attacks. This reminded him of Qi Zun's 3 words. Was it similar? Lu Yin immediately tried to disperse them, but he realized that he couldn't. Whether it was the starry sky in his heart that didn't get close to him or using his own strength, he couldn't disperse the 3 sequence particles. How could it be? It seems like Third Master has noticed it. I'm impressed again. Even a spiritual prime powerhouse can't detect my strength. The old salamander sighed. Then he looked at the perception immortal. 4th water immortal, you can attack now. Third Master can't stop you. The perception immortal was doubtful. Are you sure? The old salamander was confident. My deified sequence is not for show. The perception immortal's pupils shrank. Deified sequence. Lu Yin was surprised. Deified sequence? He had never heard of it. At this time, old Tao's voice sounded in his ear. Master, the deified sequence refers to cultivating one sequence method to the level of the base sequence and giving birth to a different kind of power. The old salamander cultivated to the level of the deified sequence. He has lived for so long that time has passed. Actually, this is just a legend. Or rather, it's a possibility. Very few people can cultivate their sequence method to the level of the base sequence. You have to be careful. The sequence method that the old salamander cultivated is called the 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate? He had encountered the 8 of the base sequence and experienced their power, but it was different from the old salamanders. When a sequence method was cultivated to this level, it would produce different powers depending on the person. 4 Waters Deity. The perception immortal attacked again, and the water swept towards Lu Yin. His attack had been suppressed by Lu Yin's great sky-stripping disc. At this moment, he endured the dizziness and was bleeding from his orifices as he desperately attacked. Lu Yin threw out the chain and rushed into the water, heading towards the perception immortal. The moment the chain entered the water, it melted. Lu Yin was surprised. A chain that could melt the death aura? The sequence particles around the old salamander surged. The blood that was originally floating in the air twisted and then grew, turning into old salamanders. However, they were not as big as the old salamander. There were 8 of them heading towards Lu Yin. 8 Hands of Sealing Gate. Lu Yin retracted the chain and the water flowed towards him. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and a terrifying power stopped the water flow. However, the power was constantly being dissolved. The water flow's ability to dissolve was terrifying. This was the combination of 4 battle techniques. The perception immortal panted heavily. Brother, you're the man who's going to create the sequence rules. The combination of 4 battle techniques can assimilate all things. This sequence rule will be called the 9th love spirit. Everyone who heard this was stunned. This name was shameless. Lu Yin's expression was calm as he watched the water flow approach. Behind him, the black air flow rotated and moved towards the water flow. Suddenly, the sequence particles in 3 places vibrated, causing the air flow behind him to be obstructed. Lu Yin hurriedly struck out with his palm, wanting to use his power to delay the water flow. However, he found that his power was also obstructed. This feeling was as if someone had locked his body, locking his movements, his power, and his thoughts. The water flow whizzed past and enveloped Lu Yin. 8 smaller salamanders stood in 8 directions around Lu Yin and attacked at the same time. They continuously sealed Lu Yin's combat power. He knew very well that the water flow alone might not be able to melt this person. The great golden winged sword, and a golden slash entered the water flow and slashed towards Lu Yin. The right summer also appeared, and the eternal flame flowed through the void and entered the water flow. Attacks entered the water flow one after another, drowning Lu Yin. No one could see clearly. Everyone stared at this scene. Silence. This third master would not be able to withstand the combined attacks of so many experts. Although the perception immortal was shameless, he was definitely extremely powerful. This was especially true for the Four Waters immortal, who could assimilate anything. However, the most powerful person in this battle was still the old salamander. No one knew what he had planned, but Lu Yin could not resist the water flow and could not even escape. Many people looked at Bao Qi, who had died in battle. His corpse was still standing there. The third master was already invincible. Who else in this spiritual universe could make so many powerhouses work together? Mr. Li stared at the sky. Was it really over? In the distance, old Tao's heart was raised. He could not imagine how Lu Yin could survive being surrounded by two tribulation transcendents and two primordial realm powerhouses, especially when all four of them were powerful enough to compete for Sang Tian's position. Only the Star Toad grinned. Was it over? What kind of joke was this? That brat had not even used his full strength. The Grim Reaper's transformation was just a facade that the brat had created so that others would think that he had exposed his trump card. But what was his true trump card? No one in the Tianyuan universe knew. It was time to unleash his full power. The Startoad's gaze turned solemn as it sensed a desolate aura. It was not the only one. Everyone in the Wisdom Sky domain and around the spatial abyss felt a chill sweep past them. They could not help but tremble. What was going on? Why did they feel cold? In the sky, the old salamander and the perception immortal's expressions changed at the same time. Oh no, it was not over yet. With a whoosh, the Golian reached out of the water flow and slashed horizontally. The black slash circled around and cut a circle, splitting the entire sky into two. The 8 old salamanders were directly shattered. The perception immortal's water flow, Big Goldwing's golden slash, and Wuxia's eternal flame were all severed. Lu Yin walked out of the water flow without a single wound on his body. Even the melted chains had recovered. His pure black eyes glanced at the old salamander and the perception immortal, as well as Big Goldwing, who was not far away. You guys are really interesting. Creating sequence rules is not a sequence rule? You want to use a sequence rule to deal with me? What deified sequence? Even the base of the sequence can't deal with me. Lu Yin pointed at the old salamander with the Golian. Show me what you've got. They could not even begin to imagine how many different powers Lu Yin had cultivated. Even if the 3 Dash shackles had locked him down, he could still break through them, and there was more than one way to do so. As for that assimilated flow of water, no matter what, it was just a type of sequence law. Even if it could be considered a destructive sequence law that had reached the level of the 3 realms 6 Das, so what? It was useless against Lu Yin. The old salamander was bitter. He had already shown his true abilities. The perception immortal's face twitched. This monster made his mind unstable. In the sky, the great sky-carving disc pressed down. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his body fell and smashed onto the ground. All the cultivators were like the perception immortal. They looked at Lu Yin as if he was a monster. Was this guy really human? Sang Tian was no match for him. Even several Sang Tian experts could not defeat him. This made them think of Supreme Emperor and even Sang Tian. No wonder this person dared to challenge all the experts in the world. It was too terrifying. Old Tao and the others were completely relieved. At the same time, they also felt that Lu Yin was a monster. Mr. Li was afraid. Every time he faced Lu Yin, he felt a sense of danger. This feeling could not be wrong. This person was too strong. High up in the sky, the old salamander smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's really hard to fight. The third master is invincible. I admire you. But no matter what, I have to suppress you today. Otherwise, my spiritualized universe will lose face. After he finished speaking, he looked in a direction. Still not coming out? If the 10,000 beast border is wiped out, your royal god mountain will not have it easy. This person is not someone you can defeat alone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35:18. There were more people. The surrounding cultivators were shocked. How many experts had been hidden to deal with this third head? Actually, after Lu Yin had defeated Bao Qi, some experts had already given up. Even so, there were still some who could take action, and such experts were even more powerful. The old salamander looked over and saw a middle-aged man walk out. He looked up at Lu Yin and said, I am Wu Jin from Royal God Mountain. This battle is for the position of Sang Tian. The surrounding cultivators hurriedly dispersed. Another person had come to fight for the position of xianxia. Someone commented, Wu Jin? I remember now. My family's records say that a powerhouse once walked out of Royal God Mountain. He used a technique to bring back the past and loved to collect ancient jade. His name was Wu Jin. Good name, Wu Jin. Speaking of which, brother, I have an ancient jade here. Every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. Unfortunately, my luck is shallow, and I can't hear what the fairy is saying. Brother, do you want to buy it? Shut up, you swindler. Wait, I remember now. Royal God Mountain's Wu Jin is called Jade Sage, and he appeared a long time ago. He's an absolute powerhouse, and he seemed to have participated in the battle for the position of xianxia. However, I don't remember which xianxia it was. It's been too long. He's also an old guy. Why are all these old fellows here? They should have given up on the position of xianxia. The day of the tribute spirit has arrived. If they become xianxia at this time, they might be able to see a different scene from the Royal God Mountain's tribute spirit. It's not impossible for them to take another step forward. I have some say in this aspect. Speaking of which, every time I enter a dream, a fairy will float over. That scene is too beautiful to behold. To be honest, I feel sorry for that third head. If he had challenged Bao Qi xianxia after the day of the tribute spirit, there wouldn't have been so many old fellows. Although he's despicable, that third head isn't from our spiritualized universe. He's an enemy. That's true, brother, don't go. This ancient jade. Lu Yin looked down at Wu Jin. He had not sensed this person before, as he had concealed his aura very well. This was another powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. When Bao Qi fought for the position of xianxia, he encountered many experts and fought to the death. In the end, he relied on the cauldron bell to reach the end. Even so, he did not dare to fight for the position of xianxia again and called those people mad dogs. In Lu Yin's battle, there were even more of these mad dogs and they were even stronger. He didn't believe that Yu xianxia wasn't involved. Have they all come out? Not necessarily. At this moment, two figures walked out of the void, releasing powerful auras as they faced Wu Jin. Many cultivators looked over. Another expert? It was Dancing Butterfly World's Edge. Third Master, leave this person to us. Wu Jin looked at Dancing Butterfly Horizon solemnly. Even though Dancing Butterfly Horizon was a spirit prime, no one dared to underestimate them. If they worked together, they definitely had the strength to fight against an expert from the bitter disaster realm. When did your Dancing Butterfly's World's Horizon get together with this third master? Dia Wu coldly laughed. It's none of your business. Wu Jin's expression was calm. He wasn't angry. Xianxia looked at Wu Jin and then swept his gaze around. Everyone is attacking third master here. Are you not taking the manner seriously? The old salamander coughed. This battle is for xianxia's position. It has nothing to do with our stance. Xianxia smiled. Then we'd like to fight for it as well. You've joined the manor? The golden-winged man asked, his voice cold and sharp. Dia Wu looked up in disgust. Your golden feathers are too dazzling. I'll pluck them out one by one later. The golden-winged man's claws curled. You're courting death. What about the primordial origin? The old salamander asked. Xianxia and the old salamander exchanged glances. He'll appear when it's time. The old salamander was helpless. No one knew how deep the manor's foundations were. After all, they were the top powerhouses of the Xuanhuan universe. If they appeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with Third Master. Lu Yin spoke. You don't need to do anything. Dancing Butterfly World reminded. Third Master, that Wu Jin isn't easy to deal with. Lu Yin gripped Go Lien. It's fine. I've always wanted to challenge the world's experts, so it doesn't matter if there's one more or one less. Let's see how many experts from this spiritualized universe dare to appear. Dia Wu wanted to say something, but Xianxia stopped her. All right, we'll support Third Master from the side. Wu Jin soared into the sky and surrounded Lu Yin with the old salamander. The old salamander looked down. Is there anyone else? This is the first time he's come out, but I feel like this Third Master is still unfathomable. The surrounding cultivators were left speechless. This Third Master's form had already changed, so how could he still be unfathomable? Lu Yin was also waiting. There were still powers that had yet to make a move, especially Heaven's Hand. Heaven's Hand had used him to eliminate the experts vying for the position of xianxia, and it was obvious that Heaven's Hand was also vying for the position of xianxia. Once Lu Yin defeated the old salamander and the others, there would be no competition for the position of xianxia. At that time, even Yu xianxia wouldn't be able to stop Lu Yin from becoming xianxia. How could Heaven's hand not make a move? However, Luin didn't sense any other hidden powerhouses. Luin exhaled and tightened his grip on Golian. He shook it and a black and white aura swept out in all directions. If you don't want to come out, then I'll force you out. Wu Jin barked, attack. He then faced Luin and struck out with a palm. This palm ignored distance, and Luin had a strange feeling the moment it struck out. Was this the red dust? Carrying on the past and opening up a way for the future. This was Wu Jin. This was the red dust. Luin hadn't expected Wu Jin to be the same as Xiaochen, who had walked the path of the red dust. This path was difficult to walk, but once one walked it, they would become extremely powerful. Ordinary people would find it difficult to deal with Wu Jin's red dust palm. Even Bao Qi had been forced into the bitter adversity realm by the red dust path. However, Luin didn't even need to dodge as he was currently suffering from a karmic backlash. What was the red dust? It was the path that a person had walked for half of their life. It was both cause and effect. Karma was greater than the red dust, and the red dust was trapped within karma. This red dust palm couldn't break through the karmic backlash at all. This was because the red dust that this palm experienced was all under karma. Luin took a step forward and slashed at Wu Jin with Golian. Wu Jin was shocked. How was this possible? His carrying on the past and opening up a way had no effect on this person. He hurriedly dodged, but Golian's blade enveloped him. No matter how he tried to dodge, the blade would still land. Compared to Luin, Wu Jin's use of weapons was slightly inferior. The old salamander's body suddenly transformed into his beast form and swung his tail at Luin. Yin's Golian changed direction and slashed at the old salamander's tail. With a hiss, the old salamander's tail was severed and blood stained the sky. At the same time, Golian changed direction again and slashed at Wu Jin. With the old salamander's delay, Wu Jin was able to avoid Golian's slash. He was still in shock. The old salamander's voice rang out, "Be careful, this person's weapon technique is extremely strong. It seems to have been tempered thousands of times. Don't underestimate him." Wu Jin already felt it. He had cultivated for so many years and had faced all kinds of weapons including Golian's slash, but he had never felt so powerless. Luin raised Golian again and slashed at Wu Jin. In front of Wu Jin, sequence particles spread wildly and devoured. Golian slashed at the devouring sequence technique. The starry sky at the heart repelled the sequence particles, causing them to scatter. At the same time, Lu Yin's consciousness crashed down and pressed down on Wu Jin. On the ground, water rose, for water's deity. The thought immortal made a move pathetically, panting with blood at the corner of his mouth. "I'm resisting his consciousness." Wu Jin's gaze turned cold. Luin was shocked. Consciousness. He didn't expect Wu Jin to have cultivated consciousness as well, and had even reached the celestial grade. Lu Yin's head was dizzy, but it was only for a moment. Wu Jin held an ancient jade stone in his hand and struck at Golian. The moment the jade stone collided with Golian, Golian disappeared instantly. One jade, one world, one thought, one life. The old salamander's sharp claws fell and slapped Lu Yin's head. Lu Yin lost Golian and a shadow loomed over his head. His consciousness was also resisted by Four Waters deity. The three bitter adversity realm powerhouses joined hands and forced him into a passive position. Everyone looked at this scene. They didn't believe that the third master could defeat three bitter adversity realm powerhouses at the same time. Even Sang Tian of the older generation would find it difficult. For example, Wu Huang and Zhan Ming, they might not be able to do it. The possibility of a draw was high, but the third master had been fighting for a long time and should have been heavily injured. Lu Yin raised his hand and looked at Wu Jin. His expression was terrifyingly calm, causing Wu Jin's heart to sink. This person? The Qin ancestors' world turned into soil and instantly condensed into land. It turned into an even larger shadow that covered the entire spatial abyss and loomed over everyone's heads. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly. The human race had used the soil of the land to plant a sky. The soil was below and the sky was above. Now that the soil was in the sky, it was bound to overturn the sky, overturning sky palm. The old salamander was shocked. A concept battle technique. Boom. The world shook and the stars in the universe collapsed, spreading into the endless distance. The entire universe seemed to shake. Wu Jin and the old salamander were struck down, spitting out blood as they crashed to the ground. Only one figure was left in the sky. It was Lu Yin. The overturning sky palm's power varied according to the soil that had condensed into land. This overturning sky palm used the Qin ancestors' world as the soil and even condensed the power of the unbounded ancestors' world to illuminate the wordless heavenly book. Even he found it difficult to unleash this palm, but once it was unleashed, no one could resist it. This was the strongest overturning sky palm he had unleashed so far. It was as if the entire universe had been turned upside down. While the wandering immortal had resisted Lu Yin's consciousness, he had also suffered the might of the overturning sky palm. However, he had been standing on the ground and had not fallen like Wu Jin and the others, but his injuries were still not light. This monster actually had such a terrifying concept battle technique. The entire Wisdom Void territory was silent. Everyone stared blankly. A single overturning sky palm had defeated 3 Ku Woes. This third master was truly heaven-defying. Mr. Li's expression turned ugly. He had actually wanted to attack earlier, but he was glad that he had not. In the distance, Elder Yu was shocked. This person's battle prowess could be considered the #1 person in Sangtian. In the distance, Old Tao and the others were also shocked. They had refreshed their understanding of Lu Yin's strength time and time again. This was the third master of the Daiyu Villa, a supreme expert of the Tianyuan universe. Who in the spiritualized universe could fight against him? Qing Yun once again felt the domineering aura. Qing Zhao's mouth fell open. His impression of Lu Yin had completely changed. This guy was too abnormally strong. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 35-19. Spatial Abyss fell into a temporary silence. Lu Yin stood high in the sky looking down at the world. On the ground, Wu Jin coughed up blood. He looked up and saw Lu Yin's cold gaze. How did this person cultivate? Why did he seem to know everything? Nearby, the thought immortal was speechless. If he had known this would happen, he would not have come. Now that he was riding a tiger, it was hard to get off. Run, he would not be able to answer to the ninth spirit. Fight, he panicked. He was afraid of being beaten to death. The old salamander lay on the ground, panting. He looked around. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? Come at me together. No one answered. Many cultivators subconsciously took a step back. Fight? They could not figure it out. In a one-on-one fight, other than Yu Sang Tian, who could win against the third head? He was too strong. Especially the primordial realm experts who had wanted to fight. They were so happy that they wanted to drink and celebrate. Fortunately, they had not fought or they would have been dead. Yu Xia's ever-bright flame and the golden light of the big golden wing were retracted. If Bao Qi and Meng Sang's fight for the position of Sangtian was a battle to the death, then Lu Yin's fight for the position of Sangtian was a one-sided fight. He had suppressed many experts with his own strength. These people were mad dogs to Bao Qi and the others, but they were sick dogs to Lu Yin. Now, what everyone was most confused about was whether or not the third master was injured. Was that change in form his final trump card? Bao Qi's cauldron bell should have injured him. And the palm strike just now had suppressed 3 bitter disaster realm experts. It should have been his limit. Cough cough. It seems like this old man's life is really going to end here. The old salamander stood up and looked up at Lu Yin. Third head, please give me a dignified death the same as Bao Qi's. Lu Yin looked at the old salamander. How you die is up to me. The old salamander was helpless. Wu Jin, 4 waters immortal, go all out. The thought immortal felt his scalp tingle. Why was he still calling him? He wanted to escape. Wu Jin held the jade stone. Blood dripped down his palm. He pressed the jade stone on his forehead. It was like a third eye had opened. Go all out. The old salamander roared. He clenched his claws and opened them. A transparent cube appeared. Fight. Wu Jin, thought immortal, big golden wings and Yu Xia attacked at the same time. However, their target was not Lu Yin, but the huge cube that the old salamander had created. That's the old salamander's innate gift, which allows him to change the enemy's form. He's been fighting with you for so long because he's been changing your form. That cube is you and that's a homogeneous attack. Qianya's voice sounded in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was shocked. There was such a thing? Just as he thought of this, Wu Jin and the others' attacks had already landed on the cube. In an instant, Lu Yin withstood 4 attacks. He didn't even try to block them and he didn't even have the time to do so. His body simultaneously felt the pain of being attacked, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Streams of light shuttled back and forth around his body, reversing time for a second. Lu Yin then used the reverse step to parallel time in an attempt to snatch the cube. The old salamander blocked with his body. They knew that Lu Yin could reverse time, so how could they let Lu Yin snatch the cube? Everything was within their expectations. Lu Yin tore apart the old salamander's body and was greeted by Wu Jin's blood-stained third eye. Blood flowed down his forehead, seemingly splitting his face into two. An indescribable attack landed on the cube, causing Lu Yin to spit out another mouthful of blood. Big golden wings flapped its claws and attacked Lu Yin from behind, wanting to tear his body apart. In the distance, dancing butterfly Horizon was about to attack, but suddenly, a sense of danger descended from the other side of the spatial abyss, from Mr. Li. Mr. Li had been staring at dancing butterfly Horizon the entire time, preventing them from attacking. Dancing butterfly Horizon was restrained by Mr. Li, and big golden wings claws descended. This time, Lu Yin didn't turn around to receive the attack. He was confident that he could tear Lu Yin's body apart. The cube's homogeneous attack was only one of the things that attracted Lu Yin to snatch it. Whatever Lu Yin would do was within the old salamander's expectations. It could be said that this was the moment they had been waiting for. 2 spirit primes, 3 bitter adversity realms, 5 top powerhouses working together, and Bao Qi Sang Tian risking his life to create the current situation. There was no true invincible powerhouse in the world. Even Yu Sang Tian would have flaws if he was targeted, let alone Lu Yin. However, the premise of all this was that they truly understood Lu Yin. Big golden wings claws descended and landed on Lu Yin's back. In an instant, Lu Yin's body withered. Things always move in the opposite direction. Big golden wings claws were incomparably sharp. They could leave marks on Wu Huang's body and tear Lu Yin's arm apart, but they couldn't instantly break through Lu Yin's upper limit, especially when things move in the opposite direction. As long as they couldn't break through the upper limit, they were useless. The claws pierced Lu Yin's back and big golden wings tried to tear it apart, but found that they couldn't move at all. It was shocked. How could this be? A hand fell and grabbed big golden wings' wings. Lu Yin turned around, his eyes cold. "Bastard, you think you can kill me?" Then he dragged big golden wings in front of him. Big golden wings resisted, but it couldn't resist Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin stepped on its head and with a crack, its head broke. This injury couldn't kill big golden wings. Lu Yin stepped on it again. As for the cube that attacked him with the same body, he didn't care at all. These people didn't know how high the upper limit of his endurance was. In the spiritualized universe, the only one who could break his upper limit was Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had completely shocked Lu Yin in the 37 years. Other than that, he had nothing to fear. It was time to show these people what it meant to be invincible. It was also time to unleash his full combat power. The old salamander's tail smashed towards Lu Yin. Nian Xian, Wu Jin and Wuxia all attacked the cube. However, it was useless. Lu Yin was completely withered, and no matter how the cube was struck, there was no reaction. At most, his body would recover and then wither and then recover and wither again. They could not imagine what kind of technique this was, and the mystical concept of things going in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme was vividly displayed at this moment. Big golden wings spat out blood, and his pupils dilated. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. The heavenly Tao of karma expanded again and completely restrained the backlash of karma. Lu Yin took the initiative. Unless Yu Sang Tian attacked personally, it was impossible to rely on karma to deal with him. Of course, Yu Sang Tian didn't know about this and Lu Yin wouldn't expose it. He was really afraid that Yu Sang Tian would attack personally. Yu Sang Tian had the terrifying strength to suppress everything. The cultivators of the spiritualized universe didn't know how strong Yu Sang Tian was. It was an unshakable strength. At this moment, Lu Yin was also unshakable to the old salamander and the others. They tried their best, really tried their best, but they could only watch as big golden wings was suppressed. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed Wuxia. Wuxia was terrified and wanted to escape. The eternal flame burned towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored the flame and stepped through the void. He also stepped on Wuxia. Wuxia wailed as half of his body was crushed. Lu Yin suppressed him into the hell of the general appointment platform. Next, Lu Yin looked at the Nian Xian. This guy disgusted him. He dared to attack him not for Sang Tian's position but for a woman. He was courting death. The Nian Xian's face was pale as he smiled apologetically. Third master, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Yin took a step forward and attacked the Nian Xian. Everyone watched as Lu Yin crushed the powerhouses. They were a little numb. Even now, they couldn't see the third master's bottom line. Suddenly Lu Yin paused. His body swayed and he almost fell to the ground. He stepped forward with his right foot and stabilized his body. Dream Realm Meng Sang. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he looked in a certain direction. Meng Sang Tian had attacked just now. The only true God. He had never forgotten that the only true God had come to the spiritualized universe before him. This was also a top powerhouse that he was wary of. Yu Sang Tian wasn't the only one in the spiritualized universe. The only true God was there. However, Meng Sang had only attacked once and disappeared without a trace. Even Lu Yin couldn't find her. Meng Sang's goal was achieved. Lu Yin's body swayed. He knew that it was Meng Sang, but others didn't. Everyone thought that he had reached his limit. The old salamander's eyes lit up. This person has also reached his limit. Which old friend hasn't appeared? The day of the sacrifice spirit is right in front of us. If he really defeats us, it's impossible to win against him alone. Wu Jin held his forehead as blood flowed continuously. He had used all his strength. It was time for him to act. A formless power suddenly appeared above Lu Yin's head, transforming into an unpredictable killing intent that descended. Boom. The ground shattered, and Lu Yin raised a hand to block the killing intent. Was this sourcebox killing intent? How had it appeared? Before he could react, various sourcebox killing intents appeared from all directions, completely surrounding Lu Yin. It was as if countless attacks were descending upon him, constantly bombarding him. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. How was this possible? He wasn't surprised by the power of the sourcebox array, but rather by the fact that more than 10 of them had appeared in an instant. How could they all appear at the same time? And how could they have appeared so quickly? Even if there were more than 10 origin array heavenly masters working together, they still wouldn't be able to set up such an array. Had the Spiritual Treasure Society made a move? That shouldn't be the case. The sourcebox array's killing intent grew heavier and heavier, and its power increased as well. Lu Yin stood where he was and released the starry sky from his heart. Boundless power circulated within the mortal ancestors' world to resist the sourcebox killing intent. The range of the sourcebox array grew larger and larger, and the old salamander and the others continuously retreated. Spatial abyss continued to collapse, and all of the spectating cultivators who had already retreated far away retreated even further. There were simply too many sourcebox killing intents. It wasn't just Lu Yin himself. Even the cube that the old salamander had attacked was beginning to suffer from the sourcebox's killing intent. Elegant, right? Lu Yin's body began to dry up and recover faster and faster. He suddenly looked towards a corner, where he raised a hand and flicked his finger. His strength tore through the void, and along the way the sourcebox array's killing intent tried to stop him, but they couldn't stop the strength of Lu Yin's finger. The void was forcibly torn apart, and a middle-aged man's figure was revealed. The man wore an embroidered robe, and he hovered in the air while drawing in the void with a single hand. Every time he drew, a sourcebox array's killing intent would appear. Lu Yin couldn't understand this scene. When had sourcebox arrays become so simple? It wasn't just him. Even the old salamander, who had lived for countless years, was stunned. He was also an origin array heavenly master, and he had lived for so long that he had dabbled in a little bit of everything. The more he understood about the Tao of spiritual treasures, the more shocked he was by this middle-aged man's actions. Even cultivators who didn't walk the path of spiritual treasures could see how unbelievable this scene was. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.